Futures back in negative territory once again this morning, coming off the steep sell-off we saw on Friday. All eyes and all focus now shifts towards CPI coming up this Thursday morning at 8:30. Right now on Thursday, we'll get the next CPI reading ahead of obviously the next Fed meeting coming up November 1st and 2nd. That'll be the next checkpoint as far as this ongoing battle with inflation goes in the U.S. We saw the jobs number on Friday come in better than expected, which as far as the market was concerned, definitely a bad thing. As far as more jobs being created means still demand in the labor market and more work to do as far as the Fed is concerned on the fight with inflation. Few interesting moves so far this morning. Tesla active, at least, doing some volume here. Chinese sales numbers better than expected, actually hit a record last month out this morning. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll also talk about Rivian recalling all of the cars they've delivered so far. So Rivian downside in a big way, almost 10% in the pre-market. And this PayPal, what a weekend for PayPal. We'll talk about this policy change and then non-change for PayPal coming up as well. It's going to be an exciting one. Monday, October 10th, 2022, tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things stand right now. More red numbers, unfortunately. Not huge, which is a good part. NASDAQ leads right now, 0.25% to the downside, about 0.12 there for the S&P, flat for the Dow. Bottom end of the board, you can see more negativity in crypto markets as well, about 0.8, 1% for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Having a look at crude oil as well, 0.5% to the downside as we kick off a brand new week here. Again, we got better than expected jobs coming out on Friday. Hey guys, good morning. Arun is back in the building for Neil taking Canadian Thanksgiving off. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to everyone joining us on this side of the border this morning. First segment, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Once again this week, shout out to them. QR code on screen. CPI, guys, going to be the next big checkpoint coming up on Thursday morning as far as this inflation battle goes. Everybody knows in a big way what happened on Friday to the downside.
Yes, welcome back one more time. Yeah, wow, what a disaster that was on Friday. And, I got out of here and went to the Jays game, saw another disaster. So, yeah, it's not too positive around here these days. But, yeah, happy Thanksgiving to all our Canadian viewers out there as well. Should be a fantastic day to spend, with your family, do all that kind of stuff. Neil beat me to it. He booked the day off first. So, Neil ain't here, but Arun is here. And that's always a good thing. So we're really ready to rock and roll, man. I mean, it's great to have a whole bunch of stories again popping off today. Thanks to True Trading Group again for the sponsorship of the morning show. It's been an absolutely fantastic relationship, so check those guys out. But the sticky note, man, packed with autos today. We got Rivian, we got Ford, we've got Tesla, we've got a whole bunch of stuff popping off. Good weekend for NFL there again. Some big games. Yesterday, Sunday nighter was pretty good. Baltimore, Cincinnati. The Packers, of course, lost. So they're going to be 3-2, which isn't as bad as I thought. And then the Bills absolutely killed the Pittsburgh Steelers, as discussed earlier. We thought that would happen. But, yeah, no, Rivian's going to be a fun one here today. So is Ford. I think Tesla also. I mean, it's kind of like pick your poison into this. We have a relatively strong name in Amazon. We're going to talk about that. Make sure you grab our watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. But, yeah, hopefully everyone's ready to rock and roll. I had a great weekend. Was at a wedding. Which was fantastic. It was a big family one, so I was able to see a lot of my, my cousins and whatnot. So that was really, really great. And we recover, and we come back today ready to rock and roll. How was your weekend there, Mr. Arun?
Yeah, it wasn't that crazy. It was, probably less crazier than you guys, going through the motions with the Jays. I know Neil probably predicted this. That's why he took the day off. He's still recovering from the heartbreak the Jays gave him. So here we are, coming back from a big day on Friday to the downside, a nice little move to the upside. Is this going to be sustainable going into the open? Because that'll bring some activity. That should be an interesting one to figure out how this market's going to handle that big slide, especially in the latter half of the day. So no, we're not too far away from 3,600 and 3,570. We put those lows in. Remember, we went 200 points in 2 days off that. When we ended September, we were down in 3,600, 200 points to the upside in 2 days. End of the week, closer to that 3,600 mark. Now we're bouncing up a little bit, but again, CPI, like Brendan mentioned. But then until we get, that's only Thursday. Wednesday, I believe we got FOMC minutes. we got to get to those checkpoints along the way. And today it seems like the market wants to make a move to the upside. We'll see if this is sustainable there, Brennan.
Yeah, the wild ride definitely continues over the past couple of weeks. Back to the downside we go, basically right back to lows once again. So we'll see if this is going to hold. More headlines affecting the chip makers this morning as well. Let's talk about what we need to know here heading towards the open this morning. Yeah, I mean, more geopolitical concerns coming out of Ukraine over the weekend. So that's putting a damper on sentiment overall. But I want to focus on this right now. The Biden administration out on Friday with very detailed rules and regulations now as far as what can be sent to China and what China can actually purchase as far as semiconductors are concerned, basically saying that any semiconductor that's even made with machinery that was built in the U.S. is off limits for China. So on top of, if we rewind the clock here back to Friday, the AMD guidance cut, now we get this policy change or policy rules laid out here, guys, by the Biden administration. So more possible downside here for some of these chip makers.
Brennan, please don't rewind anything to Friday. Yeah, if we can avoid doing that, that would be great. But yeah, we have absolutely no choice. Once again, it's just so funny. Like I was reading something that, it used to be transports and rails and stuff like that that would be leading, the economy or leading the market anyways. And now it seems like these semis just can't get out of the way. And I mean, the more downside pressure that comes from AMD, NVIDIA, and then you get some more geopolitical worries here as well with China, and then these policies coming out. I mean, look at the SMH here. This is something that I've really been, sort of a proponent of. I mean, I'm invested in this. I haven't bought anything in a long time. I was saying the last time I bought was in around here 220, 230. Now you're down here to 187 again. Look, I really like, I can't, like, I know people were asking me this weekend, even at the wedding, it's like, what are we thinking right now? And I look at a chart like this, and honestly, I mean, this is the lows of 2020, right? Like you're down here in March, and that gets $100. So we ripped up to $330. So, I mean, you tripled up, since those March lows when everybody was at home playing video games, and that whole work from home. And it's still happening, right? But people have already upgraded. And I think that's part of the problem. When you're sitting at home playing games, mining Bitcoin also was a big factor here with NVIDIA and some of the high performance chips. Well, that has all come unraveled now, right? I mean, mining has become infinitely harder now as you get closer and closer to that 21 million. And people have just stop doing it. Energy consumption as well, right? That's on people's minds as far as mining and these cards go. Not only that, then you have video games. You have stocks like Roblox that have gotten hit down because of lack of daily active users. And it's just, people have already, it's kind of like we're through that upgrade cycle of, oh my God, I'm at home with my kids now. We need to get more computers. We need to get more iPads, more electronics, everything like that. Now you have, whether or not we're in a recession, we're getting into a recession, whatever, consumer spending is lower right now. We've seen hits on Amazon. It goes throughout it. And then you have Ford and all these negative talks about not having enough chips, inventory is a problem. And now we get this China problem here where they're not going to accept, any of these products that have U.S. made. It's crazy. So I don't know. I look and say we probably break this level. I mean, we're right back down here to 185. It just comes back in, unfortunately, all the way back to early or late 2020, early 2021, where we get back to some of this 170 level. And I think that probably needs to be tested. And I mean, the number one culprit, I mean, there's many of them. We could go over AMD, NVIDIA, all of them. Intel. I mean, I look today, Intel's $25. Like Intel, Arun, is like lower than it was in like 1992 or something. It's absolutely crazy that this is what's happened. You would have thought it would have split 10 times over. At least AMD, if I pull up AMD's chart, AMD was $357, right? They got really excited up here to 140, 150, 160, and now it's pulling all the way back down here. So I feel like you want to start scooping some of these up. They're just getting beat down with the market. AMD, of course, warns and guides on themselves on Friday, taking that $1 billion revenue cut. This is what it looks like all Friday, just bleeds all the way down. And honestly, I'm not seeing much relief here. So I'm going to try to short in between like 59. I want to let this rip up. The NASDAQ, when I was, driving into work today, which was amazing. It was like 20 minutes to get in today. Probably the same for you too. I mean, a holiday. I feel like the NASDAQ has rallied back. I don't know why, but it is doing that. So I don't want to short right away off the open. The only name that you're going to see me short right now is Rivian. So we're going to be short Rivian. We're going to see what happens, and we're going to go from there. So let's short some of these, the names that we know, and then let's give something like, this is the NASDAQ, let's give something like AMD a little bit of room to breathe. And if we get anywhere up here, like $59 is what I wrote down on the sticky note. Let me just double check that. Yeah, 59. So you're only at 57.30. This name can rip up. We'll start the shorts maybe around 58, but really 59 is when we're going to have to make a decision. So I like to be short these names, just got to find out the right price.
Yeah, sticking with a semiconductor theme here, I'm just looking at, we're talking about AMD, we're talking about SMH as in the ETF, and we're also talking about Intel, but then Taiwan Semi, TSM. I'm just quickly taking a look across the pond there. Well, what do we have going across the board on Taiwan on the ADR? And it's been trending down all across 2022. We started up at 140 and now here we are at 69.75. We just put in the low on TSM for this year not too long ago. This was at the end of the month, right, on the 30th. So we're only underneath, we're under 70, we're $2.50 from the low, and I'm keeping an eye on that close. This is a daily chart. If I were to bring this up to, say, a 30-minute chart, you can see this low is right there, and I've got that line drawn off. I'm keeping a very close eye on how this market handles, or specifically TSM handles, as it gets down towards that 68 level. If we start getting, I would expect there's be some support, but the more support there is, I want the short, but the more support there is, the better the short's going to be, because there's going to be more volume attached to that break when it does happen. So for now, I'm just going to put the alert out, 67.50, but I really want to pay attention to it once it gets to that 68 for a potential short through the bottom. But the flip side of this is, given how fast all of these are moving, they could easily snap back up into resistance, which you can fade as well. So there's two potentials there, a short on the break or a pop that you can potentially fade up here towards 71, 71.5. But that one, you have to let it actually slow down a little bit before you step in on the short side. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one, put some alerts out, and see if we can get a trade on this later on.
All right, S&P trying to go positive here at this point this morning. Let's talk about this PayPal note, because wow, what a weekend for PayPal. Here's PayPal down 3.7. The market, as I mentioned, trying to go positive. Not looking good here this morning. Very strange story if you missed it over the weekend. They come out late on Friday with this new policy that basically said or threatened even the fact that users could face up to a $2,500 fine from the company for promoting misinformation, was the actual language on it. They then immediately backtrack and issue a public apology, apology, I should say, and said that was released in error. So regardless, we're still down here, guys, almost 4% for PayPal. Very strange story over the weekend.
Yeah, wasn't that kind of leaked in error? I don't know. How can you fine somebody $2,500 for misinformation? Because then I feel like then you got to go out and do the due diligence to prove that it was misinformation. And I just don't know. I feel like and then I saw this stuff, and I'm not trying to get too political, but I saw this crazy Kanye stuff, and then I see all this kind of stuff, and then I just don't know what's exactly going on here. What is PayPal so concerned about for misinformation? I can't really even think about what that is. I'm misleading my products, or I'm using PayPal and I'm selling something and I'm misleading the end consumer about this. I'm not sure what this is all about. So for that, I'm going to try to leave PayPal alone. But at the same time, it's down 4%, and I don't really understand why that headline is so important. They've taken it back now. Things get leaked all the time. Policies get made, and then they get taken back. It's not happening right now. As far as I know, they're not finding anybody, and I don't even really understand the story. So, I mean, if you're going to start doing that, fine PayPal, but I don't understand where that comes from, but it's not a good sign. Whenever you give consumers a chance to leave you and give you a reason to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to back away from using PayPal and switch over to a Square or just to a traditional banking platform, except here we get debit transactions, things like that. I feel like PayPal no longer has its sort of death grip on that whole, money transfer, Venmo kind of stuff like that. It's so easy right now to do that, let alone we have crypto not doing so well, Bitcoin back under 20,000. So I just look at PayPal here. I was really excited about it, trying to break 100 and thought we could do that. And I still think we do. And, if you can get PayPal back down to like 80, 70, 80 bucks, which kind of sucks, but that could happen today into the 80s. If we drop another 5% or so, you get close to that. Then, I would say you might want to pick some up. This bottom here has been 83, 84. I still like PayPal, but again, I don't think they have anything proprietary. If you're going to buy PayPal, it's because of sort of the contracts they have, the customers that they have in there, the fact that the PayPal Buy Now button is like on everything as well. And, you open up your phone and you have Android, I got Apple. There's basically 3 choices. You could buy with PayPal. Some sites have that Shopify Pay thing on there as well, but PayPal, Android Pay, or Google Pay, I believe, it is called, and then Apple Pay, right? So I just wonder if people are not hitting that PayPal button as much, and therefore you get this huge decline down. But it's been a nasty, nasty move, man. I mean, earnings seems to be pretty bad for PayPal, so you got to wait for that. I'm surprised they did have some management changes over the last quarter, so I look to see for their earnings report, are they going to come up with anything? And if so, is it time to buy? But you got to wait for that. Let's see if they have a good quarter. As far as a trade today, like I said, I don't understand the story, and I'd be looking long. So when I look at that, I call up a 20-period chart, which should be here somewhere. I like to look at this because I don't want to go too far back right now. So some of these bottoms here, 84, 85, something like that for PayPal is where I'd be looking to pick it up. I just feel like this story seems to be a little overblown, and I just don't know much about it. So let me see what the market does. If we start to bounce around this 84, 85 area, we'll pick up a long and see if we could take it off a then predetermined bottom, because for right now, I don't see one. So let's let the bottom develop and then we'll try to play off that. But I do want to look long a little bit lower. I don't really want to short it, although it seems like the market does.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this news coming out, because there's some times where a stock is sitting in the middle of nowhere where you can't make a trade, and then all of a sudden you get a news item like this that actually pushes it into an area you can actually then take a potential shot. So I'm looking at this going, oh, you want to go through 87 and 86.50? Okay, there's some support here going back a few days. So potentially, if we get enough buy-side action at the open, we have a nice support base to work with the long on this. Would I continue the short? Not at this price. Not when you have support here. If they get through 85, yes. But for the time being, as long as we're sitting here in this 87.50 through 86 and change, there's support to work with. So as long as I get the confirmation on the support side, I'll go for the long. And if we can't pick up some longs, that's a 60-minute chart you guys are seeing there. And this is what it looks like. So for me, I think if we get back above 87.50, I think that should be more than enough for me to work the long to the upside with the 85 stops. We're probably going to put about $2.5 in risk and see if we can actually get a move back towards 90. So 1-to-1 risk reward, that's what I'm looking at. But again, it has to get above a specific price before you step in and go for the long, because the trend is to the downside. We'll respect the trend. As the futures market breaks to the upside, potentially we could get that movement soon. But at the same time, you're going to have to wait for that movement to come in before you go for that trade.
It's worth a note on some of the Chinese e-commerce names, some of the tech companies in China getting hurt by this note from the U.S. as well in the Biden administration on the chip side of things. So specifically Alibaba being pointed out here. I mean, none of these really doing a lot as far as volume is concerned this morning. They're all downside, though, with the market, as Arun was just mentioning, going positive. But here's JD.com down 1.5%, trying to bounce right now off 49. Big time levels right across the board for some of these Chinese names this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even looked at any of the Chinese names. I was still looking. I mean, people are talking about Microsoft and all this stuff in the chat. I don't even know. I mean, what even happened? I mean, I'll talk about some Chinese names, but did we ever find out what happened with Microsoft there on Friday? Like, it was just, like, it was 240, 250. I remember this play. We were watching it, and I mean, it just cranked all day down to that 234 level. So I am looking at Microsoft, and I will talk about that in a couple seconds. I mean, whenever we talk about Chinese ADRs and things like that, I always go over to Alibaba. I think it's the best one as far as, actually a company and something that we can trust. But if you look at a chart, I mean, look, there's Pinduoduo, there's JD. I mean, they're all going to be the same, but this is only $80 right now. And again, like Brendan said, you are running into a lot of support down here into 80, 75, 80 bucks here for Alibaba. I'm not super familiar, why all these Chinese names continue to make the moves down here. But I mean, we know what the problem is. There's political uncertainties over over there. There's still, we've seen some of that stuff with Hong Kong. It sort of seems like it's died down, but now you're getting policies back and forth with the semiconductors. So, you know, will the U.S. sort of challenge and start to do something to some of these Chinese companies? Are we starting like an import-export war here or something? So I don't know. I like Alibaba. I've really liked it as an investment until, you know, 2021, basically, when it started to fall apart, when everyone didn't know where Jack Ma was, and then they found him, and then it didn't matter where he was at all, and that was kind of like a Where's Waldo moment. And then right now, you're kind of looking at it and saying, you're down 1.4% here. These guys do just as much business, and I don't want to quote the numbers of them versus Amazon, but you know, you look it up, this is the Amazon of China, if not a lot bigger. Their single day is billions and billions of dollars. Amazon's doing another Prime Day. Maybe these guys do something similar to that as well. I think down here at 80, it's worth looking at. You're gonna look at a 20-minute chart here, and it's the same kind of thing. You're right here, you're right into 80 bucks. Can you dip lower? Yes. And if we do, then I think we got to like sharpen up our pencils and start to buy a little bit in here. $78, $77. And I mean, I know you're going to do a futures segment coming up soon, which is in a little bit of time, but I was trying to drag this over here if I can bring my e-signal chart down. Can I? There it is. You know, we're testing those lows again in the NASDAQ, right? So you're right back down there to that 11,000 mark that we made on the 3rd. So about a week ago, you're right back down to 11 grand here. If that breaks, then you are going to get a flood in a lot of these names because people think that that's going to be now a new level of concern. So this 11,000, I know Arun's probably going to do the S&P, but you know, as the NASDAQ drops, if we can test that, and here's what we're doing right now, you're only 100 points away from that level. There's the bottom again that was just made this morning on that 11,000. So we can test it. It is an opportunity to test again here today. And if we do, then I don't think I want to hold any Chinese names. So for me, this is probably one of the areas that if you are looking short and you are a pretty big bear today, I would think that holding Chinese names, not great, especially Chinese tech names. So there's Alibaba. You're going to talk about JD. Another one is Pinduoduo there on the NASDAQ. This is another name that's really fall from graces. But remember, Pinduoduo was super strong. Like this was one of the stronger names that was like battling some of these market conditions. If you check out the chart here, look at this Pinduoduo move, right? It is still above the 50 period. So if you thought that Chinese strength was maybe something that was coming back into the market, this would be the name that I would look at. It's down 2%. You're above the 50 period, and you do have some support here right at the 50 period, to be honest with you. $58. You know, we've hit it. We stayed above. We held it there. Sure, we dipped down, but then we took it, ripped up. So this is another level to look at. $56, $58 on Pinduoduo. I don't know. I'm not buying any Chinese names. I'd rather pick up some of these beat down American ones. But if you do think that the sky is clear over there, then you definitely want to pick up some Pinduoduo and some Alibaba.
Yeah, I'm going to go on with JD. And the only I tend to go with, like you said, Baba is the big one. And then JD, I look at Baba, JD as a second one, PDD as well. But JD, interesting point here. As it's coming back down towards its lows from, well, not all-time lows, but at least the nice little support low down here around that 50 mark going back to May, late April into May. Nice little action going all the way down to 48. It slipped as far as 46.83, but the majority of the volume seems to be concentrated between 49 and 15. Here we are again, once again on JD here, and it's getting closer and closer. We just need a reason to go for. Am I trying to catch a falling knife? No, but at the same time, like being aware that there's support here, I'm more likely, what's the path of least resistance? In this case, it's going to be at support, probably the upside. But is it set to go? No. So I'm going to wait for this and see how this market handles this area. I'm expecting support, but am I going to get the buy-side action to confirm that? If I don't, I just pass up on it. If I do get the buy-side action, the potential longs on JD as well. But again, a lot has to happen for this long to go, because you're going against the trend. The trend is to the sell side. It's at support. They could easily take out support. So you need a lot of confirmation that you want to put up the risk for the long before taking it. But that's potential trade here on JD as we get down to that April and May low.
All right, let's go to a few analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades, mostly focusing on the downside today because that's where all the movement is so far. P&G, top of the list, Goldman Sachs. But here's both Ford and GM. Downgrade from UBS, slapping a sell rating on Ford. It's down on that note this morning. Lowe's on here as well. We'll get into retail earnings in a couple of weeks, but Lowe's under pressure, but nothing doing a lot of volume anyways on the upgrade side today, guys.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, the number one stock on there for me is going to be Ford and then GM, and we've talked about that. And the thing is, it's on my sticky note, and it's on the watch list. So definitely check those out for those points. We will get to that because we will run down the watch list first of all. But so last night we were sitting there, and it was a great football game. But I was sitting there watching it with put the kids to bed, and my wife and my mother-in-law were there because again she was visiting up from North Bay. So have a safe trip back when you get there. Obviously she's not watching it, but the show. We started watching that GameStop thing on Netflix. And I hadn't watched it yet. It's I don't know. I mean, I feel like me, Brendan, and Neil, and you, and we all should have been on that, not some other guy that was on there. But, you know, and then after it was all said and done, I'm not going to comment on GameStop and AMC. We've traded it and lived it. And I was watching, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe we were living through all of this. And it's so funny because there was a point in that docuseries or whatever it is that they were talking about the market opening up at 4 a.m. And I didn't even, like, I was trading it here on the show, and I did have AMC calls at $2, which were really good, but it got out of them like when it went to 8 or something like that, which was a huge mistake, whatever. But I remember waking up literally at like 4 a.m. and it just subconsciously, like I didn't have an alarm up or anything. Like my alarm normally goes off 6:30, something like that. And I just remember during those days of late January there, just like waking up because I knew the markets were open and I wanted to see like how crazy these names were. But anyways, that has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that after this was done, my mother-in-law turns to me and goes, like, what stocks are even good to invest in? And I said, Procter & Gamble. And then I come in today and Procter & Gamble is the number one name on our downgrade board. So that's nice. So here we go. So I'm sending the family into ruins. No. So, and again, I explained to her, you know, you want to grab something that has a dividend. And then, you know, you don't ask me about what stocks to buy and don't expect to get a little bit of a, you know, explanation there. So that took a long time. But I have to admit that I'm pretty naive here. I had no idea Procter & Gamble was right down here. Like, this is ridiculous how low Procter & Gamble is right now. Prad, you should be buying some Procter & Gamble as I talk to Prad. Now, we diversify a little bit. You don't need to keep buying these AMDs. Procter & Gamble down here at 5%, Prad. You put this in your pocket and you look back in this in 5 years from now, you collect the dividend and you say thank you very much, okay? Because this name is getting absolute 5%. Absolutely beat down here today and for the last 6-8 months here. Procter & Gamble back down at these key levels. This 120, like, wow, are we really this low right now in P&G? Look, I know why. I'm not going to sit here and talk about like Procter & Gamble is way beat down for like no reason. We know why it's beat down, right? The world's in shambles right now. Prices are huge. Consumer spending is down. Costs are going up. Supply chain, this and that. We could talk forever. But Procter & Gamble, like this name, this move down. And again, it's caught me by surprise, so obviously I need to do some more work in this. But for me, as a longer-term investor, on a downgrade day like this for Procter & Gamble, and you can get another 1% off this, I mean, it's probably prudent to wait for earnings to see what happens. But I feel like right now, I don't even own Well, I might own a little bit of Procter & Gamble, but I don't own a lot of names. But this is something right here that I see how low this name is, and I feel like this is a buy. Please, somebody send me something on Twitter that tells me that this is not a buy and this is going a lot lower. So I really want to see this report. Who was that report from, Brendan? Do you have it off the top? Okay, double check. We'll get that in a minute. But I feel, yo, what's up, Justin? Justin's in the building. Who was it? Goldman. Okay, so that's not bad. I've trusted a lot of their calls before. We'll see who the number one coverage is on the street. If it is Goldman, then okay. But I you know, this name just seems too low here. So I don't know, more work done, but I like Procter & Gamble here, especially if you have a little bit of a longer term horizon in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, Procter & Gamble, solid company, right? I actually had, interestingly enough, I had a short on Friday that worked out nicely.
On Procter? Yeah, wow.
So one name that popped up, it wasn't on the list that Brendan was talking about on the upgrades and downgrades, but I just noticed when we're talking about technology and chips and whatnot, Marvell. I looked at it, I was like, okay, they're all falling. What other names can I potentially trade? We talked about TSM earlier. Marvell coming to support. Okay, Marvell at 42 and change. It's working the last support zone that I kind of created towards the end of September, and now it was obviously a strong trend to the downside. But now it's starting to bounce back up. How strong is this bounce is going to be the answer. Because if this is a weak bounce into that existing support, that means you more likely than not, they've broken it, and you're probably going to see some resistance through here, through this 43 and 43.5, so potential shorts. If they have a very strong bounce off this area, because the futures market is now at 65, very strong move on the futures, if you have a strong move on Marvell through this area, they're confirming this support zone, and longs could be on the table for Marvell as well. So I'm looking at this as a nice potential move. Once they declare which side the volume is going to come in, is it going to be through that 42 and breaking that resistance, at which point you confirm the resistance level, or breaking the support, at which point you confirm the resistance level, or are you actually going to bounce off of this area with some decent volume, reconfirming the existing support, at which point with the market bouncing like this, I think a decent long could be there if you get some action on Marvell to the upside.
All right, let's get a look at some upgrades and down. We did that already. What am I talking about? Let's get a look at Europe. I was paying attention to other things. Here's a look at Europe so far this morning, guys. Basically flat so far, right across the board. Downside a little bit here for England, 0.1. 0.9 to the upside for Germany, France positive, Italy positive as well. But a very mixed board and a very mixed start to the week as well. A lot of uncertainty, as we've been saying, floating around so far for European markets. There is the social sentiment board to kick off the brand new week. A lot of red on this once again this morning. After what happened on Friday, we saw this entire board downside. I point out Neuro. It's been a while since we've seen that one pop up, but NURO, the biggest one on the green side at this point this morning. There's SPY downside. Yeah, PayPal, huge red. As far as sentiment is concerned after what happened, as we mentioned over the weekend. So PayPal, very negative sentiment coming across this morning. Tesla's here, AMC's here, Mullen's here. As we said, a lot of downside action. That's Apple over there as well. Back in the red as well. Let's maybe get a check of the overall market, if we could, Arun, and talk about what we need to know for futures today.
Yeah, so this market's in a tricky spot. It's going to be a hard one. Because, okay, it looks like a rally, like a nice little rally move off that 36, 20-ish, 25-ish, nice move now up to 65, kind of making maybe a U-turn on the futures market, or from the move from Friday. Problem is that, let's just say I want to go for a long here, right? I'm going to have to now figure out where the support zone on this is going to be for me to work along. The issue with the support zone is, do I use 3,600? I really can't. It's a big round number, but at the same time, this market has shown back on October the 1st, that there's actually a decent amount of volume down there. So you got to slip it down towards the low. 3,570 is the bottom end. Upside, you're kind of turning on a big downtrend, right? So there's going to be pockets of resistance all the way up, at least until we get back into that 3,700 area. So essentially what you have to do with the futures market at this point is wait for a drop and see how well this market can handle a drop from these 60s, preferably back towards 50. If it can hold up at 50, then you can take a low risk long against 35. Now you're really trying to just create levels just to catch a trade in between this wide range, right? So this is going to be a rather quick type of trade. So this is the 5. Let me give you guys something bigger. 30. 30 should get me enough action. So essentially what you're trying to do now is see how this market handles this sell side move back towards 50. If it holds up well, although it's running right now, if we get a sell move and we can't hold up on support, we're just going to crack right through it. So I want to see how it holds up on a downside swing. And then only would I go for longs on the futures side of things. Because again, any of these pockets of resistance here towards 3680, 3675, 3700, all of those can just instantly turn the market, right? So that's what I'm worried about. So what I want to see, downside swing that gets held up and around that 50, 55 area, at which point I'd be okay and comfortable throwing up a trade, potentially taking long against 3635. If we lose 3635, then I really don't have anything left, and we're just going to have to let this market develop its own levels, and then we'll work with it. Because we know 3,600 can't work. We know 3,570 is probably the next up level, so we're going to have to let this market tell you where else it wants to play around. But for now, we need a downside swing to confirm the buy-side strength at the moment.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know so far this morning. If you haven't done so already, make sure you grab that every single day. All you have to do is open your email now, and it'll just appear magically at 8:30 for you automatically for free. Just hit that QR code or use the link, enter your email address, and we'll send it to you for free every single day. Over 30,000 getting that now every single day, guys, for free. Join in on the fun if you haven't done so already. First one we'll talk about this morning going to be Tesla. After a huge move down on Friday, there was an RBC negative note pointing to further downside, further complications, further supply chain to come. Decent numbers, however, record numbers, in fact, out of China for China deliveries. 83,135 China-made EVs delivered in September, which was a record, guys, for Tesla.
All right. Thanks at Prad and at Justin for that. Yeah, shout out to Playmaker. Yeah, unfortunately, Sharif will be away today, but we do have, looks like Ian's going to cover, so that's absolutely fantastic. And I do have the man, the myth, the legend, Prad over here is going to put up a poll right now. Because, Arun, what do you think? What do you think about this guy today? We want to keep him like that? We want to put him into a poll?
It's tough, man. Some
tough
days
right
I just sit out. This is one of those days where I just can't get him.
I'm going to vote bull because it's up right now. And let's just see what happens here. So we'll switch that around, guys. Check out, here it is right now. It is on. Oh, thanks for the $5 super chat. What's up now? Oxy analysis. Yeah, go 49ers. Well, you had me at Oxy analysis and not at go 49ers. Weaver Welder, I traded Nick Chubb for Trey Lance after Dak Prescott got hurt, and now I'm 1-8 in my fantasy football because the very next, you know what happened if you're a 49ers fan, then all of a sudden Trey Lance breaks his ankle or cartilage or whatever it was down there, and Nick Chubb is like the MVP of the league right now, obviously sans any other quarterback. But yeah, we will look at Oxy, so let's just bear with us there. Thank you for the super chat. We really like that. But yeah, let us know in the chat there what you want, bear or bull there today. I like the fact that we just went a little bullish on that. But all right, if we're going to go bullish, though, you're saying bear, Randy? Okay, Randy's got the bear vibe. All right, so we shorted Tesla like pretty much we've been short every single day since it broke 250, right? We're looking at key levels. We're trying to get this short. You do have all the Twitter stuff looking like it's trying to settle itself out. I would love one, Randy. Thank you so much. So I think that Tesla is still a short today, although it's nicely rallying now. It's more aggressive than the market. I think you got to let it pop up. The delivery numbers, look, I've never had a problem with Tesla delivery numbers. I mean, I know they missed and it tanked through 250, but they're still the only EV maker in town. We're going to get to Rivian. I'm short Rivian already. Not at a great price. Rivian just popped up on this market move, so a little bit nervous right now already about my position on the short side, so I don't think I'm going to get into another one until we get into this area here. 220, 230, or sorry, 229, 230 here for Tesla. Now, I wasn't here in the afternoon, but you did have a pretty epic fall. And it was supported right at these levels, man, 222. Like, if you didn't want to break that on Friday, today you're getting better news. So I wrote down here on the sticky note, and you can find me at TraderTV Sean, and also the watch list, as Brendan said. I don't think you can go wrong with that. But first of all, thank you for all the support. Like, how lucky am I here? We went, and thanks to day trader Paul for the slick tie as well. But we were at a wedding on Friday there, on Saturday. Well loved. Thank you for all that. And then the biggest one here, yeah, people said like I was being security for the wedding, but this is what I wanted to bring up right now. Shout out to Tony, man. I found this guy at the Blue Jays game on Friday. Look at the love, man. 230 likes. Thank you so much for all of that as well. But all right, so that's enough about Twitter quickly. Oh, yeah, it was really cold yesterday. This is how cold it is. This is Lake Ontario, guys. People ask me where this was, of course, here in Toronto. You can't really see, that's the CN Tower right there, but a cold day there. Shout out to everybody as we were spending some time with family yesterday, like I said, with the mother-in-law, so on and so forth. But okay, Tesla. So if it didn't hold there on Friday, then I feel like that 222 could be an area of concern again here today. I wrote down here, let's short 220 if it breaks. Why? Because 240 was so good and 250 was so good. So, I mean, here's 240. We started the day there at 240, didn't see it again, and just right to the downside. The same thing's true of 250. We know Luca had a good trade at that spot. So now you're going to look through maybe a break of 225 to the upside right now in the pre-market. For me, the market's nicely rallied right now. Let's see what the situation here on the poll is. Ooh, it's 56% bull. So if you guys are bullish today on the market, I think you got to turn around and be a little bullish on Tesla. It's been beat down. We have that 222 bottom. I think I'm changing my tone a little bit here, not because of the poll, but the market's now up, 0.25%. We'll see if it can hold it. I like that 222 level, but if that goes, then you got to watch out for 220. We could be on, if the market starts to tank down, I'm not going long. I think if you do, you got to watch out for that 222 level, and then I just prefer the short, spanking that through 220.
I'm actually looking at the flip side on Tesla with a strong market, and like somebody said, somebody in the chat said, "Rip now, dip at the open." That's what I'm hoping for. A dip at the open is going to give me the information I need to work with, right? If we can hold up on this market sliding at the open, meaning we hold up well into a sell side move and actually establish some decent support around that 50, there could be longs on the table. I'm looking at Tesla north of 226, a nice little rotation here after. Closing around that 223, obviously overnight movement through 220 and then bounce back and getting above 224 and 225. Yeah, that could open the door a little bit for Tesla. And Tesla's got a lot of space to the upside. If you look at it, Tesla's drop came from 233? So even if you get that 226, you've got a decent amount of space to the upside. So I'm going to see how Tesla handles itself, and I'm hoping this market actually dips a little bit if this market rallies. And keep in mind, Tesla's an index name, so it's going to go with the market to some degree. If this market rallies and Tesla takes off to 226, that's a tricky entry. It's preferable that the market comes down, Tesla takes its time and then takes out 226, but 226 for me is going to be the entry point that I'm going to want to work with, but the conditions attached to me actually getting a fill also require the market to come down a little bit more. I should dip a little bit at the open for me to get involved in Tesla. I actually want to go Tesla and Microsoft potentially off the open if the market actually dips and holds.
All right, it's PayPal here, as we saw on the social sentiment board, getting absolutely roasted on social media over the weekend for this nonsensical policy release that they came out with, suggesting a $2,500 fine would come to anyone, quote unquote, promoting misinformation, whatever that means. They come out and say that was then released in error, but here's PayPal, guys, not acting well, down 4%, heading to day lows with the market now positive.
Me and Arun just talking here, and thank you to Randy, because now I can have a hand heater here with the coffee as we go. Ooh, I feel like, this is Thanksgiving here today. Ooh. Should be mulled wine, I guess, instead of that. You a fan of mulled wine there, Randy? Yeah, you had mulled wine before?
I don't think I've had mulled wine before.
Yeah, it's like a hot, I'm not a huge fan of cinnamon, but yeah, and mulled wine, yeah, for sure. But okay, let's go on PayPal. Yeah, look, and Prad came in today to me as well. It's like, are we shorting this if this pops to 90? Yeah, I think if it pops to 90, you want to short it. But I don't understand what that whole misinformation thing is. And someone put in the chat there all about looking to see here. Yeah, we're all rich traders that can't afford heat. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, we're in a building here that controls the temperature. And I feel like, is it hot over there, Fahad? Or with all the system? No, you're fine? Yeah, I think we're just underneath some sort of a draft here, so I think that's the problem. But no, we can afford heat. Trust me on that one. You can see, yeah. All right, we'll see. Maybe not for long, but okay. So PayPal right there. I don't know much about that story, and what I was getting at there was someone in the chat was like, there's a shop owner, and yeah, they don't really trust PayPal anymore. They don't like that kind of talk when you're talking about fining people for misinformation. Like, does that mean that your website's misinformed or what? So I'm a little bit uncertain of what exactly misinformation means as far as PayPal is concerned. So, I feel like social, and I talked about that GameStop documentary, like social media is a thing. And if people want to hit PayPal and punish it for trying to punish its end user, like PayPal, bro, you only have customers, you're going to start to find people that are your own customers. I feel like the due diligence needs to be a lot better on that. And I feel like it's going to cost them a hell of a lot more than $2,500. Then you're going to get lawsuits and everything like that. I don't like that. I don't know where that's coming from. I mean, there's no doubt that they've come back on that. So I feel like it's a buy because it seems like it was leaked and it's not happening. But if we ever get reports that, this is something that they're looking at doing and they're close to implementing something like this, then I feel like people just cancel their PayPal accounts and just deal with whatever the fees are from Apple or Shopify or whatever other payment processor there is. There's a lot of them out there now. Fintech was a thing, and it's not anymore, man. I mean, fintech now, we've seen Upstart come and go. We've seen Affirm do their little dance, and we all know where that wound up and where it currently is. Is PayPal just another one of those names that can really be easily replaced? I believe it is. And if their strength is in their customer base, and now you're sort of insulting and maybe threatening even your customer base, that's not going to be a good sign. So I think PayPal does go down today, and I feel kind of like a broken record after all this, but it's like right now, it's not huge volume. It's 200,000 shares, and I got to see what it does, man. I mean, if this market continues its march to the high side, then yeah, maybe we'll short PayPal, but it's going to be a hell of a lot higher. So it's hard for me to say, let's hit this 86 short, because it could blow out off the open, then the market brings it back to the upside. So for me, it's a wait and see here on PayPal. The only position I have, and we haven't even got to it yet, is going to be short Rivian, and I assume we're going to get to this in a minute, but we just got more short there at 32. Now you're kind of barcoding around 32. I'm not making a decision until 33. So for me, for now, I don't have a huge position. We're out of the money, 48 cents now, and we're going to let this Rivian trade sort of just simmer down here. But we do have the double ins right now on Rivian, so maybe this one's getting a little too spicy. But looking at Rivian, looking to short more around 32.50-ish for you home game players.
Yeah, given that nobody seems to understand exactly what PayPal's message was in attempting that little policy move, this is my take on it. I think they just clearly worded it wrong. Yeah. I think it was more so that, how when you have to apply for a PayPal account, you got to provide information. I think people were lying. Obviously, some people are relying on it, and I think that's what they were trying to get at. But obviously, they weren't clear about it. Someone screwed up big time there. So get your messaging right if that truly is the case. They may come back and reword it and kind of post it up again. But regardless, let's go back to the chart. I'm still looking at potential support on PayPal around this 86.50 into that 86 mark. We've got that 85 bottom. If we're going to get above 87.50, and if other people do agree that this was a big messaging mistake that isn't really meant to be more than just them kind of trying to get rid of any fake accounts that they have on their end, then 87.50 potential long against that 85, 2.5 risk to see at least 90. Yeah, I think that's a shot that I'm willing to take. And so again, I'll wait for this market to turn on PayPal. If we get above 87.50, potential longs against 90, potential longs to 90 against 85 is my trade on PayPal.
Let's get through some of these automakers. First, quick note on XELA, fan favorite popping up this morning. It's down to about 40 cents, so there's that. But Zila, up on a SPAC deal, so their European arm going public through a SPAC deal for XELA. Here's Rivian, though, recalling basically all of the cars that it's delivered so far. To the end of, or the end of last quarter anyways, it was about 14,000, and they're recalling 13,000 of those on a loose fastener, guys. So it seems like not that big a deal, but the stock is definitely not acting well here.
No, it is not. We did talk a little bit here, and I will talk about Rivian. I just did a little bit of talk about there. I'm looking to short it again here. Watch out for that 33 level. I mean, I don't think when you're recalling every single car that you've produced, I mean, it's 13 of the 14,000. And when you're having a fastener problem in the steering wheel, I'd hate to be steering and, so I don't know how easy it is for people to get their cars back to Rivian. I have no idea, like if they're selling some and the factory is wherever it is. If I had a Rivian car or truck up here in Toronto, I don't know where I'd be able to take that, but that's not my problem. I don't own one of those. So I feel like there could be some pushback here by current owners of vehicles, but hey, they've already sort of bought them, and that's good. I mean, Rivian is still coming into their own as far as delivery numbers and whatnot, so we'll get to that, and maybe Arun, my guy over here, might have some levels for Rivian. I'll go over it in a minute, but Oxy, I mean, oil right now is just pulled back down in, so we were almost trying to break 93. We just pulled back into 92 right there, and I've already talked about this a little bit about Oxy versus Chevron versus XOM. XOM just hit, or it might have hit I don't know if it hit it on Friday or not, but we were looking at 52-week highs and all-time highs for XOM up to that level of 105. So there's something there as well. But I wanted to quickly look here and see what Oxy was doing. So here we go. Down 0.63%. Oil's down 0.4 today. The problem with Oxy is they don't really pay a dividend. I mean, it's it's 0.75%. So you're not holding it for dividend. You're holding it for capital appreciation. And we know who's been buying this, Warren Buffett and his crew. So when you had an opportunity to get involved down here at $57, $58, we were talking about buying oil. I mean, oil was a buy for me, and I was doing that down at $77, $78. Now you're back up to 92. Oil's not really supposed to move like that, but it is. So we have the tensions in Russia. I don't think that's getting any better. Did anybody see that video of that bridge that was their method of transportation and like one of their pride and joys? That thing was lit on fire there. I think it was Saturday night or Sunday there. So that was kind of like a victory for some of the Ukrainians they were touting anyways. I don't think that's going to please Putin and the Russians over there. So that's not helping anything. I think Oxy's a buy, and I think oil's a buy. I think energy's a buy until that all gets settled down. And you just want to make sure that you have your finger on the trigger, because if there's a settlement, if Putin comes out and goes, you know what, we're happy with what we've done, we're going to sort of pull back. Look, I don't even know if that's an option at this point, but I think you got to keep your finger on the trigger for that one, and then just figure out where you go, because this 69 bottom there on Friday is also being held here in the pre-market. But if oil continues to move down, then I really think we can hit this Oxy short at 69. So that's a level that I'm looking at on a 20-minute chart here for Oxy. Also a break of 70 looks great too on the upside. That's literally 70. So I think it's a tale of two stories here. If oil continues to move up here today, which hopefully it does, it's now almost getting back to flat, then I think you want to take a 70 long. If not, I think you want to hit that 69 short. So I think you're stuck in the middle right now, but I really like a breakout long through 70. So let's do that. I mean, that's going to be a good play. And if you break long 70, I don't think you stop at 71. I think you stop at 72. So I think you have $2 worth of risk there for Oxy. Break of 70. You can get out at 69 as a bottom, which is no problem. So that's something that I'd look for here in Occidental.
Yeah, Rivian, when you can't steer, that's a problem, especially if you're a brand new company that's trying to just get your word out. That's a problem. So here's Rivian right now. For now, it seems like it's bouncing off these 31s, closer to 30, but 31 seems to be the majority of the volume. But if there's a sell side move that comes in through 31, you know we're going to see 30 fairly quickly. So that's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to do anything pre-market, but I'm going to set the alert off. If we get through 31 on a downside wave with some volume, then I'm going to take that short and see if we can get towards 30. Because at the end of the day, this does not sound good. If you're starting up a car company and you have issues steering a car or potential issues steering a car, yeah, that's bad. So we'll see how Rivian handles the open, but I am looking for potential sell side moves south of 31 there, Brendan.
All right, let's go to Ford here. Downgraded by UBS today to sell. It's been a long time since there's been a sell on Ford. Here's 6% now for Ford, guys, breaking day lows as we speak. The note basically points to heavy recession risk, especially in the European marketplace for Ford.
All right, I just saw there someone, and shout out to Youth there in the chat. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, if Rivian's going to send technicians to your house to fix it, yeah, then maybe that's not the end of the world. I mean, I don't think that's too much of a hassle. What I think Rivian's the problem, we're going to talk about Ford here too, because I like that trade as well. I think the problem with Rivian is not necessarily what's happened now. It's like, is this sort of an underlying issue possibly in their production process, right? Were they rushing those first 14,000 vehicles? What does it mean for the next ones that roll off the lot? Is it just sort of a precursor to more problems? That's sort of the thing with me with Rivian. I'm not super worried, because they did come out positively and talk about meeting some of their goals and their production capabilities were increasing. So I don't mind Rivian as a long. I'm not here to like trash it. It's just right now in that news, man, we are going to go short Rivian. And I think I have that out at 33. I mean, if it pops back up to 33, then I think we can get out of it. And I'm not dug in enough now that it's going to be like, oh my God, that was an absolutely disastrous play like Microsoft was on Friday. But I feel like this 33 is a level that I want to respect. So we're going to play it through there. I wrote Ford down on the sticky note, man. It was one of the #1 names on here. Whoops. trades not, it doesn't trade in the New Zealand market. It trades in New York, right there. So, all right, so it is starting to come down a little bit. Just quickly, I will talk about it. I just want to make sure that there's, all right, this is the first time I even looked at the imbalance locator. We've been so busy this morning. But Ford is the only name on here that I look at this, man. It's right here, 500,000 shares. So you got Citigroup on there. You got HBQ, Bank of America. But, you know, other than that, these are going to be a lot of sort of nothing burger names. In 1 minute, we're going to get the NASDAQ names. But Ford still has a sell in here, right? So just kind of like, it's not like PayPal, but this name is down 6% today off of, I think this was Goldman as well, downgrade. So, oh, UBS, okay, so UBS downgrade again, so probably going to be good on that. We definitely missed the boat on that Ford long back up to 12. Well, guess what? It's right back at some key levels here, coming into that 11 bottom that I think we want to short. I mean, honestly, you know, this news is not good, man, coming through. You don't want to get double downgrades. And it's not just Ford, it's also GM. I wrote down here, we got to short it up to 12. It's not getting up to 12, though, now that I look at this. So I said try to break any bottoms when that comes through. So I feel like, remember that last time it broke through 12, I believe it was? And Neil and I both were long, and then I didn't hit the short, but then he had like a little baby short through it because we just didn't trust it, and then it just kept tanking down. So I'm thinking that, you know, we could have a decent play here on Ford, especially if we break some of these levels. So I want to look at a 20 period. That's why I extended it out. That bottom's 11.20. So I really feel like that's a break there. Here's the 12 right here that we didn't think, we thought was going to hold, and it went all the way down to 11.40 that day, and that was on a re-guide of $1 billion again. It's them and AMD both throwing around that $1 billion revenue miss, so we're going to watch out for that level coming through again. It's 11.40, and honestly, I wish there wasn't this imbalance here for Ford. Let's see if there's any NASDAQ names came up here. Nah, these are no. So Intel's a buy. Okay, that's interesting. Cisco's a buy. That's pretty interesting as well. But then, of course, AMD hitting the sell side. I wish this wasn't such a big sell, but the thing about it is this will flush off the open, and then I want to see what it does. So Ford is on my other screen here. It's definitely going to be watched and probably right off the open. Let's see if there's a bottom. If not, then we got to just short this thing. I'm looking at it through 11.40.
Yeah, for me, Ford is not a stock that I've ever really traded. It's hard, extremely hard to trade intraday. So I'm not going to touch it, but I am going to answer one of the questions. Where do these imbalances come from at the beginning and the end of the day? Come from anyone and anywhere. You just got to tag your order as on open or on close, and you get to participate on the official opening price or the official closing price at the end of the day. So anyone can do it as long as you have access to that order type. So you have a bunch of people saying they want to sell Ford on the official opening price at 778,000 shares at the moment. So that's what we're going to deal with there for now, Brennan.
All right, Amazon, guys, was one of the first to go red to green in the pre-market this morning, showing a little bit of relative strength. A couple of minor stories this morning. This is one of them. They're going to invest €1 billion to further electrify and decarbonize their transportation network throughout the European marketplace over the next 5 years for Amazon.
All right, Amazon, okay. I'm just trying to develop my Rivian position right here. I just put another offer there at 32.50. All right, so let's do that. And we're getting closer to 33, so I want to watch out for that. I don't want to get into this before the market opens, though, so I was trying to be a little bit tricky there. All right, Amazon, yeah, relatively strong. Again, another name that's here on the sticky note for us today. If you want to, join me at Trader TV, Sean. We just hit that 36,000 mark, and I want to give a big congratulations to all our subscribers, man. Thank you for being here. We just hit 350,000 subs as well. Where is my sticky note? Didn't I tweet it out? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, and a happy Thanksgiving. I named this thing gourd. You know how pumpkins are gourds? Like, so there it is. So I want to say big Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I was walking out my house today and I was like, let me pick this up and say that. So all our Canadian viewers, a big happy Thanksgiving again to you and yours today. We had it on here. Where is it? Amazon. The only long on here. Tesla could be a long as well. We've a little talked about that. Especially if it doesn't break that 220, I like it. But thanks for, again, 79 people all over this. But I think that you could catch a dip on a week open. It's relatively strong today. I like that news there coming through. You can get all the news on our watch list. I subscribe to it. Obviously, over 30,000 people do as well. And then I'm just going to review what that story was. I know it was a European Oh yeah, invest over 1 billion euros to electrify and decarbonize its transportation network across Europe. So yeah, I don't know if this is the right time to be investing $1 billion in something like that, but the fact that they can do that without really batting an eye is a good thing. Amazon's up 0.34. I still think that you have some nice bottoms there. I don't really want to play off these bottoms. We could crash a little bit lower than that. And if we do, I mean, I use the word crash. I don't think that's proper. But right into here, you have 113. So you go back about a week and you have that 113. I think the ultimate bottom here could be 112. We've seen Amazon make some pretty dramatic moves here into the open. So I'm looking long on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon is a tough one because Friday was great because it was at a price you could work with, 120. Yeah. Now it's at 114, 115, sits in the middle of the range. We've been here before, late September, kept bouncing off these 112, so you know there's gonna be some stops below 112. So here we are now down towards that 115. If you dip into that 114, like high 113s, high to low 113 area, potentially there could be some support that you could get out.
We need someone on the bell.
But for now, it's kind of tight. The way the market's moving, it's, you know, the futures market has already taken off to the upside. Amazon's an index name. If the market comes off and Amazon also comes off and takes out that 112, that becomes an extremely difficult trade to take. So I'm just going to back off. I'll just keep an eye on this 112. And if it's still here after the futures market has done its thing, then we'll get involved, potentially take a long, but for the time being, I'm not going to get involved on Amazon.
All right, guys, we only have 10 seconds. We have a very, very special ringer of the bell today. So let's hit the countdown right now. Oh, there it is. All right, he's there. He's ready to rock and roll. Good to see you, man. That's a perfect Thanksgiving. Perfect Thanksgiving shirt there. 3, 2, and 1. It's Justin. There he is. Thank you, my friend, for that. There we go. So yeah, we're here, man. Canadian Thanksgiving be damned, man. Your Trader TV Live team is here for you one more time again today. All right, we're open, guys. Let's go. Here we go. Amazon right now, just kind of dancing around. Not much happening. We're going to wait for keyer levels on that one. Ford, not open yet. No open yet for Ford, so we're going to pass on that one. The only trade that I have on board here is Rivian, and we're getting ready. We do have another short to come around this 3250 area, which was the pre-market high. So we'll see. We just missed it. We'll see if we can get that. Then we'll average back in around this 33 area and then get out if it takes 33, man. I don't want to wait around for this. We've been railroaded on this name before. That is Rivian. Market pulling in here.
Yeah, market pulling in is what I want. I actually stepped into an Affirm long as well. I had a bid out earlier on the way down, and I kind of just let it be, and it just ran right through it and actually opened lower too. So that's not good. But I still like the long on not on Rivian, on Affirm, sorry. So the reason I like the long on Affirm is because of where we are. I'm willing to take the shot on Affirm. We're at support. We're already finding decent support in front of that 19. Why not step in and see if we can't grab a long? Yeah, it doesn't look good right now, but I'm okay letting it go until the bottom end breaks through that 1835-ish, 1840, 1835. So we'll let it play out, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But that's a decent long to work with, at least for the time being.
All right, I'm getting ready to go to punch long through AMD here. I mean, it could also be a short at this level. So I'm not super convinced, but we just took the 200 period right there, looking to take out this 58 level. I know I wrote down that we looked to short around 59, but we're going to try to play this a little long now, just to see. The market is bouncing off some of these highs off the 50 period right now. Let's just see if it can hover about. Look, if this breaks back down, we'll get out of AMD. I mean, I probably should be looking short. Man, yeah, it looks like, okay, that's fine. We're going to get out if this takes out 60 to the downside. That's right where VWAP is, and that's sort of where we started the day, right into here. So if we could take that out, that's VWAP right there at 60, then we'll get out. But it looks like we'll take a little bit of an early hit on this one. We're flat on the trade right now. Okay, there it is. It's a flush in Rivian, guys. Look at this trade here on that one. We just got out for a nice little win there. Short, short, short. Let's see if Rivian, there it goes. So we are going to get smacked around here a little bit. That's too bad on AMD. That's okay. We will recover from this one. But a nice move downside on Rivian. We took the shot on AMD in case it was a big day, but definitely not a big day here for AMD. So we took a shot on AMD. Let's take a piece out here in the mid 70s just to absorb some of that. If we can get a little bit of, there we go. If we can get a little bit of a bump back up, we'll take out 75s there. But right now, yeah, it looks like a missed call on that one. But down goes Rivian. Let's take another piece out here. This is a big one, man. Look at this market really cracking.
Yeah, telling me my Affirm is not doing well. They are running through Affirm even though it's at support. So this might actually be a quick loser here. But Marvell breaking through, Snow breaking through. We'll come back to it when we get back from Brendan.
Sober safe, guys. This little one continues its impressive move. A monster print, first of all, worth noting, but it did take out the pre-market high there. There was a new distribution deal announced for SOBR today.
Man, that's sobering. Okay, yeah, so good move on that. I'm going to go back in now, and I'm just going to say forget about all this nonsense. Why am I even trying to mess with something here? Let's just take PayPal short. And as soon as we do that, let's go. Right there, a nice little win on that one. 20 cents there for PayPal. Now, whether or not this stays down here, I think if we're going to short anything right now today, you guys have already spoken on the chat, man. You guys hate this company, so let's go short side. I couldn't believe the hatred when we were talking about PayPal on there. And you know what, man? Let's go. I'm here for the trade. So down here, 86.20 is the day's bottom here for PayPal. We'll just take out, I took out 10%, guys. 10% we took out for 20 cents at 50. So let's see if we can get it a little bit lower. 86.20. I'm going to put a bid right there in case we do get a flush down to that level. We're here to make some money on this name, so let's do that. And then there goes Rivian as well. Rivian now down to 31. We already took a piece out there, but there it is, Rivian, down to the downside, man. Damn it, I'm such an idiot for going long on that AMD. Again, like it's not a day ruiner, obviously, but yeah, we did lose on that and now making it back in spades on these other names. But definitely a little downside move there. There it is again. Let's hit the bangs going off right now early, man. There it is. We talked about shorting Rivian. It's the #1 name on this sticky note. Find me at Trader TV Sean. The #1 idea on there is a short of Rivian. And there it is. See you later, alligator, as my kids say.
Yeah, I got slapped around on Etsy. I was looking for potential longs on a move down on the future, so I was going for names that were strong on Friday. Etsy was one of those names that was actually holding up well. Well, it turns out Etsy didn't hold up well for me today because I actually got quickly taken out for a $1 hit on Etsy. So that's done, and then Affirm is having a fun time with it, right? Oh, it was down at 60, now it's back at 94. Again, I trusted the support area on Affirm for this long, so we're going to stick with that long. But unfortunately, for Etsy, quick hit there. Futures market bouncing off that 50. Now we're potentially thinking, hey, is there a nice little long on the futures as well that I can work with? It's looking like there might be. So here we are kind of looking for more names. Rivian, you got to pay for shorts. Damn it. Yeah. Okay, so I can't get into that Rivian game underneath 31. But now we still have Marvell, big dog Marvell, actually. Remember, I pointed this out to you. They just took out a nice little support base. So the short side, and it's still going too, so decent amount of sell side activity coming through Marvell underneath that 42. Now it's just a matter of getting the short. Am I going to pay 41 for it? No, absolutely not. But if we can just get a move back to the upside, then we could potentially work Marvell because that one moved very, very quick to the downside. So waiting on Marvell to maybe potentially bounce for a short.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving to our Canadian friends out there. And if you are wondering why the Canadian markets are closed, it's because it's Thanksgiving. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. Enjoy some turkey. Enjoy some great time with family. I know I'll be doing that later on today. And I'll be doing it in a celebratory mode. And why is that? Look at PayPal. It is just cranking to the downside. I want to give a big thank you to everybody in our chat for the hatred of this company because definitely made me change up my tone on that one. I was just like, the market's going down and everyone hates PayPal. Let's go. So we'll do that one. We'll slap a big fail on that one there for PayPal. Remember we said earlier, and this is what I think, and I got to sort of give some credit to Arun here and to you guys as well, that is patience, right? I mean, it's like you got to wait for key levels to come through. Not only key levels, but let the market bring you the answer, you know? And I mean, when PayPal went up here, touched that 200 period, and then started to fall, we were joining the party late, but we joined it, and it doesn't matter if you join the party late, as long as you come well dressed. And right now, this one's printing for us, as is Rivian, also trying to break 31. But we have the man, the myth. What's up, Brendo?
Nice day for Merck so far on this note, guys. A blood pressure disorder trial succeeding. So that data out this morning for this one. Merck up 3.5 today.
Okay, yeah, so that's a good story. So yeah, always happy whenever technology can sort of help people live better lives. So I'm definitely down for that. Shout out to Merck and everybody on there. But right now we have 2 shorts, PayPal, 1 long in Amazon. And that was a new one. I'm going to throw it back to you in a second here, Arun. You talked about trying to find some longs. Again, on the sticky note today, on the watch list, relatively strong was Amazon, looking to invest $1 billion plus in electrification of their European fleet or their business over there. So we're going to wait to see what happens now with Amazon. I've already picked it up down here. We are in the money, 30 cents on Amazon. And holy shit, oh my God. Nice little move move upside right here for Amazon. As you know, I mean, we're getting excited. We've averaged in 3 times for this. So there it goes back up to the upside. Oh, if this just, again, that AMD trade, but nicely, everything else really working for us, man. PayPal, see ya. And this is what happens, man. You take shares, you have opportunities to get out numerous times. So there's another one, man. Cashing in on PayPal right there. Again, off the sticky note talk, PayPal, downside. Any ideas for you over there?
No, PayPal.
Futures yet?
Not yet. Futures market's still working these 50s. PayPal, again, my whole thing was 87.50 to the upside, or we break through 85, right? So no trades. I was looking for potential longs, but if we're going to sell off, let's sell off. Let's trade the other side, which is the 85 break. At this point, the way it's sliding, there's a lot of sell side volume that's being pent up, that's being taken out right now. Let's see if it holds up through that 85 mark. If it does, then clearly it's going to be negative, and we're going to take a little shot towards that 84 at that point. But for the time being, that's all I've got. I got the one long on Affirm. We tried that Etsy trade earlier, did not work out. We're still holding on to that Affirm trade now. I'm looking for potential futures market for futures trades on the ES, but it's not giving you a whole lot right now. The way the market's been moving, they're resisting anything to the upside. So like I said earlier, when Sean asked me about the bull or the bear, and I was like, I don't know. I'm kind of staying out of that one. It's how I feel with this market. I'm going to ride Affirm because of the way it's set up, the only one. I'm not going to get involved in index names because I don't have an index read itself. This market clearly wants to bring in some sell-side volume from those 60s now through 50. So we might lose this market. And if we do lose through the 40s, then I'm going to have to switch around and start looking index names on the short side.
No rush.
For the time being, we're not going to get too involved in this market. We're just going to wait for this market to give us the information that we need to work with. I do have a few names. Marvell obviously broke through the bottom. I've got Microsoft now underneath 232 and Boeing as well above now it's back underneath, but above 134. Potential trades being set up, but I need to get the market to give me what I need to make the decision on which direction I want to go for.
All right. This is where I get in trouble from Brendan, because he's going to be like, yo, we told you about this stock. But look at AMV right now. There's some talk here about this on the chat. Obviously, I don't know if Brendan brought this one yet. It only has 10,000 shares done, and it's already halted to the upside. So watch out here for AMV, Atlas Motor Vehicles right now. So like I said, Brendan's probably talked about this, but we'll wait to see if there is any news. This is just going to be volatility, I'd assume. They're getting cracked out on AMV, only 10,000 shares, but you guys are talking about it, so that's that. All right, I'm going to take out one more piece here on PayPal as we bouncing back into the 86 area. I do, understand that Arun over here was looking at 85. So if 85 is going to be something that we can target possibly as an area, then we can now hold the rest. We're out of half, and now we're kind of now it's really getting back upside. I'm going to take out one more piece just so I have less than half. There it is. So now we're out of the majority now of PayPal. If it does rip back up, we do have some higher targets, but let's not try to let this one turn against us too much. Rivian, we are almost out of Rivian. We did get that low take right back into here, into 30. I do want to watch 30 for a concern for me on Rivian. Anything else? Netflix, you guys want to look at? Let's have a look at Netflix. Netflix has been strong, to be honest with you, in this rally upside. So there it is. Okay, so I didn't even realize that. Up 2.25% right now for Netflix. And this name looks like it wants to run as well today. So wow. Okay, yeah, that 228 break was pretty huge there for Netflix. Let's just wait to see. Wow, this one really getting going. Nice move upside. This is what I'm talking about when you're talking about strength today. Look at Netflix going to the upside there. Don't know what the catalyst is. Maybe an upgrade again for Netflix, but up 2.5%. Still trying to take out. Wow, there goes Netflix. Okay. All right, so we've given back everything on PayPal now because it's back to where we're short. But what has been ringing the register for us is Amazon back up to the upside. Now, the only thing about Amazon is we only took out one piece. I still think it can go higher here. What if this market turns back to Greensville? Oh, and Prad closed the poll, which is good. I sort of wanted to close it at 9:30 and I forgot. Well, Bulls won. It was 51.49 when we closed it. So I got to keep it, man. We will do another poll near midday, see if we can change that back. But so far, that you guys win, man. The Bulls win. Let's see if it can hold it out right now. Over 3,000 votes on the poll. And guess how many likes right now, guys? 1.1K likes. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's see if we can get to 1.5. Brendo, what up?
Note from JP Morgan, guys, on Netflix, it looks like, here we go. They may haul in billions of dollars by selling ads, according to JP Morgan, guys.
I mean, they may do it,
but
at the same time, how many people are going to be okay with it? Given how many competitive streaming services there are out there, are people going to be okay with the idea of higher subscription fees and ads as well? So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out in terms of their subscription model as this market. Yes, it bounced off 50, but it's not solid enough. As you can see, I picked up some meta longs as well. A reason for the meta long: if this market's going to, be at least somewhat stable around 50, I can find stocks that are somewhat stable around a support base. And for me, around 134 seems like a decent support base to work with on meta going back to, what is this, the end of October? No, end of September? Yeah, September 28th or so. There seems to be some action around here. I'm willing to take a shot on this. As I say, that market falls off, right? So relative strength is the name of the game if I'm playing longs at the moment. So that's what I'm doing, trying to play relative strength. We'll see how this holds up. If this market turns, we're going to get some movement here in these names. If this market turns around and goes down, then obviously I'm going to jump into the relative weak names and go for the short. Brennan.
Big move down for 5.9 this morning on this note this morning. Yeah, CEO gone, resigned. FIVN, guys, getting crushed. Down 17% to recent lows.
Gulp. Yeah, not a great little story there for them. Just quickly here, PayPal. So PayPal ripped up and then came right back down. So I just got another piece out right there. And it's funny because it went right to my lines again, man. It went right to the 50 period, right to VWAP right there, and then turned. It turned exactly at the price that we had. I mean, I guess it might have wicked a little bit higher, but that was a really good turn there for PayPal. So we were able to get more out. We should have got more short, but we did not. Now in the money, look at this Amazon trade. You want to talk about, getting on something bullish right there. Amazon, and if you're part of Sticky Note Nation, man, like Rivian, short. Ford, we didn't even look at that yet. Amazon, long right now. AMD, short. Like, the only name we haven't looked at, we haven't looked at Tesla or Ford yet, but so far we're ringing the registers on this one. We're back to Greensville. I mean, we made everything back off that AMD debacle earlier on. Let's just check out what AMD is doing right now. Yeah, and I went long, so welcome to me right now. It's continuing to get destroyed to the downside. I don't feel like there's any reason to get even involved with AMD anymore. So I'm just going to leave this. We've identified Netflix as relatively strong. We've identified Amazon as relatively strong. So let's just keep on these. I'm going to get another piece out here on Amazon. There it is again. We'll ring the register one more time. But let's just keep this going here. Really happy with some of the positions that we have on. Looking to get more. There's Meta. I joined you in Meta. I'm late on this, obviously. But I'm going to take a 135 break to the long side right here on Meta, and there it is, man. So we're starting to catch in more and more here. Wow, good trade there for me on this name. Let's see if it can hold these high sides right now. I'm long Meta, and it's a decent sized position for me. Let's see if Meta can hold.
Yeah, that's the thing with when you're trading early on, just be aware that, the market's open. Doesn't mean just because the market's open, you got to jump into positions, right? You got to figure out how the market wants to play this, and then you identify whether you want to go for the longs or the short based on relative strength. For me, obviously, I went for a firm, had to ride this one all the way down. Now it's coming back into that 19 area. So we're still long. We were long earlier. We could have gotten a much better price. But again, we're playing relative strength in support zones with the futures market also in an old resistance level that's acting as support. So you're going to get some action here, getting in on a firm. A firm's now only out 5 cents, and Meta's up $1.11. So this was just a very recent entry too. First target for me is going to be north of 136 into kind of that opening low that we put in around that 136.50. I'm going to try to work somewhere between 30 and 50, 136.30 and 136.50 as the first target exit. While that's happening, though, I'm still going to manage this position and see if I can actually lock in more and more of this as we go. We're starting to get some traction here on the S&P side, so we're going to get some strength in the index names. So I got to look at Apple. Microsoft's getting smoked. I don't even know what's going on over there. Yeah. So I'm going to take a look at Apple. Forget Microsoft. That's relatively weak. Let me see what Amazon's doing. Let me see what Tesla's doing, and we'll come back to it and see if we can grab some more index names with this kind of strength. Brennan.
Not seeing anything on this yet, guys, but notable move here for Peloton this morning. When we were talking about a lot last week, up 5% right now with the market downside in a big way. So Peloton on the move.
I just said under my breath there before you brought that story. I was like, oh, I hope it's not long, because I wanted to buy some of that stock. And I've been talking about buying some Peloton, man. I really do think that name has a chance to go. Someone is going to buy that thing, I have a feeling. Spidey sense is very strong on Peloton. But I've thought that for a while and been completely wrong and destroyed on that. I mean, I haven't. Whatever, it's not hurting me by any stretch of the imagination. But what is happening right now is this, man. I mean, this is like, It's just too bad that we had that AMD, but look what's happening with Meta right now. And I'm going to dab up my boy over here. You know, it's really nice to see Arun back in the building one more time. Really happy because, you know, you have this Meta long, I believe, as well. Do you, or did you were waiting for a pullback?
No, I got it at 134.
You have it, yeah. So this guy's already got that. I hammered that long at 135. I just heard out of the corner of my mouth, corner of my ear, that, you know, let's look at Meta as relatively strong because we had Amazon already. Netflix looked like it had blown out a little bit. So Meta definitely off that 35 long. We hit that, and then there's a bunch of cashes there as we break through. You mentioned that Microsoft was relatively weak, just like it was there on Friday. So whenever I hear stuff like that, I feel like the big guys can really drag down everything. So that made me get out a little bit of Meta up there. We'll see what happens right now on that play. But Amazon, well baked up to the upside, man. That was cooking. We got out of that pretty good there as well. PayPal, I mean, you're right back at this level, guys. Honestly, I'm just going to put another bid and take another piece out on PayPal because that was a
oh my God
type of trade. So thanks to for this one because Brendan put this one right on the PayPal, right on our, speak of the devil, right on our watch list there today, PayPal. And again, one of the names that we've talked about early and often. What up, Brendo?
Novavax, guys, big day to the upside. Some COVID-related headlines coming out of South Korea this morning for their COVID vaccine, it looks like. So NVAX to the upside in a big way, almost 10% at one point.
Whoop, whoop.
I looked at Invex the other day. I was surprised by the share price. I was like, wait, really? Is it really like double digits now? Because it used to be, is it double digits? Yeah, I think it was double digits, right? Yeah, it's like 17 or 18 bucks. I remember this being much higher than that. So NVAX having a nice move. But again, if with the relative strength, I'm trying to go for names that are doing well right now. Obviously, we've got Meta and we've got Affirm. But I also picked up some Tesla names, Tesla shares there. Why? I've been looking at how, you know, Tesla's been playing this area here through this 223 after having a nice move to the downside. Now we're starting to find stability. Starting to find some stability, and now we're getting above 226. Yeah, I think it's worth a shot. The risk on this is about 2 and change. I have a ton of upside here towards 230, 231. So decent risk reward here on Tesla to take that shot north of 226. Obviously, with the market coming back down, Tesla's going to come back too. This is the danger you're going to deal with in a name like this. But at the same time, risk reward says good. Index is at the right spot to do it, so it's worth the shot. You're not going to win all of them, but at the same time, you got to be willing to take those shots. So for now, it does look like the market is still deciding off these 50s, but I've got 3 longs here, and they're still trying to figure out which direction they want to go because Affirm still has yet to actually clear 19 in a very meaningful way, even though it's got a ton of support in terms of the longer term chart. So we're just gonna have to give it some time. But for the time being, we've got Meta up 80 cents now, and Tesla's up 20 cents. Tesla's really struggling here north of 226, but then again, the index is doing nothing at these 50s themselves. So we're just gonna have to wait this one and let them work for the time being.
I mean, look, we don't give financial advice here or anything, Frank, but I mean, I think you got to just look at a chart of AMD and figure out that it might not be time to buy yet because, I mean, it just keeps on tanking. So, I don't know, man. I mean, whenever you're at $56, whatever AMD's at today, seems like it has 50 in mind. So that might be something to look at there. This is why Ford's pretty tricky, right? I mean, we talked about that before, and we talked about it when Neil and I were going long against that 12, and then when it broke, we didn't even really have the short. So, Neil did, but again, we didn't trust it. It wasn't a big position. And this is why, like, look at today. Ford just doing nothing today. Bad news comes in, it gets hit, and then does nothing right now. So I don't know. I'm still thinking short here on Ford as the market retraces back down to its days low. So I think that could be something that we would respect against this, maybe this 40, 42. So let's put on a small little position here for Ford. And the reason why I say it's going to be small is, again, I'm not like overly trusting of the short. Like I feel like it should have shorted already into this. So let's just put on, you know, couple shares here at 36. If we're lucky enough to get it at this point, I might need to rip up and fill us here come on, like put the trade on and then talk about it, my friend. Oh, this happens all the time. There it goes. So now I have to sacrifice and get 34s. It's okay. We're still waiting for 36s there. 2 pennies sucks though on Ford because it doesn't move that much. 2 pennies is almost the whole range right there. So we'll get a short on that one and see what's popping off. That meta trade turned sour real quick right now. We're out. Oh yeah. And as you were talking there, and as we went to Brendan before, we're going to go to him in a minute. You see, as it came back down here to 35. So right now, I only have on 30% of my initial trade. But here it comes right back into some key levels. Wow, this market's getting to the downside. Brendo, did something just happen or?
I will double check, but I want to mention this one, guys. APDN, big mover, actually halted initially. I was checking the market cap here, 16 million on the market cap. New order for one of their drugs this morning. That was at 9:45. Mid six figures order into a $16 million market cap. So APDN, a big mover.
Yeah, this market's turning. It is hasn't found traction in any direction, and now it's picking up sell-side volume. After finding a nice little long that went 10 points, now it's fully turning around. That means Tesla's coming down. That means Meta, which was a huge winner, is now rotating out through there. I'm out of Tesla now. This is maybe longs aren't the way to be. We'll make the money back on the shorts, but for the time being, Tesla we're done with. We're going to walk away. That's my second hit for the day. Etsy didn't work out. Now Tesla didn't work out. So clearly, when you don't know or you don't have a pretty good idea of how this market is kind of getting or which direction this market is feeling, you got to stay away. So this is costing me some money right now, but we can pick up relatively weak names. We know Boeing was strong, but not Boeing. Marvell was relatively weak off the open. So see if I can grab some trades on Marvell. Wow, damn. Okay, that fell off way too quick. But we're going to need a bounce. But I'm going to find some relatively weak names and maybe set up the short side because the longs clearly are not working.
Yeah, I'm looking over here. So we've averaged in. We have a pretty big position on now for Meta as it just fell back into some of those levels that we thought we liked, man, this 133.50 area. So if I'm here to trade, then we got to put on some positions in a name that I think is relatively strong. I mean, our PayPal still held up, our Amazon is still held up, but I'm pretty dug in now to Meta against 133.50. If it breaks 133.50, then I'm sort of with Arun right now. We don't have to, we can give up our longs and then just regroup. This was a big move to the downside. It looked like it was trying to go. It was hovering around the 50 period. We did get out of the majority of that, but now we've averaged back in. You can see what my price is. We're long at 134. So it'll be a 50-cent hit. We can hold it, but we do have decent amount of shares on right now. So would suck to get a hit here, but again, we're not like digging in like crazy to this position. So, kind of broke, didn't break, but we got out anyways right there on the Meta breakthrough 133. What's up, Brendan?
There are some more Fed members making some comments today. Fed's Evans right now making some comments regarding just basically what we saw on Friday with the jobs number. So still no evidence of inflation cooling was the last word there from Fed's Evans, guys.
All right. I actually got, okay, so yeah, maybe that's part of the story here. Like as if Meta, like we get stopped out again there because I'm at 50, and then now it just rips back up to the upside. We did re-engage in it, so we're making it all back, not all back, but we're making the majority of this back here. Let's get some out right there. Oh, I'm gonna honestly, close to throwing something, but it's all good. As long as we can hold out for this, move back up to the upside, then we should be all gravy. But yeah, that sucked because we got out there and then we took back 75% of the position we had, we took it back on. So, good in, but again, we got out at, see, it didn't even break. Like, did it break 50? I don't know what happened there. But we got right back in. But the problem is I got back in at 69er, and we got out at 50. So we sacrificed 19 cents there on Meta. So that kind of sucks. But there it is. Nice little pullback to the upside. Let's just respect this and get a little piece out here. We're back to green. We're green on the day. Everything is fine. But definitely not having get dumped out there on Meta would have saved us a hell of a lot of money there because we would have saved ourselves that 20 cents getting back in. Remember when it was happening, I was like, did that just break 50 or nah? And then, anyways, that's that story. So we're back into Meta. PayPal continues to fall. My target is actually right here. I'm at 85.50. This is $1.13 in the money. So we're going to go bang on that one. And I am actually going to, in honor of that Netflix documentary, time in hands right now for PayPal. Let's see where it goes, but there goes nice trade for me here on Meta, guys. Right back into the 30s, so it did support some of those bottoms. We're taking another piece out there at 32 for a 70-cent win. Unfortunately, if you guys got out at that level, then you got out at it. And that's why it's very hard to trail guys like Arun, myself, Neil, Prad, Sharif, everybody that's on the show, because we have the ability to just really switch it up really fast. But, you know, happy with it. We're positive on Meta, and let's see what happens now to the upside. Rivian still 55 cents in the money. Am I going to miss that? PayPal. Bang! Yes, there it is right there. Spin it.
Money.
This is for my friend Sharif down there. A nice little move on PayPal. Now $1.30 in the money on PYPL.
Yeah, it's still trending to the downside. It won't take out any of the levels that I want to work with, either 87.50 or 85. Still trending somewhere in between. So for the time being, we're staying out of this one. This market is rotating. So what I'm looking to do is find weak names that I could potentially be on the short side of. We know we want to play with Marvell. Marvell's kind of moving way too quickly, though. It's kind of already gone. That one you had to short essentially from the open. If you took 41, 80 low break, you're in the money now, but that one had to be done very, very early. So Marvell's probably done with. Microsoft's still weak. Microsoft I can still work with as long as the index now, as long as the futures market is willing to break through about 36, 35-ish, then I'd be more comfortable going for Microsoft. Microsoft's already been relatively weak. It's just going to be a matter of how well is it going to rally up if this market were to snap back up from these 40s. So I'm going to keep an eye on Microsoft. If we just get that 36.35 break and then look for the short on Microsoft on a pop, we're still holding on to the other two. We've still got Meta. We held through it all. We're still got Meta up 47 cents, and Affirm still not getting any traction north of 19. So clearly 19 is going to be a problem, although the longer term support might be there. Affirm is having a problem with 19, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on it. If it keeps stalling out there, we might have to just walk away, take a small hit on Affirm in the event that we do get a rally. But what I'm doing, though, is preparing the flip side of the trades, meaning I'm looking for shorts. I'm trying to find what potential shorts I can get once this market gets to a place where I'm like, you know what, I want to be short. I want to flip to shorts and shorts only. So for now, I'm looking at BA potential around that 134. BA was strong earlier, but now it's starting to, go sideways a little bit. I don't mind BA shorting into something that seems like it's topping out a little bit. Microsoft relatively weak, Marvell relatively weak, and then Snow had a nice little pop that just completely fell apart. Snow is now at 170, so that's going to be one to watch potentially on the short side as well.
Snow's at 170. Shout out to my friend Henry. I will look at Palantir in a minute. As we're just sort of regrouping a little bit here. So let's talk a little bit about what we're doing. So, all right, Amazon broke VWAP, so I took another piece out. So out of this whole Amazon trade, I only have 20% left of Amazon. Most of them were out here at the pre-market high. And again, if those of you that watch me trade, you know that those are going to be key levels for me. So are VWAP, so is the 50 period, right? The 200 period is becoming increasingly more important for me, but still, I still don't trust it as much as the other ones. So we do take a piece out on that. PayPal, Arun, this PayPal, did you go short at 85?
No.
No, because that was a great call by you. So shout out to this guy over here, because PayPal falls, actually new position alert on Netflix. PayPal's just continuing to fall to the downside right now, like brutally to the downside. So watch out here as this is continuing to go, man. You guys were 100% right. I give shout outs to all of our chat there. Like the hatred that I saw spewing for PayPal, and I apologize, I didn't understand the story as well, and I still don't, but I mean, this name is getting just taken out today, man. Down 6%. We have pretty much the best short I could have, because there's no way I was going to short that pop until I saw the move come back down. So realistically, we probably could be short at 87, but we'll take this 10 times out of 10. And then just quickly before we go over to Brendan, because we did have a new position, I'm going to take this out if we can get it. We are long right now. Netflix at 229 flat. So we're $1 in the money on Netflix right here. If it can rip up through 230, let's take a piece. But why are we even getting greedy? I'm going to take a piece out right now and throw it back over to Brendan. Bang, right there, 80 cents. Let's go.
Just like that, 10 o'clock, guys, let's get a check of how things are shaping up so far. A bit of a mixed board to show you on a relatively quiet Monday. The S&P still red, 0.3 to the downside. The Dow has gone green, 0.06 there to the upside. The Russell 2000, notably strong once again, 0.13 in positive territory. Just waiting for these guys. The NASDAQ, both the composite and the 100, exactly the same right now, 0.67, 0.68 in negative territory. A few things to note if you joined us in the pre-market. Tesla, RBC with a price target cut. Chinese deliveries, however, better than expected. PayPal, just an absolute strange weekend for PayPal with this misinformation policy, and then they take it back, I guess, calling it an error. I don't know. PayPal downside, as we saw in a big way. Rivian recalling 13,000 of 14,000 vehicles that they have delivered so far. There's Tesla, now 1% higher on the day after we mentioned Tesla early on this morning. Rivian, however, yeah, not so much. Still kind of chopping around here, guys. Back over to you.
Like, I love having Neil beside me. I mean, there's absolutely no problem with that. But like, some of these calls today, man, that I'm having, I don't know if I'm feeding this or what, but like, we are now $1.70 in the money on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? We are now $1.95. I mean, every time I look over here, this just keeps on PayPal to the downside right now. We are now 90 cents in the money on this huge Meta. I mean, Meta's going to be PayPal's going to be my number one stock. I was telling Arun, like, if I don't hit that stop right there, then we have a big trade on here for me for Meta. Unfortunately, we did give up the 19 cents and then only got back in 75%. Meta's a strong name for me today, and we are up on it. So I'm going to take another piece out here if we can. There it is, another one out on this high side for Meta. But I'm still hoping that the market will rebound and we'll get back up here. But we are definitely realizing some of this profit as we're having a pretty decent day for us right now. Look at all the position I have on. Ford right now, short. Not a great position. You guys saw me take that short 34. Amazon's not the greatest. $1 in the money on whatever this name is, Meta. $1 in the money. Netflix just pulled back a little bit. Maybe we got a little too greedy. I was waiting up here at 232. We probably should have got long there, 229. Look what we're long off, the 50 period. Long 229, out 230. We probably should have taken a 231. I'm going to put that order back in. You want to talk about having a good day. Look at the positions. PayPal right there. $2 now in the money. Wake up, Canadians. It's Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, as well. And then there goes Rivian to the downside as well. Nicely cooked up there, 75 cents in the money. You know what's... okay, we'll just do this quickly because I just said Happy Thanksgiving. So, I mean, I hope you're not having a chicken today, but let's just pretend as we don't have any Thanksgiving graphics for you, but we do have that chicken one there. I want to say a big happy Thanksgiving. Oh, Lucas, do you know how to search those files? No, Fahad? No, I'm saying Lucas, that's why I said, Fahad, you got to let me finish, man. I was saying Lucas knows how to search those files because I think we did have a Thanksgiving one. So if it's in the database, I'm pretty sure we have one. That would be kind of fun to do it, but that's okay if we do not. Right now, let's watch out for this market, Arun, because I don't know, and I apologize if you put on a futures position. I've sort of missed it, but we're starting to now take down the day's low.
Yeah, this 35 area is where I would like to play. They're struggling a little bit. Clearly, there's no buy-side traction. So sell-side moves coming through this 35 would have to be the primary read. Meta, the whole thing about relative strength on Meta, that's why we're going for the longs. Yeah, that works when you have the index behind you. When you don't have the index behind you, it's very hard to play relative strength in a down market, right? So I'm backing away from the long reads. I took my win on Meta. It's like 15 cents or something on Meta. So we're walking away from Meta. And then Affirm, that one's it's just the way it's trading. I'm kind of caught in the middle of nowhere, really, because the stop is below 40. Somewhere below 40, and the market doesn't want to get above 19. So here it's just kind of working through these 1850s and change. So I'm just going to leave it be, but I'm going to prioritize now given where we are on the futures. I'm going to prioritize my reads on the market, on the index itself. So am I going to go for the short south of 35, or am I going to look for a potential bounce off these 35s and grab a long?
Whoa. That's
going to be the question that needs to be answered. I'm sure I'll find an answer in the next little bit. So now we're bouncing to 43. This is how aggressive we're getting.
This is crazy.
We're going to get some information on this because right now I can't do what Sean's doing. He's got what? 3 longs, 3 shorts in this market, and I have no clue which direction I would favor in this market. No, I can't do it. So I'm going to stick with the one trade that I have that I'm caught in, and I'm just going to wait this one out until I get enough to work with, and then I'll step in the direction that I want. Once I get the direction that I want, or once I get the information I need for the direction that I want, then I'll step into equity names that are either relatively weak or relatively strong. But until that, you're going to see me with just Affirm and then just paying attention to what the futures are doing.
Come on, Arun, you can't have 6 positions, 3 and 3.
Nope.
Oh man, but yeah, no, and that's And again, it just goes to the point of like trade your own style. I mean, you know, you got to know what's comfortable for yourself, what you're able to do, and what you're looking for, right? And so I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day and really loving life right now on all of these positions. As there goes Meta again. We did take a little piece out. Let's see if we can respect that 135 area there for Meta. So that could be a little bit of an area of concern for me right there. And look what else is happening right now. Cha-ching! It's a banger right now again on Ford. It's not a huge trade because, hey, Ford doesn't move that much, but there it is. We've averaged in a little bit on this name. We'll take a 34 out, boomed it to the downside. We're short 37 now. It's 37.7 on Ford. We waited for that short. It came right up to VWAP, right in there, right into our price. So we'll take advantage of that. I'm going to put another bid here. Well, I'll just whatever, get filled right away at 33. Let's just put another one on 31. What I'm using here on these exchanges are, this is more for people that are on Day Trade the World watching this with us. On a stock like Ford, I use a gateway that I have to pay for because I don't want to wait in line. The lineups are too big. Like, I don't want this name to come to 11:30 and then it literally fills everything, but doesn't fill an ARCA or something like that. I want to get on a little bit more of an aggressive gateway. I don't mind paying to get the fill. So just a quick little update on that one. We are in the money, and this is the thing. This is what Arun was talking about there. You know, trade your own book. I'm in the money on all 6 positions right now. What's up, Brendan?
A couple of big movers here. One is a Chinese fintech. This is LU. Up 11% here, just about to take out the high, 250, a bit of a sticking point, but huge volume on this. Not seeing any headlines yet on Lu. And then this Pineapple Energy starting to go. They needed some Pineapple Energy at the Rogers Center this weekend, but did not get any guys. But Peggy back in play.
That's all Neil's fault.
No, he doesn't like pineapple.
I mean,
that is his
Neil
fault.
can say whatever he wants about the Blue Jays, but I mean, it's pretty much his fault, and I don't know where he came up with that theory. But the fact that, wasn't it Gurriel is supposed to be the pineapple guy, and he's hurt, right? So maybe Brendo is right there. We did need some Lourdes Gurriel. Congratulations to all the Seattle Mariners fans. We were at a bar drinking, and there's super nice people, man. Like, they did say that they like Toronto maybe a little bit better than Seattle, but shout out to all the Seattle fans out there. It was a fantastic time there. We were drinking with you guys. That was before game 1 and when the series was 0-0 right there. But it was a great time had by all. I had a fantastic time at the game, and it's just too bad that they wound up losing. But here in Toronto, so be it. I mean, if we won one round, I think we would have a parade right at this point. So congratulations to another great year for the Jays, but not a great finish. So shout out to all of y'all out there that are Jays fans. We did take out a little bit more Meta, as here it comes, Arun. This market, again, just keeps taking out lows. So I feel like these shorts, I can see that the shorts are really printing. I mean, this Ford is now a dime piece in the money as we go right back down into the bottom of the day here for Ford. So this was a really good short. Again, another name. If you're not on the sticky note, look what we have today. Rivian short, that's $2 in the money. Ford short, that's a dime. We have the high, we have the low. Amazon long, that's my number 1 stock. AMD short, I went long. That's smart. And then Tesla we have on here, watching out for that 220, which I haven't even looked at yet. Did you get into a Tesla trade? Or I know you were looking.
I got smoked on the Tesla trade.
Okay, so that was
I went long right through that 226 and then just nope and did a U-turn on Tesla. That's also when the market decided that it wanted to do an absolute U-turn when it bounced from 50 to 60 and then right through that 50. So here we are now sitting at 35. So we're losing some index names. We've already lost Microsoft. We're starting to lose. Tesla's starting to top out. Even though it's positive, it is starting to top out. And then, what was it? Apple. Apple was already also down almost 1% as well. So Apple would be the next one up. I'm very close to taking a futures trade. I just don't know. I'm just waiting a little bit more.
Did you want to review that a little bit? Is there a price?
35. We're sitting right there at 35. Yeah. So Apple's there. Remember, index names, relative weakness. Market's down, what, S&P? Well, if you're doing Apple, you're going to look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's down almost 1%. Apple's very close to it. So we're just going to wait a little bit. It's not solid enough. That's why I find it very impressive that you got a full board like you do, because I'm just like, it is hard to get a read on what this market is actually feeling. Although the weight is to the sell side, it is struggling as much as it is around these 40s. So I can't fully commit to either side at the moment. As someone in the chat says, Arun's Sean's a drag racer with his positions. I'm driving Miss Daisy. Yeah, I am. She's holding a little egg too. So I got to be very careful on how to deal with this. So I'm just gonna back off and let Sean do his thing, and I'm just gonna, just watch. That's all I can do. When I don't know, I'm just gonna watch until I get the information I need to make a decision.
You know, that reminds me, like I can't just be here for a pretty face because then I wouldn't be here. But I have a story to tell about that. That's funny you say driving Miss Daisy. I got my license. And it was almost the next weekend. It wasn't the next weekend, but and then my grandmother, I don't know where my grandfather was, but she didn't really drive that much. And I think I was sleeping over at her place, or I went to visit her or whatever. And so I just got my license. So she goes, "Here, Sean, take my car out. Let's go garage sailing." So it was like, I was like 17 or 8, well, I must have been 16. I just got, so I don't know if, here in Ontario, and I don't know what it is now, but there's a graduated license process here. So I might have been 17. I don't know what you are when you finally get, you're all clear that you're allowed to drive, by yourself basically. And she didn't have her license because my grandfather drove her around everywhere, and he must have been out somewhere. And she goes, or maybe he wasn't. He was just like, "I'm not going out garage sailing." And I was like, "All right, let's go." And then it was just so funny because we would stop at all these different driveways, and she had like her newspaper. She knew where to go, what garage sales to go, and the big joke is that like I was driving around Miss Daisy. So it was that was really fun and really cool. And a shout out to my grandmother who I saw this weekend, 92. Damn. So I'm hoping to get to that level at some point. So shout out to you, Grandma. I hope you're doing well, and there's no way in hell she's watching the show. So I will give her a shout out regardless anyways. All right, so that's my little story there. All right, let's just keep going there. You guys are right, man. Whether or not we're drag racing or just running through mud here. Netflix is $1.50 in the money, and I just think it's patience, right? It came down to the level that we liked, and there it is. We take that for sure right there. So that's a good little level for me there. Meta, I took a lot of shares, man, and it just keeps on topping out. Like, I'm waiting for this to blow. I want this to get above 135, but if it's not going to, then I feel ridiculous not getting it out right here, because when it breaks down through VWAP, I get a piece out anyways. So it's like, I got to, if I'm going to get a piece out when it breaks the bottoms, I have to get a piece out as we're testing tops. So that's sort of some of the work that I've done, looking at some of my trading and realizing that I'm not taking pieces out enough when we're doing things like this, because I panic when it goes down, and then when it goes up, I don't have enough on board. So I feel like I've emptied out a lot right here. We're going to try to see if the market, I'm never going to say the market bottomed at any time. It's 10:15, but maybe we get a bounce, and look at the levels that we're on. And again, Arun's going over the S&P, but here's that NASDAQ bottom. It's right here again at 11,000. We talked about that earlier, that we were coming back down. 10,100. It just broke that 11,000 right now. The 11,100 was the top. You're down that 100 points now and starting to take out some of these lows. So for me, being in a name like Meta that we know is pretty not loved right there on the street, we are taking advantage that it's up 0.8, but at the same time, we are nervous that we don't have the juice to sort of get back to where we were. So Meta was well traded there. We let it fall back in. We got out when it broke 50. We got right back in. So let's see if we're strong enough here to hold it to 135. I do have an offer at 135. So if we do come up there, we'll take a piece out. I'll probably get out of about 20% of what I have left, which is only 30% of that bottom trade. So we are out of the majority of this. Let's see if it can, okay, here we go. Now we're ripping upside. This is good enough for me, baby. There it is right there. Let's go. A little bit of diamond hand action as now we crank higher. Hey, man, you want to give me that 135.40 Meta? I'm here for that. Let's get out of some more Ford.
Yeah, I'm still looking through names as this market bouncing around 35. We're looking at that 35 as the inflection point, but yet we're not getting any traction. We're getting bounces, but we're not getting any traction off this 35. So, I mean, these guys are making money off that Meta. I gave up on Meta with a 15-cent winner, so I'm okay with that. But I'm just trying to find potential. At this point, I'm not going to take a trade. I'm going to set up the next set of trades. So at this point, what do I do if this market actually stabilizes? I need some longs ready to go. And what happens if this market actually moves through this 35 and loses any sort of buy-side potential that it's showing at the moment? I need some shorts ready to go as well. So that's what I'm doing, spending my time. You don't always have to be involved, but you do have to be engaged. And being engaged doesn't necessarily mean in a trade. It could also mean setting up your next potential trades so that when you're ready to execute, you just execute what you need to do. So me, I'm just looking at potential Microsoft as a potential short. Microsoft's been weak, so the fact that it broke through that 231 opens the door for a nice little move to the downside if we can actually get the right set of prices, and we can also get the index to cooperate a little bit to the sell side. So Microsoft's a short side candidate as well. Apple, Meta, Sean's Meta is a buy side candidate. If this market stabilized and we actually get some decent buy side movement on the index, then Meta I would join in on the buy side again if I can get the prices that I want. Apple itself, Apple's a tougher one because although it's below kind of the pre-market low, it's still above the bottom end support that you're showing back on, what is this, the 3rd? So at the beginning of the month, right? So still above that 138. So it's gonna be a tricky one if you do go for the short because you're limited in terms of downside. The easier trade on Apple is gonna be the upside. So I'm gonna call this a long candidate if the market stabilizes, given the price that it's trading at. So that's all we're gonna do, just line them up, mark them off, and then once this market does what it needs to do and determine the direction, then we'll just go into that group and start working those names. But for the time being, this market's not giving you anything. But keep in mind, Thursday, CPI, we've got Fed minutes on Wednesday. So next 2 days, as someone said, it could be quiet. You might get a lot of this choppy action until we actually get some, some sort of reason to start moving off those news events.
So shout out to you in there, Pita Panda. Man, I love pitas. I got to go back to that. That reminds me of Pita Pit. Those of you that know Pita Pit there. I think that might have only been a Canadian thing there, but yeah, so these are my positions, and yeah, we are relatively strong. We're long the strong names, like we're long Amazon. I mean, yeah, this is, first of all, if anyone wants to employ me to run their hedge fund, send me at TraderTV Sean. Well, actually, I'm not going anywhere, so forget about that. But there's Amazon long right there, Meta long as well. We have that long, and then we have Netflix long. Like Netflix is $2 in the money. Meta's $1.40 in the money. Amazon's 40 cents in the money. And then look at the shorts we have. Shout out to Randy. We've got Ford short right now, so shout out to Randy on that one. 11.25, man. We let Ford pop up. They got downgraded. I love the company for a long, but it's down 8% today. Let's play the momentum. Ford right now at day's low, and we shorted that, came back in. That's a good position for me. That's short. What other name might we have short? How about PayPal? Now we're light on these shorts because they've already came down. I did not take advantage of PayPal enough. We should have got out down here at 84.65. So yeah, man, maybe I'd be good at managing the positions, but not great at getting out of them all right there. So that was a nice little move to the downside. We should have got out of that one. And then another one that we're short here today, Rivian. So we're short Ford, PayPal, and Rivian, the names that were negative and the names that are on the sticky note right there. And then long Amazon, Meta, and Netflix. Stronger names long, weaker names short. This is how we do it, Montel Jordan style. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning for small caps as well. Here comes a few that we're moving around in the pre-market. We discussed Neuro very quickly, 9.5% still, but this 320 was support, finally breaks. I wasn't watching, but missed this, which I wish I saw that break to the downside. We'll see what happens though if we get a retest of 320 versus that 340 high. Prior to the break for NURO, Peggy, I was talking about a little bit earlier as well. I was wondering what was going to happen here at 390. That was a big time resistance level midday on Friday. It's trying to hold right now as support. 420 would be the next stop for Pineapple Energy. And then this one, IMUX, 560, this 550, 560 kind of chop area from the pre-market comes into play. It was trading around 550 and got up to 57, 58, 59, and looked like it was going to run through that 60. So I got out and then back in again there for IMUX starting to work once again. Downside, guys.
Yeah, this is, I don't know about you, Sean. I know you're having a great time with your positions. For me, though, given how things are working out, I'm thinking about lunch. And when every time he says Pineapple Energy, I'm thinking pineapple pizza.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And Neil's not here, so we can actually do it
God.
and not have him complain about it. But yeah, I'm thinking about Hawaiian pizza right now. It's it's something that I missed when I was in Europe.
What's the workout like today? Are you taking the day off?
No, I already did the workout.
You already did it.
I always do my workout early in the morning. So
gyms don't close. They don't close. Do you have it at home?
They're open at 5. No. If I need to work out at home, I'll do it. But I also try to go to a gym. But they're open at 5, so I'm there at 5 and try to get it done before I start.
Wasn't sure
my
about
day.
Thanksgiving, but. All right.
Oh no, that one I just did at home.
Oh, today you did at home?
Yeah,
Okay,
they're open later. So, but I'm ready to go. I want some pineapple on my pizza. I don't know. We'll see how this all plays out. But I wouldn't mind some spicy pineapple pizza. So we try to do the Hawaiian, but we try to throw some jalapenos on there too.
Oh, you weren't here that day.
No. What happened?
So that was what we had.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, because Justin, so we put it, I don't mean to interrupt you, I just want to tell you that story because that's right. You were the one mentioning you got to put the sweet and spicy in there. And so we ordered it from a place in Toronto, like I forget what it was called, Fourth Man in the Fire. And it was their version of Hawaiian, and it had pineapple, ham, and some jalapenos. And it was really good.
Yeah, you got it. If you haven't tried it before, you got to get the jalapenos on there. It'll change your life. It'll change your life a little bit.
Was it habaneros instead? I'm not sure what it was, but there was some spicy.
Yeah, or habaneros, whichever one you want to go with.
Good.
If you're willing to go even spicier, you go with habaneros. But that's what I'm thinking about right now. That's how my day's going, by the way, if you guys haven't noticed, because I have one position that's out of the money and thinking about pineapple pizza. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Futures market, it won't cooperate. I just need it to cooperate so I can actually do something. But clearly, you don't get to choose when this market does what it does. So if the market's going to do this around 35, I had 35 marked off, and we were in and out, underneath, back above, and now back above into the 40s. I can't do anything with this. There's nothing to be done. Although this market's flexing a little bit on the 35, it's not bouncing much, and it doesn't want to go down enough. So if we're waiting there, then all I'm going to do is research where to get pineapple pizza. And I know there's one across the street, but I got to see what else is open potentially for later in the day.
All right, let's go, guys. Thank you there. Someone said I'm losing weight, looking good. Thank you so much. I do not think I am, but thank you so much. I grabbed a Peloton. I don't know if I told you that. So I picked one up. Yeah, you know what? You know what?
Are they like on sale now?
On sale. I picked mine up for $9 off of somebody.
That's on sale, yeah.
Yeah, $900 Canadian.
Yeah.
So like for you U.S. fans, it's like $6 right there for that. It's all over Facebook Marketplace, man. So met it, got it, and I've been on there a little bit, but this weekend with the mother-in-law coming through and this and that, got to get back on that regime very, very soon. So I got my physical coming up, so I don't want the doctor to like slap me around. Although I've always had great cholesterol counts, great everything, but obviously here, always looking to get in better shape. So that's for sure. But okay, I'm not buying $900 worth of Peloton stock though, as that goes. So we'll see there. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for the nice comments there. And yeah, maybe we will get some pizza. I know that we're looking at, I think Swiss Chalet, but we could switch it up and do that. But lunch is on us, my man. So you make sure that you send that receipt over this way, and you get whatever you want. Okay, so let's go. What else are we gonna do here? All right, so the one thing that I was. Like, how good has this show been, really? I mean, we had some great trades. I got the guy here beside me. We're all ready to rock and roll. We're broadcasting to you live on our holidays as well. And then I look over and I'm like, you know what? We have 7,500 people watching, which is good. I mean, normally we're a little bit higher than that, but that makes sense that it's a holiday. But only 1.7K likes. Guys, come on. We had 3,000 votes or something on the poll to turn a puppet around. If we can get this up to 2,500, that would be greatly appreciated. I mean, all the talk here today has been fantastic. I thought we gave some good things over social media there this weekend. And again, thank you for all the nice comments there about everything. And I'm the one that's blessed. I mean, my wife just not only amazing at everything, but takes great care of the family and the kids and everything like that. So shout out to her. I got to say that now because I don't know if malls are open yet, but it's 10:25. So hopefully today we take it easy on that side of things. All right, Meta, things are starting to pull back a little bit right now. We did cash out. 2.1K likes. Let's go to the moon. Let's take this show to the damn moon. I was watching that Netflix thing, Arun. You haven't seen it, right? And I'm like, why? It's a documentary on GameStop.
Oh, I saw the GameStop one.
Yeah, we should have been on that. They had some other YouTuber guys on there. It's like, give me a break, man. They had some guys that are just pumping it up that basically caused people to lose millions and millions of dollars because these guys were pumping the stock. Meanwhile, me, Neil, and you, and Brendan were sitting here like educating everybody about these kind of plays, talking all about them, and day trading it right in front of you, and not just running our stream off super chats like some of these other guys were doing. Where are those guys now? Oh, yeah, on Netflix documentaries. Anyways, a little bit bitter because I think we should have been on there, but I guess we weren't.
But that's the thing, though. Like when you do that, you know what your game is, right? If you're trying to do education, which is what this show is trying to do, obviously all we're trying to do is potentially you guys can learn something. This was meant for other offices within within Day Trade the World, but now it's kind of become something bigger. So learn as much as you possibly can. At the same time, also provide feedback on what we can improve to make a better show or more educational show, at least right now, as far as as I know, at least
I tell people to send me ones that are better.
Yeah, at least we're trying to do our best in terms of education, but at the same time, always open to suggestions. So email, there's an email. I'm sure it's
marketing@tradertv.live.
marketing@tradertv.live. So if you have suggestions that could improve the show better for you guys, only people that would know how to improve it is going to be the viewers that watch. So send it in. There goes the market to the upside. So I guess, are we doing longs? Are we going back to meta on the buy side? Is that what we're doing? Is this going to actually stay, or is this actually going to just go to 50 and come right back down? Because oh, look at that, right to 50 and through 50. All I had to do was just open my mouth, and now we're at 52 and 53. Okay, so
let's go.
Longs, I guess, is going to be the way to go. All right, let's go take a look at those.
Honestly, guys, I don't know this market is going nuts here. Okay, German Attorney General launches investigation. Well, Nord Stream pipelines, yeah, no, that has nothing to do with this market. Oil's not doing anything today. Oh no, I don't even want to look at Oxy because I mentioned that I wanted that 70 long. If it's like crazy above 70 right now, whatever. We've had a great day. I don't even know if I want to look at it. Okay, just quickly here. We did get out of Rivian. It looks like it's a mistake there. It broke through the 50 period. We got out. It broke through VWAP. It is going to look like a little bit of a mistake there, but still, Rivian well banked today for me. Really happy with the trading on Rivian, but it did break the 50 period, and I just wanted to give that up to everybody just to see where it was on that one. Okay, good. So it did not. Ooh, but look where it touched, though. I just looked at Oxy before that, or just on my other chart here. So good. I don't have to get too upset. It went right to 70 and then faded out, right? So remember when we were talking about it, it was in the middle. There was going to be two trades, either the 70 long, which I would have lost on for sure because I would have hit that long and there's no way I would have got out of everything. So kind of happy that we don't have that. But then the 69 break down was the next play. But the problem is, look where that happens. That happens right off the open. So I don't take it for sure in the first couple minutes. That's not the style of trading that I'm trying to do, but that probably would have came in and we would have got hit on that one. And then there's the 69 break low. So this was the missed trade right there for Oxy, was the 69 break bottom, not the 70 break higher. So again, I've obviously been focusing today on a lot of these automotive companies. I'm not going to look at Oxy right now. There's only a half hour left, but I will look at oil throughout the day and then come back with something afterwards. But oil right now, well, I mean, I guess oil's right now is above the 50 period and above VWAP, and Oxy is approaching that level. I could see a long in Oxy coming through. I'd rather look at it at 70 again. So let's be patient. This is almost in the middle of this range. So now we talk about that phrase that I don't really like. Neil likes a little better than me, but I'm not going to diddle in this middle here. But the 69.30, it's in the middle, so I'm going to stay away. I'd rather look at this at 70, think about a possible short up there. So I'm going to stay away from that name as we go. So, yeah, there goes Meta again. Were you able to get a reload on that?
No, I'm still not entirely convinced. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm lining up the trades. So Meta, I'm looking at. Tesla, I'm looking at Tesla again. That was a name that I wanted to work with last time we were playing relative strength. I'm looking at Tesla again. It seems like it wants to get back to that 226. Now it's at 225. Obviously, that's been flying around. But at the same time, this futures market needs to commit to that 50. We snapped up above, but now we're backing down 4 or 5 points again on the 50s. So with this market back at 45 and backing away from 50, can I actually trust it is the question. And right now the answer is no. So I haven't committed to any position just yet. If I can get a clear indication on this futures market, then I'll step into the names I want to play. But right now it doesn't look like it's giving me just what I want for now. Brennan.
Hey guys, pretty quiet so far for equity markets. Same story for cryptocurrencies at this point this morning. Here's a look at what's happening as far as Bitcoin is concerned. As we said, back below 20,000. I had this 25 marked off just because it was that last high on the daily chart, but we'll pull this back down to that is 20,000 or so. So firmly below. Once again, this consolidation worth noting, getting tighter and tighter and tighter as the month goes on here for Bitcoin. That's a daily chart of BTC. Here's the big board from Binance. Shout out to them once again. 0.6 to the downside for Bitcoin today, about 0.5% for Ethereum. Choppy though, the rest of the board here, up some, down some a little bit here. ADA, Cardano, 1.3 to the downside, 1.7 for Dogecoin after a huge rally last week. Guys, back over to you.
Hey Liz, what's up, Liz? I see our good friend Liz strolling through here. Good. I wasn't sure who would be here today on Thanksgiving, but it's nice to see our team back through. Nice to have Fahad back. Shout out to Lucas, who's spending some time at home, and of course, Mr. Neil Roberts. He'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back all week, of course. Neil will be back tomorrow. Me and Arun back on the midday show. Ian and Trader Prad are going to take it for you guys through the midday show. So that should be a good one as well. All right, just some quick reviews here. It's 10:32. Is there any names you guys want us to look at here? Microsoft. So Microsoft right now, I think is it just ripping upside a little bit here? MSFT, let's just see what that stock did. No, okay. Okay, so it did make a nice move. That's sort of what was indicated there. And again, I'm looking at trade ideas, man. I mean, they have a little support and resistance tracker there. You can find the link. I believe it's on our watch list. We probably have it out on social again. It's Trader TV 15 now because the 30% is over with. But you can definitely sign that up. Trade Ideas, I use it all the time. We will do some more on that. And we have some videos out for Trade Ideas. It's the only name we've affiliated with so far. It might be the only one we do. We really like our partnership there with Trade Ideas. So check that out. Okay, you guys did say, Sean, be careful for your Netflix. So the thing about this Netflix trade is, I know it sucks. It's hard to manage 6 positions for sure. And I should have done a little bit better job on Netflix. Remember I was telling you just the way I was doing it on Meta, which we're able to get out of the majority of our Meta trade. And that is right here. Okay, so we just got into more shares here for Netflix. We're going to give it back to this 228. If it breaks 228, we're below the lines. The NASDAQ is absolutely tanking here. And guess what? Netflix is not as strong as I thought. It could not break these levels. It was just like Meta, hovering. The problem is I already got out of 2/3 of this trade because Netflix, I just find it a little bit more slippery than Meta. So I wanted to get out and I didn't pay enough attention to it. I should have got out here at 231.50. So we just got a 239 in. We do have a decent, it's an okay position. I'd like to get a little more shares, but we do have a good position on it now. We're in the money here. Let's take a piece out in the 40s if we can, and then we'll take a piece out again in the higher up than that. But we just got an average price there, 229 flat. So that's giving me right here, 229.08 is my position on Netflix. So let's see, man. It just went into the money for us about 30 or 40 cents. Let's see if this one wants to hold that 228 bid. So as the market can't find its footing right now, man, it's back and forth and around. So right now, not much to do here as we wait for something to come through. I'm out of this. If it breaks 228, it's not as strong as I thought. Netflix.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about right at that 50 mark, right? I was like, this 50 is looking a little iffy. Well, there you go. 50 comes through. Now we're at 37 again. And this thing, let me pull up the futures symbol here. ESZ22?
It's Z22, yeah.
Z22. Why is that's not working.
Forwards.
My forward slash isn't working. Okay.
No, it's backslash, the one underneath the backspace.
Yeah, it's
still not working.
Still not working. Anyways, it doesn't matter, but it is unusually thin. The level 2 is unusually thin, and I was like, bank holiday. That makes so much more sense. If you're wondering why the futures are flying around 4 or 5 points at a time, it's because it's a federal holiday. So a lot of guys that would typically build up the volume on the future side or on the level 1 prices aren't there to kind of provide that action. So this market's flying around 4 or 5 points at a time. So although we're not happy with the fact that this market's not willing to stay above 50 for potential longs, it also makes me hesitant to jump for any trades that on the short side. So if we were, not that I wouldn't take it, I just wouldn't take it right away because I know how thin this is going to be now. This is unusually thin. So we're going to wait for this market to actually get underneath whatever the price needs to be on the, in this case, it's going to be a soft 35 to 33, somewhere in between. If we can get underneath this red line right here and stay underneath, then I'll get an offer in there on a move back to the upside towards that old support level and work the short that way. But right now, I'm just, you see me, I got out of a firm, took the last hit there. I'm 0 for 3 on the, actually 1 for 4. So Meta worked out, the other 3, Tesla, Etsy, and Affirm did not. At the same time, I'm also not pressing any harder to find a position nor to get into a position until I can actually determine which direction I want to go on the future side. So for now, we're going to be backing off. We're going to stay quiet here. You're going to see the board say no positions. That's going to be the way I'm going to trade at least the rest of this morning until I get some movement in the futures market that's actually solid enough for me to work with. Until I get that point, we're just going to be talking about or thinking about pizza and whatever's coming for lunch. We might change our mind. I might change my mind. So we'll see. We'll see. If you guys have suggestions for potential trades that may be setting up on the short side, put them in the chat. I'll take a look and see if I can add it to my list of names that I'm going to look at if this market were to break to the downside.
All right, I'm just. All right, yeah. So okay, all right, man. We are as dug in as I want to be now for Netflix. So I told you that we were gonna, try to take this long again against that 228. So here we are, man. We got 228.80. We're dug into this name. We will turn red on this name if it breaks, and here it goes. It is going to break to the downside, so I might as well just get ready to get out of this trade. It looks like it's. Oh, I'm not getting ready to get out. I'm just canceling some of my offers to make sure that it does punch me out of all of my shares. But here we go. Maybe we get a bounce. I mean, there it goes. It goes down to 228. And part of me was like, maybe I should have waited to get a little closer to 228. But the problem is, look at the spread. It's 20 cents. Like, it's more than 20 cents when it opens back up. So we got to be very, very careful. Netflix is a slippery slope here, and it looks like it does. Here it goes. The market's at the day's low. So this is going to come out breaking through. There it is. So we are now out of Netflix. Oh, we still have a little piece left. It's what I was offering up there. So we got to get out of the rest of that one as Netflix just comes right. Yep, okay, I offered the right to trade there. Netflix comes right back down in. Not a great one there on the last piece. So we averaged into it. We do turn red there on Netflix, man. I mean, we tried it there, and again, boom, to the downside. We didn't get out. We should have got out of that piece there. Then that average just wouldn't look as bad. But, I mean, if this market doesn't have a bid to it, I mean, we got to stop trying to go long, right? And so that's what we do. So we stop that. I don't mind your idea of kind of like waiting to see what's going to pop off here. Ford continues to be that short. PayPal is probably still a short down there. I'm a little surprised. I mean, it's a nice move down. It's down $1 there in about 10 minutes, PayPal. But again, like, should have looked at that. Like, when a lot of these names were barcoding near the top, like a Meta. Meta's come back in, but we're pretty much out of Meta. I mean, it's right back into this level that I think we can like, but I've just seen Netflix just like drop all the way down like that. And honestly, it's like, do we really want to get back into Meta at this level? I feel like there is some outs there. I do have my stop order still down in there, breaking 133.50. So I'm going to put on a little position now for Meta right around here. We'll just punch right in. And then we'll get a little more specific down here in like the 60s. But I mean, it looks like Meta wants to get to that downside. So not much happening here. Supporting these bids one last time just to see if we break. Again, we bounced off the 200 period once. We're right there again for Meta. So there we go. We'll try it. And we're just pennies away from breaking on Meta here. So we won't go red on Meta, obviously, but not a great move again for this market. You want to be short rather than long right now, as you see. Wow, AMD ripped back up again? Oh man, that would have been another short there. Like, I'm watching AMD and I'm like, that's probably at its lows, but wow, it went right back up there again. So yeah, AMD, a few interesting ideas there on the board. So I hope that you guys have had some of these trades today. They've been good. It's just your outs are, had to have been key. You had to get out on those bumps up, and that's what we did here for Meta. Like, when Meta was bumping up there, we talked about that. Get out, get out, get out. Look at all the way down. It's like we just kept on making like lower highs right there, and I just took advantage of all of that to get out. And now we're reloaded at a lower level. So now if it dumps out, it's not as bad, but it looks like Meta wants to take that 133.50. So we'll get out of that if and when that does happen. All right, man, it's 10:40 already. We've already done a crypto update, but now let's go back in and do a little broader and do a sector watch. What's up, Brandon?
Hey guys, this board really not telling the whole story here, I feel, but you're going to see a lot of green on here. It is basically split right down the middle, 50-50, but we are negative 0.72 for the S&P right now. A lot of negativity coming from these today. Consumer discretionary names. That's Ford right now, down 7.5. GM almost the same, 7% approaching here for GM. I want to mention these though. Some of the casinos back under pressure once again. 9% for Wynn. MGM also down significantly as well. There was more COVID headlines coming out of China today. So that's not good for some of the casino names. CCL, RCL, NCLH also tumbling. Tech shares lead, though, right now to the downside. It is the semiconductors under the most pressure. Software names and hardware equipment makers all negative. Consumer staples, we talked about a few of those early on this morning, positive on the day. Among the few groups that are right now, Netflix still up 2% as we saw there. Twitter still up 2% as we saw there. Very quiet day as far as Twitter Elon headlines so far. Material stocks also still positive on the day, only 0.7, but it is growing quickly to the downside, guys. Back to you.
Definitely growing as this market cracked through that level that we were looking at around that mid-30s, right? 33 through 35 roughly. Now we're down to 25. We've been here already about 4 or 5 in the morning. Now I would expect a bounce from this. It shouldn't be surprising if there is a bounce, but at the same time, getting rid of that action between 35 and 40, that should bring some sort of negative bias here. So I am starting to step into some names here on the sell side. So Google's going to be my first name that I'm going to offer my way into. I've already gotten a fill there. Google's number one. AMD, I've got an offer out on as well. Sean, when you were talking about AMD, I'm like, oh yeah, AMD's having a rough go of it, and it's actually just rotating through after having gone all the way up to 57.50, now back underneath 57. So you know I'm going to offer my way into this as well. So I'm starting to build up my shorts here. Now I'm also going to start throwing some offers into the futures as well, see if we can short on a bounce. That's all I'm trying to do here, short on a bounce here, if we can get back into those mid-30s, while at the same time picking up shorts in some equity names. So Google's there. I'm looking at Disney as well for potential shorts. Disney south of 95.50, breaking to the downside, but it's kind of, far away from its last little support level. Although it's below 95.50 is the level that I want to work with, it's kind of, stretched a little bit. So I don't think I want to price it here. I think I'm going to want to price it closer to 96 to get a short on Disney. So Disney's on the table for potential shorts. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through my list and start offering it to the trades that I wanted. Microsoft obviously has been weak now 2 days in a row. Microsoft's in a run, though. It just took out 230 not too long ago. Now it's at 229.69. Hasn't gotten too far away, so I can probably get a decent price into the 230. So I'm going to offer that as well. See if you can't get filled on a bounce.
All right, so new position alert right now. Man, the hedge fund just keeps on adding to their positions over here. Amazon right now, I feel like Kathy Wood here. Amazon will buy those dips in Amazon, baby. But unlike Kathy Wood, I'm trying to buy like higher quality names here. And we're going to wait to see what happens now with Amazon. We are long now at 13s. We did put average position on my best fills at 10. I think it was at 10, which makes sense. Yeah, so that's why my average price is 13. We just got some out right there. It ripped up to 20.20 flat. So I was like, okay, we'll take a dime and then we'll see about it. We probably reload this name. But again, if this takes 114, we're out. Here's that bottom today, 114. It was right in there. If it wants to hold, great for you, Amazon. But if it doesn't, man, we can get out of that one. Not only was 114 key today in the pre-market, but it seems like it wants to hold that bottom as well there from Friday's close. So that was to be exact, it's 113.90. Maybe let me adjust that stop right now, because that's going to be okay, Amazon, I see you. I see what you're trying to do right now. Let me adjust that stop. So that was 113.80 I just saw. So we'll adjust that stop, but just trying to use that bottom right there. It's 113.90, so we'll use that as our bottom there, as we've taken out a little bit of pressure on Amazon now, back up to the upside. Meta, nice trade here. We gotta, again, let's not be foolish on some of these trades that we have. If the market is gonna go back up to the upside and we're gonna reboot it, then we gotta take advantage of that, right? So right there, Meta goes, I actually didn't even notice because I was looking at Amazon. Meta ripped all the way. Let's put another offer here at 97. Maybe there it is. We get that out at 97. Let's go. Yes. The money coming back in right now on these names, as there it goes. Meta back up to the upside at 25-cent winner on that one. And Amazon's really rocking now. Let's go, Amazon. You can do this. This is a big trade for me if this one holds. Amazon back upside.
Yeah, and you can do with this one. Once you got your read, you got to find the entries, right? So now we're short on Google. We're short on AMD. I'm still looking potentially on Microsoft. Microsoft's a tricky one just because of how it's been sliding. So do I offer into the 230s? Do I not? Do I try to get a better price? It all comes down to how this market comes about. I'm also trying to pick up some futures positions as well in the mid 30s. So if I can't get some, I don't want to go too heavy on the equity side, especially if I'm trying to offer my way into futures as well. So we're definitely going to be working something here through these mid 30s on the futures. It's just going to be a matter of exactly where do I want to price it. I think it's going to be, I don't know, somewhere between 33 and 35 is I think where I'm going to try to price this entry. But for now, we've got two equities. We're looking for futures potential trade on the short side. Keep in mind, again, somebody mentioned in the chat, it's a holiday today. Well, it's a holiday. It's a federal holiday. It's a bank holiday. So markets are going to be a little bit thinner than you typically would expect or you typically would see. So although the markets are open, they are thinner. So volatility is a little bit higher. I'm sure if you're paying attention to the level 2s on the futures, you're going to see them flying around a little bit more than they typically do. That's why. So be tempered in your expectations, but at the same time, things can change very, very quickly. If you don't have that kind of structure and that kind of support from the volume that you would get from institutions typically, then you know that 3,600, that could fly through very, very quickly, or there's not going to be any support there, right? So just be aware that although things are a little bit quiet and they're starting to grind to the downside, if they do accelerate, they could accelerate in a very fast way. So just be careful when that does happen, or if that does happen.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the show, and I want to thank everybody for all your support, man. And I want to thank someone who was on there. Sean, you got to get out of your meta every time it pops, but congratulations on managing 6 positions. I was like, yeah, I know, trust me. And right there, meta just popped up again, and I'm not trying to hold for the moon at all anymore. I mean, the market is well below the 50 period right now. The NASDAQ continues to crank lower. Let's just turn this guy around. I mean, I think we've respected that pole enough. Right now, we're turning this this bull back into a bear. We gotta we gotta find some company that makes these things. We could slap a big ass Trader TV Live logo on these things, then start sending them out to you guys out there. But there it is. We're gonna turn that guy around. It doesn't seem like there's too much bullish action today. Maybe the turn will turn the market. You know what I mean? Like, he was a bull. The market was like, nah. Now it's a bear. So maybe the market goes, nah, and some of these longs can come back in right there. But yeah, we are really celebrating, man. The number 1 stock for me today, it looks like, I mean, it's Meta's dependent on this current position, but PayPal, I mean, that's really rocking for me today. We did take a decent position right there, so really happy with that performance in PayPal. But what the stock that I was sort of leaning to right there was going to be Amazon, because we still have a decent position on this one as it came right back in. And again, patience is key, man. We talked about getting long in front of 114 the first time, and then that was into the 50 period, into those bottoms of the preseason.
We're talking football again?
Yeah, well, because...
Or is it Leafs now?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's Leafs and Raptors preseason. Yeah. Both start this weekend, I believe. The Leafs, I think, first game is Saturday, I think. This Saturday. So, go Leafs, go on that one. But right there, now goes Amazon up to the upside. Now goes Meta back to the upside. And just like I said, man, I can't be a, trader of the people and not listen to you guys. There it is, a nice move back up. We have double outs. I just took another out right there. There's 2 outs right there at VWAP. So can you see that? Yeah, there it is. The double out right there off of that long. So long, out, all the way back up to the upside there for Meta. So yeah, great trading there today for Meta for me. You just got to sort of believe in it sometimes, and there it goes. And then honestly, just respecting the out of Amazon there, and we're just getting more out again. Like, I can see that this is the top again here for Amazon. So let's just keep getting some out, because it's a positive day for us today, despite really screwing up this AMD trade early, guys. We went long on that break of 58, really thinking that AMD did have a chance if this market wanted to go. We knew we wanted to be long AMD because it got killed so much, but the market didn't go, so AMD just reverts back to its old self. All right, so only 10 minutes to go. Quickly talking about Ford. Ford made a move back to the upside. We've just been getting out as it's been dipping back, and now that I look at it, why not just take a 40 out if we can get it right there on Ford? So there's another out for us on Ford at 30. We're watching that one. Meta, Amazon to the long side, Ford and PayPal to the short side. As we get ready to go back to one of my favorite segments. Actually, you know what? I didn't look at the US dollar all weekend. So let me find out what that's doing right now with Brendan and Money Talks.
4 days in a row, in fact, back to the upside. Here we go. US dollar, top of the list here, the only one, or one of the only ones here, in the green, 0.23 once again for the DXY, back above 113. So 1, 2, 3, as I said, 4 days back higher after that sell-off we saw. Putting everything back under pressure once again today. 0.4 for the euro, down to 97 cents once again versus the US dollar. 72.7 for the Canadian dollar, back in the red today. Down to 110 for the British pound, again about 0.5% at 1 point to the downside. Everything though, downside in a big way. 1.5 now for Bitcoin, 1.8 there for Ethereum. XRP the only one as far as crypto on this board. Positive on the day, all about the DXY. We saw yields higher, both the 10-year and the 2-year, back to the upside today. And that means typically the US dollar is strong once again today, guys.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of money moves, as Brendan showed you, and you're starting to see that now. I mean, obviously, I was looking at the 20-year as well, the TLT, down 1.7 on the day, and that was a rough go of it too, because it fell off initially, and then it fell off just recently, about 20 or 30 minutes ago, again, from 100 to 99. So that's a problem. So everyone kind of preparing themselves for the next couple days worth of news information and how they're going to handle the Fed move. So at this point, all I can do is, I'm not getting involved in that. I am going to be involved in AMD and Google, and hopefully we can get a bounce on the futures market so I can actually get a short here. But it doesn't want to do it. It got close. It got close to that 30s and then just backed away immediately. So not getting a whole lot of action. Where that red line is, roughly in that range, is where I'm kind of working, trying to work a short somewhere in that little range here. So maybe I get it this time around, who knows? But here we are kind of trying to get a short. We've already got 2 equity positions. We're going to maybe take one more if I can find one. It's not going to be Microsoft because Microsoft refuses to actually bounce up with the market. So we're going to have to leave Microsoft to do its own thing. Microsoft's unusual weakness, I don't know. I'm not tracking it, so I just see the movement. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. We were at 246 pre-market, 8:30. And then from that point on, from the jobs report, we have fallen from 246 now to 229. That's about, what, $16, $17 now in 2 days, not even a full 2 days. So it's going to be a rough go for Microsoft. If you want an index name that's relatively weak, if you're ever thinking that, remember Apple's the top weight, Microsoft's the number 2. And clearly Microsoft is going to be the big index weight that's going to be negative. So keep an eye on that. We're definitely going to be watching Microsoft for potential setups on the short side if we can get something. Hopefully we get some futures bounces that can get me a future short. In the meantime, we're just going to ride the AMD short, which is now 30 cents in the money, and Google is still relatively flat at 4 cents out.
Okay, guys. Yeah, thanks for that update on everything, and thanks for your update on your positions, man. It's been a great morning show, and I want to thank everybody for all the likes. We're up to 2.5K or so, so thank you so much for that. And yeah, we're just going to sit here and continue to watch this market honestly melt its face off right now, down to 1.4%. I mean, I know you just talked about that. Also, oil right here. We probably should have shorted Oxy. We'll look at that in a minute. But oil right now coming back in as well, turning red just now. So watch out for that. I thought oil has rocked. Definitely some of the stuff that's happening over there in Ukraine and Russia seems like it's not stopping, and I wish it was. I wish I had better updates on that. And I don't ever want to like short or go long oil because of some of the tragedies that's happening over there. But honestly, as traders, you got to sort of react to price action and what's happening and factors that are around the world right now. So yeah, that really sucks for oil, but down right now. I thought it would be way higher, so I still have bias to the long side, so we'll look at some of those oil plays as well later on today. Because remember, oil trades at the pit until 2:30, and then goes electronic. So let's just check out what Oxy's doing right now, because I'm still in all these tech positions, and I've sort of already given you where my outs are. So we've got out of more than half of that Amazon as that retraces right back. Look what Oxy's doing. Darn it. That was that break. We talked about that. We'd like to wait for it to get back up to 70 to see if anything happens right there. But again, there's that low break of the day at 68.40. And now, like we were mentioning, oil to the downside, Oxy also to the downside, and continues to break lower and lower and lower. So hopefully some of you guys are into that. We talked about it in the midday show, on our pre-show there, that we wanted either the long break of 70 or the short of 69. It looks like definitely that short would have worked. The long break of 70, you could have easily got out if you just had 70 as you're in and 70 as you're out, but still, you might have paid fees and probably lost a little bit on that one, so that wasn't good, but the short definitely paying in. And there it is, we will close out. Still positive on the day on Amazon, but we will slap a fail there because it just failed 114. So it broke it and we got out. But look, in and out. I told you we're out of more than half, which we were. And then there's the breakdown lower. So now it's like, let's just try to look for some of these shorts. Meta, the same way, man. I listened to you guys. It ripped up. We have less than half of this position on as well for Meta, as that ripped up and we took advantage of those pops. So it doesn't look like it. Look, as a trader, you can basically have two choices. Arun's choice kind of to sit out until some of these levels really hit some of the extremes. Same with me, but we just kept building positions and we scalped. We scalped in and out. We took advantage of some of this. So I'm happy with my trading today, and I think there's going to be more, great trades to come. So let's just keep on absorbing some of these levels. What are something that we should be short? I feel like I need to be short AMD. But I've seen it pop up a couple times, so I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to wait for this 57 to come on AMD. So that's a trade that I'm looking on as we're going to let you guys go. So I'm going to be looking to get into a short on AMD here. And then you mentioned Microsoft was relatively weak, I believe. Yeah, so wow, Microsoft down to 228 today. Man, I got roasted with you on that. Not with you. I was myself, but on Friday when we were together, as I kept going long on Microsoft, and that was when it was back up here, pardon these prints, but that's when we were defending 240, and then now 240 seems like a thing of the past as Mr. Softy is just getting beat down. But you know what I do like about that little wick there, Softy, was now we might have a bottom. That's I don't know if we have a bottom, but a trading bottom. Trading off that 228.36 right there could be something. If the market ever bounces, sometimes you get those little wick bottoms there, but hey, look at all these wick tops. It's not with a lot of volume, so I don't create that. I don't treat that as like a wick off bottom or anything like that. Would have liked to see a little more volume to treat that as such, but right now, yeah, Microsoft really weak, down that 2.36%. So wow, crazy. And Alibaba, I guess you guys mentioning there as well. That's a crazy name as well.
Yeah, this market bouncing would be very, very helpful because the fact that this market refuses to bounce and it just bounced off the 20s, the 3620s. I just needed to get back to this area. Come on, man. I don't want to miss the train this time. We've been waiting for the move all morning. I just need to get the price that I need to get now to actually get the trade going. But for the time being, we've got some equity, but I prefer actually I would easily hand back these two equity positions just to get one futures position. So if that's a trade-off that we need to make, I can do it. But I would prefer it here in the mid to low 30s here against well, it's against the high, really. It's going to be a wide range. But for the time being, I'm looking for a bounce to potentially fade. Somebody was asking, why am I going for AMD over NVIDIA, even though that one's weaker? Because NVIDIA is hard to catch. That's the problem. I would love to be participating in NVIDIA, but it's just, this is the chart you're dealing with NVIDIA. You had a move to the downside from 120, almost 121, all the way to 117, went sideways for a bit, and then cracked 116 and took off. Again, it was a hard move to catch versus if you look at my AMD position, you can see I was actually able to catch the inside movement. So that was a lot easier for me to catch. But you're right, NVIDIA is a lot weaker. That would be the better trade, but if you can catch it though, right? So it's all about whether you can actually attain the price that you want, because I'm not going to chase for the sake of chasing it. So we're just going to wait this one out. I'm sure I can find something else. TSM also broke through 67.50. So we were talking about TSM earlier. We were talking about chips. And I can jump on board with TSM as well. So that's the next short that I'm going to line up and offer my way into for the time being.
Yep. Okay. Great opportunities to trade again today. Thanks, Arun, for all that analysis there. TSM is going to be a good one. And that's the thing, right? It's like you guys are asking why not pick this stock over the other stock, and that's exactly why, right? I mean, we want everybody to make sure, and part of the show is to teach sort of, the education and what goes through our minds. I mean, I've been trading 21 years.
06. So what is that? 15.
I don't know, too many. So 15, so that's combined 35 years at least here, with that. So that's what we're trying to do, man. We're trying to give you guys some of the ideas that we have, why we're making the calls we're making, why we're in the names that we're in, and, definitely try to have some fun with everybody here today as well. And I think we've definitely accomplished that. So, will we break the year's low by end of day? Look, I'm going to leave that with Pratt and Ian because you guys want to do a midday poll. That's cool with me, man. Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much for everything that you've been doing for our super chats and for our monitoring. Yeah, that's right. The chat and everything like that. So thank you so much for that. And it's been a very, very big show. Thanks to Fahad, who's been running the board solo this morning. Big shout out to you as well. Thanks to Brendan for breaking all the stories. But yeah, man, it's 11 o'clock. I'm back into Amazon long. I'm going to look at that 114. I want to short any pops on AMD as well. GM down 7, Ford down 7. Ford is at the lowest spot it's been at all day, and your boy's still short that one as well. So it's been a big day, man. We're super, super happy. Rivian, also Netflix. There's so much to trade. And with that being said, Arun, thanks for filling in, man.
Yes,
I know you're back in the afternoon, and we'll see you then. And we also will see you. And for now, let's go over to the big dogs on the midday show. Kill them with kindness, boys.
Yes, sir. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Midday Market Movers Mayhem with your boy, Trader Pratt. And today we got Ian. Sadly, Sharif is sick. He said he had a little bit of a stomach poison. It's like food poisoning or something. We wish him the best. Get well soon, my boy, Sharif. But in the meantime, we got the perfect hair Ian coming back over here. So let's have some fun. Let's look for opportunities across the board. Market, sadly, going my shirt color instead of Ian's shirt color today, or hoodie color. It's going south side red. Bears are back in power. Thursday CPI. I honestly was ready to not trade at all until Thursday. Keep my sizing small, but with opportunities that are coming up on board today, it would be stupid not to look for trades. So I'm going to start off with a couple of my trades that I had today. NVIDIA, 119. 120 was really coming into play, but I said I'll wait for 119. I took the 119 break, covered, and my last few shares, when the market bounced off of the 11K for NASDAQ, I got scared and I punched out of my position. The worst thing I could have done on NVIDIA. If you follow me on Twitter, you see that I said I'm going to hold my last few shares till the end of the day. Broke the rule on this. Hopefully Arun doesn't hear me from across the room and start throwing slippers.
Right here. You know I'm going to hear you. You're just playing with fire.
Your turn.
My turn. Yeah, how's it going, guys? Hope everyone's had a great weekend. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to any of our Canadian viewers right now. I am in. It's been an exciting day. It's been an exciting day. A lot in play this morning, so we didn't want to miss it today. I am short Tesla right now off of this 222 breakdown. So I've been watching this 222. If you guys recall from Friday, this was the low of day, and it kind of bounced off of there. So I actually had the short in the morning. That was really nice, and then it kind of got reclaimed. So I wasn't trying to short it above that 222 because I simply just didn't have any levels. But it looked like 227 really kind of held as that resistance point. But here we are back again, 222. I took the break here, and then after this consolidation, took profits into the 221 move, right? So I'm still hanging around in this trade. I have a little piece left. Essentially, I think I moved I didn't move my stop up yet. But essentially, just trying to hold for a bigger move in case the market continues to fade. It seems like now the market has decided that it wants to be red today. It was kind of indecisive there for a little while in the morning. So maybe, we are going to have more of a trending day downwards now. I'm also short Ford as well. Ford, obviously, a little bit of a negative catalyst, as well as Tesla. So I kind of took this lower day break here at 11:25. It was funny, I came right on with Pratt, and Pratt says, did Ford break a new low? And it actually was right at the low of day. So I was like, looking at this chart and looking at this consolidation, okay, if it breaks this low of day, I want to take it short. So that's exactly what I did. Essentially kind of, hoping for a move towards this 11 area. SSR on Ford will be around 1098. So, that's going to come in. Probably 11 will likely hold as support, I would say. Just, kind of looking from the daily as well. This is 11 here on Ford as well. So, in that one here, not giving it too much risk, probably up to 1130 because I'm basing my short here off of this consolidation. So if that gets broken, if that gets reclaimed, I think the short trade is done on Ford, for me, at least at these prices.
Right on. I just want to bring you guys back to real quick the trade idea scanner. Sadly, that deal that we had 30% is done, but we still have the future deal, I think indefinite deal coming in up to 15%. The code is TraderTV. Here's the new scanner that Michael Noss built for me. Sean, check out this name for it. For future billionaire Brad. For future billionaire Brad. I mean, he put it out there in the world and in the universe, and now it's my job to make it come true. Off of the scanner today, I mean, also the Rivian Catalyst, all of their cars they ever produced getting recalled for RIVN. I took a small little entry position above 32 in pre-market. When the market opened and it wasn't able to clear the pre-market highs of 32.50s, I started adding on to that position near 32.20s on the break of 32, then 31.50, and then all the way up to 31. 31 over here, I saw the tape started slowing down on the way to the south side. So I covered most of my size, got back in closer to 32, and now I'm holding a little bit of my size to the downside. Let's see how big of a trade can Rivian be for us. Rivian alone has made me 1.5 times my shutdown today. NVIDIA adding a little bit to that PNL, and also Ford near 1150. I was short near 1150. I took some profits, and afterwards, you know, Ford wasn't really flushing towards the SSR number. I think you said SSR was 1098.
1098, I believe.
1098 SSR. For those of you wondering what SSR is, anytime a stock goes down by more than 10%, it triggers the SSR mechanic, which makes it harder for us to short the stock. Now you can only short the stock when the stock is ticking higher, going to the north side to get your fills on the shorts. So Ford not really flushing all the way to the downside instantly to go to that 1098 area. I didn't like it, so I took out most of my size over here. I'm done with the Ford trade, but these are my trades for the day. I'm up, you know, 2.5 times my shutdown today. I'm pretty happy, and all of that was just with 46 trades made and within 7 minutes of the day. So I'm gonna probably look for opportunities across the board just so I could, you know, keep myself active in the market. But for the most part, it's I've hit my daily goal. It's time to cut down the size. It's also past the 9:30 volatility, past the big volume period during the day. So as we go into slowly throughout the day, we're going to look for opportunities, but we're going to try and see where the right opportunities are. I also want to mention that the NASDAQ low, the NASDAQ 52-week low is 10. Nope, that's not it. Come here. Go there. There you go. It's 10,890.75. So the poll that I'm going to throw up there is the NASDAQ going to close above the 52-week low or below the 52-week low, as we're only a few points away from it. We already bounced off of 11K a little bit on the NASDAQ, but then we dived right under 11K again, and currently at 10,950. So let's see what you guys think about the market. Will it close above 52-week low or below?
Yeah, it's always good to start your day off strong, and then you can not say cruise the rest of the day, but at least you've locked in some money, and now it's about managing that accordingly for the rest of the day. I saw a super chat come in. I forget who. Oh, here it is. Goosebumps Joe. Wall Street Bets posted AMC to $31 by Halloween. Yeah, I think that's a stretch. I don't know if they actually did that. I just quickly brought it up, and AMC is doing no volume today at 666. Regardless, thank you for the super chat. As always, thank you for your support. I saw another question come through as well. AMD SSR still? Yes, AMD is still SSR, so it got triggered SSR on Friday there, so it's still continued SSR today. I just copped in short on AMD here in front of this 57 area. I had the short in the morning closer to like 57.50, and then once the 57 broke, it seemed like super weak, and I tried to offer again short here, didn't get it. So now I'm getting short here and, kind of still risking off of this 57 area. I don't think that gets reclaimed if AMD is going to, continue to be super weak today and grind lower. What's this offer here? Should I cancel that order? Yeah, probably should. Yeah, so let me just manage this position that I have on now. And if I want to add to it in front of this 57, if it gets up to like the 57.90s area and then sellers really start to step up there as they did earlier then, before around like 10:45-ish, then I'm gonna add some position and see if it can grind lower. But for now, in short at 56.75, starter position. We just started a poll. So does NASDAQ close below the 52-week low? And I think we will. I'm going to vote below as well. You guys can participate in that poll. If you guys haven't already, smash that like button. The show got handed over to us with about 2.4 likes. So we already got 100 likes there. From what I can see, so keep smashing that like button and keep supporting the show. We thank you for watching every single day.
Trader Pratt, can you show how Arun is using the futures? I mean, that's the question for Arun, man. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to Arun too much about how to trade futures specifically. The couple opportunities I do have, he's taught me quite a bit, and which is, you got to be able to give the stocks or futures a little bit of a wiggle room. I actually took that methodology into the stock market, cut down the amount of size I used to take, and I started giving stocks a little bit more wiggle room. Be okay with losing that money. If that's setup is bad, it will tell you that you're losing that money. So it's really depending on people's setups though. I'm currently jumping into Halliburton, HAL. If you guys remember, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, HAL came out with a little bit of a negative catalyst. or am I thinking about Hasbro? I think I'm thinking about Hasbro, but also Halliburton had a little bit of a drop sometime last week to the south side. Maybe we can find it somewhere. Anyway, so Halliburton pushing to yesterday's low of 29.40s and breaking that 29.40 low, but the market's bouncing to the north side. So I'm just trying to manage my trade over here. Not going to give it too much of risk. We'll probably give it up to that height of this candle, which is 29.60. We're filled at, where's my blotter? Hello? We're filled at 29.40, so 20 cents of risk for a possible move to the south side. Maybe we go to 29, 28, 80 somewhere over here, the low of this candle. Just a quick little attempt on a trade, but UVXY is pulling back down. The VIX today is at 33. That's almost at the top of the ranges for the VIX. So let me just pull up my trade ideas over here, trading view. VIX is almost near $34, $33. Look how high the volatility is. So we obviously got to be careful with these environments. We got to maybe cut down the size and be able to give the stocks more wiggle room than you previously thought so.
I just added to this AMD short. I also added to the Tesla short as well. A couple things going against me here as the market starts to bounce. Ford is kind of, it made that new low and then it didn't really do anything. And I was like trying to bid to, manage this position and not have so much size on it. But now it's kind of reclaiming this 25 area. And, there is decent size on the bid now. So, but on both ways. And obviously it's an $11 stock. So, this size may not mean as much as you think, but that seems to be reclaiming the low. So watching that one closely as well. AMD is right back up to that 57 price mark that I was talking about, and there was some selling here. So I essentially just added it in front of VWAP, and seeing if it can reject that area. If it reclaims VWAP and starts to push up to 57.20, I think that's where I'm gonna call it quits on this one and stop out on AMD. But for now, I'm pretty heavy on the short side. On these tech stocks here, and Tesla as well. Like I said, I added to this one again, guys, like just playing off of this 222 level, right? So it's really starting to decide what it wants to do around this 222 level. It seems like it is an inflection point, being the low a day from Friday. And if you recall Tesla, it got super hurt on Friday. It was down quite a bit, and it was just kind of grinding lower, and then it held support at that 222 level, and then here we are right again at that 222 level again. So some of these key levels seeping in into the next week, and we can potentially play off them. Thoughts on APDN? Let's take a quick look at APDN. Bring this up, $2 stock, doing 30 mil volume on the day. It is up 66% on the day. So, obviously catching a huge bid here. I'm not sure of a catalyst. It looks like it was kind of maybe on Flow Checker, actually. Let me check Flow Checker to see if APDN is a short squeeze candidate here. Let me just bring it up. And if you guys don't use this, we obviously don't have any affiliation with them, but it isn't a short squeeze candidate. It's saying about like 6.5% short float. So that one's just kind of pushing up, grinding higher for no specific reason that I can see. AMC being held on that 666 for a while. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Pratt, thoughts on ATV? We haven't traded that in a while, eh?
I think I saw something. Oh, no. I was thinking about a different gaming company. But thoughts on Activision. Real quick, let me just talk about AMC, because people in the chat are saying Joe Rogan was talking about AMC. I might have missed out on that catalyst. Didn't really know that Joe Rogan had something to say about AMC. Maybe he was talking about how the stock went crazy recently and how it's all the way back to the downside. I'm just guessing. I didn't listen to the podcast or wherever that he was talking about. But AMC clearly up 2% today while the markets are bleeding. So congratulations to AMC. My buddy Ian asked me about Activision. Yeah, I mean, I'm still listening to the news wires to see when the deal goes through. I think the DOJ is the people in charge for this Activision merger with Microsoft. We're still waiting for that to see what happens, and we still don't know what's going on with the EA deal, right? I forget who was supposed to take over EA.
I forget who, but I don't think that's happening. It's kind of weird. I haven't heard about that.
Eventually, though, I think I tweeted this last night, actually. Riot Games? Have you heard of Riot Games? Yeah, so Riot Games will in 5 years or less, be the #1 game dev company out there. There will be Activision. There will be EA Sports. And I'm just obviously guessing about this, but I can see Riot taking over the game dev completely. But that doesn't matter. Riot's a private company. They're owned by Tencent. Tencent owns about 50% or more of Riot. But coming back to Activision, we just got to be patient to see when that deal goes through. This is in the same realm of kind of Twitter. If the deal falls through, you'll see Activision going all the way back to the pre-sexual allegations levels of $60. And if the deal does go through, then you'll see the stock go up to $90, which I believe is where it's getting bought out at. Is it 95?
Yeah, it's like 90
or $95.
Mid-90s. I forget the price because it's never really even tested the bio price,
That's
Activision, right? So it's never really been up there. So that's going to be some definite price discovery on Activision. That deal, I haven't heard much about that deal, nor the EA deal. But it seems like a lot of these video game companies, it seems like they're getting consolidated a lot.
Yeah.
And kind of, you know, there's going to be some big conglomerates kind of just buying them up and then pumping out these games. So before, there was a lot of like private companies and like individual companies that would make like smaller games, and it was a lot of like variation. But now it seems like just a lot of these companies just kind of turning into bigger companies. I saw someone here, it was like, they said, Tesla, please wait for me or something like that. Yeah, I'm still in this Tesla short. I've talked about that quite a bit. I'm liking this action now around 222. It's starting to show some more weakness in the market. You know, it seems to have maybe caught a bounce here at 3620 area, but you know, more so, I think a 3600 test is going to hold more legitimacy if it bounces from there. I'm not too worried if it's going to start, you know, kind of chopping around. That's probably just going to be like the midday chop. And why is Tesla so weak? It got price target cut this morning. So if you guys haven't already, you know, subscribe to this watch list. It sends out now to your email every morning. So you see right here, Tesla on our watch list today, negative catalyst on that one. So that's probably why it's down a little bit today. And, you know, obviously continuation move from Friday. What else are you guys talking about? What did you guys trade? You know, talk about some of your trades in the chat, and we can probably review them. I know I've been talking about my trades this whole time, and my thesis behind those. Supposedly, AMC big gamma squeeze may occur. I don't know about that one. I gotta watch that GME documentary. Have you watched it on Netflix?
I watched like the first episode, and then I'll be honest, I got a little bored of it. I was like, I already know the whole story. Like, why am I even bothering with this? I'll go watch the Dahmer stuff instead. So that's what I did. But no, it was pretty interesting to watch that documentary. At least the first episode. I do plan on finishing that eventually. But what did we recently watch?
I watched
not the Cyberpunk one, the basketball one.
The Redeem Team.
Yeah, the Redeem Team was amazing. I don't know if you guys have seen the Redeem Team on Netflix. What's that? Do not spoil it? Yeah. I mean, if you know the story, then you already know it. You know the 2008 Olympic basketball team and what happened and so on. But yeah, I won't spoil it. Don't worry. I won't tell you that Kobe Bryant got his leg broken in that series or anything. But since we're talking about Netflix, let's go to Netflix over here. Netflix today up 1.23%. And it's actually at the 100-period EMA, but looks like we're getting rejected by the 100-period EMA as the markets are struggling today, right? The 11K marker on the NASDAQ still acting as a barrier to the upside, and we're currently at 10,952. So I just got to be patient to see if the market has any opportunity to go back towards VWAP to the north side. Currently, NASDAQ down 1.35%, S&P 500 down 0.8%. Here's my idea about the market. Why I believe, or why I voted for the above answer on the poll today. I don't think the market's going to break the 52-week low until Thursday. Once the Thursday numbers come out, I think then we break the 52-week low.
Yeah, I think that Thursday, and I was reading a lot about the CPI trade because I think a lot of us are just trying to get more so prepared for that for these upcoming days. Obviously, you have FOMC on Wednesday. That's going to be exciting. Like the minutes are being released from the previous meeting on Wednesday at 2 p.m. And then obviously the big one, CPI, the inflation data from September getting released at 8:30 a.m. on Thursday. So, you know, that's obviously going to be covered on the morning show, and, you know, hopefully we're going to be able to make a trade off of that one. I was reading a lot about it, and it seems like a lot of people or a lot of forecasts are predicting that it's going to come in hot. So, you know, could see similar price action like Prad was saying, you know, a test lower to that 3,600 and probably lower if it does come in a lot hotter. We'll see. It's probably going to tank quite a bit more. I got stopped out of this AMD short as it reclaimed 57.20, and I think, this is a perfect example of not being patient enough. So, I hopped back in the short once it got back to, the better prices, and I could, basically obtain a better R&R, essentially risking off of this wick here, 57.60 area, 57.70 area, this previous high, right? So it hasn't been able to get back up there. This is like the pre-market consolidation around the 57.60 area. So now I'm restructuring the short. I added to it at 57. Well, I started a new short position at 57.40. So that's quickly in the money, 20 cents. So let me maybe get a piece out at 20 there. Just, I do want to add to this one again. If it comes back up to the 40s and into the 50s, basically risking off of that 60 area. Let's send it to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Bit of a mixed board now developing as far as sentiment on social media is concerned. Here's how things look right now. Still a ton of red on this, but a little more green popping up here. We talked about NURO a little bit earlier. Zila on here as well. Individual news on that with a SPAC deal for their European arm coming through. So a big move for XELA, little penny stock. This Ping Sheets name, haven't seen that one for quite some time. MMTLP on the OTC markets on here as well. Otherwise, though, a very negative day once again, including Mullen, I was noting, a little bit bigger than we're used to seeing anyways the past couple of days. PayPal, very negative today. Tesla, very negative today. Even NIO and Rivian up here, guys, to the downside. So mixed board at this point for social media sentiment.
Yes, sir. Mixed social media sentiment. Market's trying to move back up here, so kind of makes sense about what's going on that side too. People are confused as to what to really do today. I mean, I honestly was. I wore the red shirt, but I thought the market was going to stay green. So on the morning vote that I threw up there, what direction should the stuffed toy be? I said bull. But the market did not listen to me. It actually listened to the shirt color instead. Guys, I got an update about the Trade Ideas code. We got until midnight today for that 30%. So your boy, Michael Noss, the Noss boss himself, extended the code for Trader TV 30% off. If you're still interested in getting that 30% off, you might have thought that you lost your chance last night at midnight, but it is extended all the way up to today at midnight. So if you want to go get it, use the code TraderTV30. But after tonight at midnight, it will be only Trader TV and it will be 15% off. It will no longer be 30% off. So this is your last chance. You got about I don't know how many hours, but you got until midnight to get those subscriptions in, your year-long, your month-long subscriptions, whatever you want. Your first subscription will be 30% off. That is the biggest deal that Trade Ideas has ever given out to anybody. So that's the benefit of being in the best trading family there's ever existed, baby, the Trader TV Live family. Let's go look at some positions now that are moving around that maybe we can put some damage onto. HALs did stop me out. As I did say, I'm going to give it a 20-cent risk. I punched the yesterday's low to see if we can have an extended move. Yesterday's low didn't really move too much to the south side, so that trade didn't work out. We try some of these trades. We try to short the support to see if the market weakness will extend it a little bit lower. It didn't go do that, so we're stuck doing we're stuck with this loss over here. And sadly, I'm going to be stuck with another loss as AMD is just launching to the upside with the rest of the market. NASDAQ pulling up, S&P 500 pulling up, both of them very close to the 1,000 marker. AMD right back into the pre-market ranges. I know a lot of people say, Prad, AMD's your baby. You talk so much about AMD. Why are you shorting it? I can separate my long-term account from my day trading account, and I'm looking for opportunities both ways. On my long-term account, I'm going to buy more AMD at these ranges. I'm also going to do what Sean suggested to me and buy some Procter & Gamble because I do need dividend stocks in my portfolio. I think the only dividend stock I have right now is Apple. So more dividend stocks, the better. PG, you said, got downgraded. So PG got downgraded, giving me an opportunity to load another dividend stock, a good dividend stock into that account. So we'll think about that moving forward.
Man, the market is just ripping here, and I took the same loss as Prad here. So, the AMD short looked decent until it wasn't, and then it triggered me into that order, and then I just quickly stopped out right away. So that sucks. But now it's reclaiming those pre-market high levels that I was talking about earlier. So I think now, gonna have to be a little bit more patient with this AMD short if I want to hop in again. Maybe wait for closer to 58. If that gets reclaimed, then I think you're waiting for like 60 area, maybe 59.60. Again, these even dollar areas, but now it's price discovery to the upside. So probably just gonna stay away from that one. I got stopped out of the forward trade as well. That reclaimed the 1130 area, so that's a loss. That low a day, it looks like it just made a low a day, new low a day, and then, you know, that was it. It didn't really do anything. So really hoping for that 11 test. It looks like it wasn't in the books. And then Tesla as well. Tesla, you know, it actually seemed pretty strong after the 222 area got reclaimed. So I was essentially counting on overall market weakness to bring this name down. And it worked there for a bit again. And then, you know, once it got back up here again, it really wasn't working. So quickly stopped out at 223 there to reclaim that one. Now we're testing VWAP on that one. I did punch long on Amazon. So again, guys, Amazon was on our morning watch list as well today. It seems like they're investing in some EV vehicles for some better transportation in Europe, right? So positive catalyst for Amazon. It was relatively stronger this morning than the rest of the market. I'm liking this 114 level. And if you look at the daily, basically 112, 112, 113, 114, this whole area, look at all this consolidation here, and that you have that bounce, right? So essentially that's what I'm playing off of here now. It seems like the market is kind of catching a bit around this 3620 area. So I want to punch into something that's at a key level at the support side and see if that can catch a bounce as well, like here on the Amazon trade. Essentially risking low a day, guys. So it made a low a day at 113.68.50. I want to give it a little bit more space than that in case it just clips it and then bounces from there again. You know, we've seen that happen many, many times. But I'm now long on Amazon. I banked some cash on F a few times in the same range. Yeah, like we were talking about that last week. Ford, it likes to trade these ranges, and you can kind of get it locked down. It could be a good stock to kind of trade, and obviously it doesn't move that much, so you know you can learn on it a bit easier and whatnot. So choppy market until Thursday. You know what? I don't necessarily think we break like 3,600 and whatnot before Thursday. Maybe some action into the FOMC minutes, but of course that meeting has already happened, so we already know what they've said, and this is just kind of like the details of that meeting. But that Thursday trade obviously going to be super big, and you know potentially risk on that day. So you know what, if your plays and your key levels aren't really come to fruition until that day, I would say, you know, maybe lay off a little bit. Obviously still trade and keep warm, so to speak. Keep your keys warm, but not butt. I was gonna say buttons. Keep your buttons, your keys warm on your keyboard, okay. Brad. Get your head out of the gutter. But yeah, that Thursday trade is gonna be big.
You're good. I don't know if you noticed today how strong Meta was, Ian. Meta absolutely launched into the upside. Today morning, actually, I was watching a YouTube video. I don't know, I have to watch YouTube videos while I'm taking a shower, and that's why my showers are like 15 minutes long. I'm just standing in there just watching 15-minute long videos. And in there, they were talking about the whole WhatsApp deal and how WhatsApp like doesn't really even sell anything or adverts. I mean, we all know how Meta makes money, right? They sell your data, Cambridge Analytics. We know how that all went through. But Meta platforms today, very, very positive to the north side, man. It was positive, I think, at one point more than 1%, but now absolutely flat. Let's see how Meta behaves as the market pulls back from 1,100 over here. We got close to 1,100 on the NASDAQ market, but we're now pulling back. Something I noticed, though, is QQQ. Look at this. QQQ actually did manage to break the 52-week low. So QQQs broke the 52-week low, but the NASDAQ futures did not break the 52-week low. And look at the scanner. I love the scanner. It's got cars over it. That's a McLaren, right? That's a McLaren for sure. That's a McLaren. That's a Dodge Viper. What is that, a Porsche? I don't even know what car is that?
What is that?
I don't even know what car. That's another McLaren. That's a Mercedes. That's a Viper. I don't know what the heck this is. But yeah, we got nice race view scanners over here. And we're looking at what's moving. So according to this, apparently snow is moving to the downside a little bit. And to the upside, we got WBA. I think that's Walgreens, WBA Walgreens. We'll come back to Walgreens and check that out. And also my AMD trade in a bit. We'll send you to big screen Brendo for a second for Europe close.
Hey guys, yeah, coming up to 11:30, here we go. Look at a choppy session for European markets so far today. England downside at the end of the day here, 0.3. 0.17 though for Germany, positive. France downside. Italy positive. Back and forth we go. Choppy start to the brand new week, to say the least, for the European landscape here as we wrap things up. Still a couple of minutes before we get final prints, but that's the way things are looking on a Monday over in Europe, guys.
On a Monday. Okay, yeah, we're watching AMD pull back a little bit. My conviction on AMD allowed me to hold this trade against me a little bit more than I should have, honestly. That's because I was waiting for 11K to come into play. If 11K broke on the NASDAQ and we were going above to all the way to VWAP, then I would have taken my stop and then just jumped out of this trade. But now pulling back only 23 cents out of the money. Once again, guys, I want to reiterate, the size I'm taking at this time of the day is nowhere close to the size I was taking off the open. So we are cutting down size. AMD creating a W formation. I don't know what type of pattern that is, but does this mean it goes higher or
I don't
lower?
know. That looks like a bullish W formation.
That's a bullish W. All right, punch out right now, Brad. What are you doing? So clearly, even Ian's looking at the market, and I previously said I can't see the S&P 500, not S&P 500, sorry. Even the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ breaking the 52-week low. Maybe not today, but maybe Thursday, maybe even tomorrow. We have a better chance of breaking that 52-week low, but not today. I don't think we're gonna break that today. So off of that mentality, how much can I really expect from AMD? I think I can only expect it to go back to the lower day ranges or at least VWAP for a profit territory. So a little bit of a bad trade if I'm to judge myself over here. Not as good as my Rivian or Nvidia trades to start off the day, but we're gonna try and battle with this a little bit longer. At least if we can get flat on this trade a little bit, I would like it. But we'll keep an eye on it closely.
Yeah, I think I want to be a little bit more patient with AMD. 2 losses on it, super quick. They're trying to short essentially the big up move. So trying to catch that. It is tougher, obviously, to short because it's SSR. I punched long on Meta here, and I was thinking about this 133, 132 area, and I said it before about Amazon, how this stock here has kind of made a base now at 132. So we're right back at that little support area now. Obviously, there was a lot of buying off of this 133 level this morning. So essentially, I'm playing that, these buyers will still potentially be there now. So I am long Meta in front of this 133 area. Essentially going to give it to lower day risk as well here on Meta. And then, AMD, like I said, I think I want to wait a little bit longer. I don't want to chase this one. Essentially now maybe you can risk off a 57.80, but if you get in short now, 57.47, 57.44, you see how it's kind of bouncing here? It might bounce and then you're going to instantly be out of the money as it flushes down 10 cents, of course, when I'm saying that. But that being said, it's about R&R, right? So if I get shorts closer to that 57.80 and that's where I'm risking off of, my potential winnings on this trade is going to be a lot better versus the loss, right? I don't want to be losing. I don't want to be taking 1-to-1 trades all the time. Then you need a really, really high win rate to be even close to profitable, right? So the market is kind of struggling here. I'm with Pratt. I don't think we continue to really break new lows and whatnot. We might chop around here. New member I want to welcome. Playmaker. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is one of those he's been a member for a long time now kind of thing. But Playmaker, we know you're a strong supporter here. I do want to call it a super chat. It was you. So 3. Max Verstappen, a Red Bull for Pride.
I was just gonna say. Dude,
yeah.
Hold up. Give me a second. Where is this? Yeah. Look at this tweet right here. Most boring season in F1 history. Yeah. If you message me about Max, there's a good chance I'm blocking you. Playmaker, you did message me. You're lucky that I do like you and you're a friend of mine, so I can't block you. But if that was anybody else messaging me on Max, that was an instant block, mute. Don't ever talk to me again. How do you feel about this season?
I don't think anything exciting has really happened this season.
No,
honestly.
nothing fun.
I was trying to think back, was there a single race or a moment that was super memorable and you'll remember being there watching it? I don't think so. I don't remember a single memorable race that was good from this year.
Is Brendo here?
I was talking to him a little bit earlier about the race over the weekend, and I remember when they used to race in the rain and have proper races in the rain, and now it's every time it rains, everyone's scared to go out. Obviously, it was a little bit.
What do you think about Leclerc? I honestly think he's gonna ditch Ferrari, or they're gonna have to fire their head. They're going to have to fire the head or fire the strategy guy, or he goes to Merck.
They need to do something because clearly they're still like legs away from.
I would love for Leclerc to go to Mercedes because that's going to be amazing. Then I can actually ride for Leclerc over there. I also want to show a bet that I won over the weekend, the Week 5 football. Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, and Pittsburgh not even getting a single touchdown. Let's go, baby. I Gronk spiked that bet yesterday. Let me hit some cash registers for that. Even though, not that big of a win, we won, though. We had a positive day on sports betting yesterday, and that was fun. Coming back to the market, though, guys, I want to talk about GM and Ford. GM and Ford both getting downgraded. Ford, actually, if you are following on Twitter, and Kathy tweeted out something very, very, Kathy Woods or Wood? Wood? Okay. Kathy Wood, there we go. She actually tweeted something very interesting last night, which made me even more bullish, or not bullish, even more drawn to the shorts on these two stocks, which is GM and Ford. I'm trying to find the tweet over here. She's basically talking about how everyone moving over to, what's it called? The EV stocks, Ford, GM, and all these legacy companies might take almost $1 trillion worth of hit coming in the future because of the inventory and everything else around those boards. I'm trying to find right here, there we go. Given the accelerated consumer preference shift towards electrical vehicles, used car prices and the residual value of all gas-powered autos are likely to plummet, causing serious losses in the $1 trillion auto debt market. So auto clearly getting downgraded over here, pushing to the south side. We all know how people are moving to your Rivians, your Teslas, your Lucids, even your Mullins over there and so on. So Ford, sorry? Which one did you say? The dealer model, that's right. We were actually talking outside with Randy a couple hours ago, and Randy was explaining how these GMs are running the dealer models and how some of these dealerships don't even have cars because of inventory problems, and they're selling used cars. And the dealer model, which is some of these dealers are like they're owned by themselves, and most of them are owned by GM. But what GM is doing right now to keep those people alive because they can't supply the inventory to them, they're funding them. They're supplying them with money and trying to keep them alive over there. So lots of money just being poured into these dealerships where cars can't even be bought. And if you're buying, you're probably buying a used car. So GM, Ford struggling today, down 5% on GM. I think Ford is down also another 5-7% over here. I just took a short fill on both of them near VWAP.
Nice, Brad. And, I think everyone is moving towards electric vehicles, obviously. I think the infrastructure needs to get better. It is getting better.
I think we're going to go after this to horse buggies. We're going to go right back.
Right back, yeah, imagine. We go from being like super advanced and then just all the way right back to the Stone Age. It seems like I missed the short reload on AMD here. It crept up all the way to I want to say 57.68. And then just rejected that 57.60 area. So now I am offering out there in case it wicks back up there again and I can get filled short. Now risking off of 57.80. I don't, if it's going to reject there, it probably doesn't reclaim the 58 area and push higher. Obviously, weakness overall for AMD. My other long positions, Meta seems to be kind of hanging out and kind of giving a bounce here off of this 133.40 area, 133.50 area. So I am offering out in the 80s here to get a piece out in front of this 134 consolidation. It looks like it's consolidating right below 134. If that gets reclaimed and pushes up to test VWAP, I think, you can see probably 134.50 and 135 on Meta for a continuation bounce move off of these lows here on Meta. So, this one seems to be working okay. Amazon, not really given this bounce. And, earlier it bounced off 115. And then 115 kind of held as resistance here as it broke down. So I think I want to get I want to be less patient with this one now because it's not really giving me the move that I was really expecting. So I think I'm going to move up my stop maybe. If it breaks down below the 70 area, the 80 area, probably going to stop out of this one and just let go of Amazon for now. I was watching Tesla as well because I always kind of wanted to watch if it's going to, bounce back to that 222 level. And it seems like now this 222 area, 221 area, that's going to be a support now for Tesla. It held a support on Friday. It looks like it's holding as support once again here, despite price target cuts on Tesla. Let's take a look at Twitter. I haven't really looked at Twitter at all this morning, but essentially now the court date, or they have to close the deal by October 28th now, I believe. So it seems like Elon is maybe potentially leaning more towards, closing this deal, getting it done. That being said, though, it hasn't really crept up anywhere near towards that 54.20 price. I remember there was a big seller at 52. It hasn't really gotten back there yet. Only 7 million volume on the day. I was talking to Pratt a lot about last week. Twitter has not done as much volume as we really expected it to, and now the volume just continues to taper off. So, the less volume this does, and the more it kind of fades away from those higher up prices, the less willing I am to kind of participate in this one. Just kind of wait until this deal kind of gets worked out, or some more concrete news kind of gets put out about this Twitter deal, and we can kind of go from there.
Right on. I'm looking at Pinduoduo at the moment. Pinduoduo popping up on the scanners as it takes out the last week's low, or I think September's low. Yeah, it takes out September's low, and we're pushing much further, all the way up to $57. Here's oh, that's Baba. I wanted to look at Baba if Baba was down too, but I want to talk about Pinduoduo as we're at $57. Look at that move on Pinduoduo, straight to the downside, consolidated a little bit, tried to get back above VWAP, failed. $60 acting as a barrier, 60 around the September lows, and then pushing much further to $56, triggering the SSR mechanic because it's down 10%. SSR lasts for 2 days. It lasts today and for tomorrow. And Rivian actually was on SSR to begin the day with, which I didn't know about. I was surprised, though. I was getting fills every time I was throwing orders, and I was taking out liquidity, but it might have been that every time I tried to take out liquidity, someone actually punched me on the upside and gave me that fill. So I got lucky on Rivian by taking all the size that I wanted today. The number one trade for me. For some reason, the triangles aren't showing up. But either way, AMD now 15 cents in the money as the market pulls back. I was screaming about, being scared about this trade. So if the money is being poured into my account, it's time to start taking off some size over here just to be safe. Now 26 cents in the money on AMD to the south side. Let's go take a look at where NVIDIA is. NVIDIA did pull back to VWAP closer to $116, but that's not where I want to be short. If I want to be short NVIDIA, I'd rather be short closer to the 50-period EMA at the top of this range near 117 or above 117. So the market needs to bounce for that. Oh, my baby. AMD now keep on giving me money. Let's go. Pour some money into my account. We're going to VWAP at the moment. Let's see if we can break below VWAP. Thankfully, I had an idea, which was as long as the market doesn't go above 11K, that's the NASDAQ market that I'm talking about, I can keep on scaling into this trade up to that 5800 period EMA. That worked out for me. So I get to be happy about it. But honestly, guys, I could have just been patient. I could have been patient for this market move up north to be finished. I anticipated the move. I anticipated the move. I didn't participate in it. That's why it's such a bad trade in my opinion. Whereas if I was patient, if I participated in the market environment that the market's telling me, hey, we're going up right now. You don't have to punch in and get scared. Just wait patiently. PAYTIENCE. That will pay you at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I got to say the same things about my trading on AMD as well. I was trying to anticipate basically the rejection off of these highs, and it made a new high and then rejected it anyways, right? So essentially got stopped out for nothing, and then I missed the actual refill moment, I guess, for the short on the backside of this short, right? So it makes the top, rejects it, and then more selling pours in below, makes a lower high, right? So that's pretty textbook. I missed that play. Oh well, I might as well just cancel this offer now because I don't think it gets back up there. If it gets back up there, I don't know if I want it again. I don't know if I want it again because then it looks like probably it's gonna break those highs once again. I got a piece out of Meta, and this is why I always think it's important to kind of layer orders, or at least if you think you're just gonna have this on the side and kind of watching something else, just offer out or bid out or whatever, and have your order there just in case it comes up there and hits, because that's exactly what happened there on Meta. I was offering out, I believe, 81, and it ticked me and then rejected right back down, right? So, thankfully I got that piece out there on Meta, and now it's even bouncing off once again off the 133.50. It looks like it tested it there, now bouncing off once again. So this long seems to be looking pretty good. I got stopped out of Amazon, so a couple losses for me here early on in the midday. Taking this L on Amazon, it seems like the relative strength in Amazon is kind of faded now, And you know, this move, I don't like this move at all. So I'm not going to try and catch any more longs, trying to catch a bottom or something dumb like that on Amazon. I think that's done for now. Long on Tesla, an eyeball emoji. Whenever someone puts that eyeball emoji, I always like draw attention to it. I was like, oh, let's take a look, right? It seems like, yeah, so I talked about this 222 area bouncing. That area, I guess it has a lot of strength, and there's a reason why it held on Friday. I think it was a buy imbalance on Tesla on Friday there, and it bounced off that 222 right at the end of the day as well. So now reclaiming this 224 area. I think if it comes up to 226, though, there was a lot of selling up here. Every time it crept up above 226, it just kind of got slammed down. It couldn't hold itself at all up there. So I think if it gets up there, I think that's where I'm going to pick my short. And then, you know, short off of this 227 area off of that high. Just got to be patient now and wait, though. Again, guys, I don't want to do the same thing I did on AMD, trying to anticipate the move here. So I'm going to wait for this 226 to come, wait for that test, and then, you know, reject there and, you know, hopefully get short then.
Yo, Arun, you're going to get the Pixel watch? No? Oh, you have the Garmin one? Okay. Did you see the watch, though? Oh, okay. It's kind of like the Garmin, but it's not as big bezel as the Garmin. It's like a smaller bezel. It's a 44 or... Yeah. It has a GPS tracker and it has a 4G LTE in it, so you can leave your phone at home. Ah, now he's considerate. Right on. Okay, well, I was just debating to see if I should buy it or not because, you know, you got the Google phone, I got the Google phone. I was wondering if you were going to think about it or not. Let's go check out what Google is doing on a day like today. Back under 100, obviously, when the market's on the red side. At $97 for Google, currently trading at VWAP. I don't know if I want to short Google at VWAP over here as the market, man, I've been telling you, I don't think we're going to break the low of days or at least the 52-week low. So based on that idea, I'm actually thinking about completely closing my AMD trade. You know, we were screaming about making some money a second ago, but we're absolutely flat on this trade. If I punch out right here, I'll be flat on this trade, which is a lot better than actually losing on this trade. But everything depends on the market, how we trade off the 11,000 marker for NASDAQ, AMD being a chip stock, a tech stock. That's the barometer that I'm using, the NQ NASDAQ futures. Google propaganda grade non-interest. Oh yeah, the non-interest on the phones or whatever. I guess that's what you're talking about. Look, I'm an Android guy for life, right? I've never had iPhones or anything. I've been Android ever since existence. Or actually, I started off with BlackBerry and then I went to Android. So I'm always going to stick with that. But people in the chat do love your Apple phones and so on. So let's go take a look at Apple also while we're talking about the mobile spear over here. You know what? Apple 100 period EMA with only risking 20 cents to the north side. That is a beautiful risk to reward short. So I'm going to get into that short. But like I said earlier, guys, this market's very close to 11K. There's a good chance we can pop above it and go back to 11,050. And if that's the case, you're probably going to watch Apple go towards 140.80, which is the pre-market highs.
I just brought up CCL, and I'm kind of said I missed this one. I was looking at the 660 area just because that was the 52-week low, and I thought, you know, there could be some weakness in the travel sector today, and it looks like there was. Like CCL's down 6.5%, trickled down, made a new 52-week low, 630. That 660 area held last week as support. I missed that trade. You know, it's a little too late now. It's kind of just consolidating down here. I was thinking if, you know, we could get on and it was like close to there, I might try to punch in short, but now it's a little too far gone. You guys, you're going to miss opportunities and miss trades all the time. You obviously can't hit every single trade. Don't chase them. Don't, you know, FOMO into them or whatever. It is what it is. There's going to be more opportunities. I got some more out of Meta on the bounce here. In front of this one, basically in front of VWAP, I was offering a 134.04 here. So, you know, hopefully this can reclaim VWAP and we can get a really good bounce off of this one. I took the loss on Amazon, and then AMD is right back at these prices again. And man, it's teasing me. It's teasing me. I kind of want the short, but then at the same time, I just said that if we get back up here, I don't know if I want it again because we could blast off. And then I'm trying to see the volume. I guess the volume is kind of picking up a little bit to the buy side. The market is making a little bit of a bounce, but AMD is overall generally weaker, right? So, you know what? Maybe let me just start. Let me try one more position. Let me try one more position on AMD to short here. at 57.60, going to give it 20 cents risk. Essentially up to the 57.80 area. One more shot on AMD, and if it fills me there, I don't want to have to chase this. Obviously, it's SSR, guys, so that means it's short sell restricted because the previous day it already went down more than 10%, right? So you can't cross and remove liquidity on this one. You have to be passive. You have to wait on the offer to get filled. So that's what makes it even harder, right? So you see these guys here, they're waiting at 52 to get filled short, right? They can't cross 51, and it continues to push down. So man, did I miss the reload once again on AMD? It could actually be. You're still short AMD. What's your price? 57.33.
Until 11K breaks, I'm gonna try and hold on to it. But I'm out of the money 20 cents right now, and the RPMs where my legs are moving at is ramping up. So clearly, I'm stressing about this trade. Part of my trading these days are I don't know if you guys have heard this, use like a heart rate monitor, and if your heart rate monitor starts going up, punch out of the trade or something. So my heart rate monitor is basically how fast my legs are moving, and that's telling me how panic I am on this trade. But look, the market's moving up at the moment. We're only 10 points away from 11,000 on the NASDAQ futures, so I'm watching it like a hawk. I want to quickly go to this poll that we have running because I want to close it up. We have about how many 1,159 votes coming in, and 60% of you think that we're actually going to go below the 52-week low on the NASDAQ market. Lots of bears in this chat at the moment compared to 2 weeks ago where people were actually voting for the north side instead. So I don't know what changed. Maybe that what's that industry number? Is that what it's called, the industry? The job employment number. The job employment number might have changed people's idea, and now there's still fear in the market that the interest rates are going to keep on going up. And the CPI number coming out Thursday. We got the Fed minutes on Wednesday. This whole week is lots and lots of information bearing for how the markets are going to trade and so on. So we just have to be patient, wait for those numbers to come out and trade off of that. NASDAQ exactly at 11,000. It's breaking 11,000. So you know what, man? I said I'm gonna get out flat, and I didn't get out for flat. That's my problem. I made a mistake, but now we're going to $58. That's where I want to be short, closer to the 100-period EMA. The trade's a lot better at the 100-period EMA, which is also around yesterday's close. Look how market closes at $58.51. We're exactly there right now on AMD. So I'm going to take my first tier short. We're going to try to revenge trade it here a little bit, sadly. So let's see that happen. And what did I tell you about Apple? Apple is going to go to 141 if the market pushes to 11K. It's doing so exactly. So time for reloading on Apple near 141. If this market now breaks VWAP and goes higher, I'm getting destroyed, that's for sure. But we just have to manage our trades.
Yeah, it seems like I struck out here on AMD, getting stopped out at the new, basically a new high day break here. It looks like high day says 58.08, but that's probably a dark pool wick in the pre-market, something like that. So, breaking this 57.80 area, I think I'm done with AMD now. I don't want to give it any more of my money today. Meta, though. Meta, I put this off for you guys, and I said it before, I'll say it again. Have your offers and your orders ready, and just kind of let the trade work for you. Don't work for the trade kind of thing. Offered out in front of this 134.50 area. I like that target area. It wicked up there, and then I got that fill, right? Like look at that. That's how you get those cool, I guess, triangles or whatever fills on your charts, and it makes you seem like a genius, like you got top wick or whatever. But yeah, it went up there, and I had my order there, and it got me out. So that was about $1 in the money. It's still kind of creeping around 75 cents in the money. Now kind of trying to push above VWAP and reclaim VWAP. So if this stays above VWAP and the market is below VWAP, then this, has some relative strength to it in Meta here. And if the market reclaims VWAP, then you bet Meta can probably test some of these highs, 135, 135, 50, 136 area, right? So the high day on Meta, 136.11. That would be nice if we can get back up there. For now, I haven't really thought about putting on any other trades. I was quickly looking back at Ford to see how that's doing. And I was thinking okay, can we risk off of this 1140 maybe? But again, guys, Ford broke a low and then it just reclaimed it pretty much right away. And, the volume is kind of tapering off now on Ford. So it seems like it is kind of going to have an inside day here, down 7% already on the day. It seems like it's made its move already in the pre-market, and we might not be able to take any more trades on it, but it is what it is. Sometimes that happens. The moves happen in the pre-market, and you can't really act on it. happens all the time. Playmaker 88, member for 23 months. So yeah, exactly. That's what I was referring to earlier. You know, Playmaker's been around for quite a long time. I thought he lives in Miami, right? Yeah. So you know, hopefully everything's okay.
Gonna
after,
retire in December, man. Congratulations on your retirement.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. Tesla looking for a bounce at 205.83. Yeah, we're a little ways away from that. That price. I think, you know, obviously Tesla 200 is gonna be huge. So you know, might as well call it 202, whatever. 200 is gonna be huge. I saw some analysts on the weekend talking about 202 or whatever. So maybe that's where you got that price from before. But now Tesla grinding higher. I am having it up on my side screen in case we do get above this 226 area. You know, I think I want to punch in short there, especially if the market rejects VWAP or something like that. You know, rejects these overnight consolidation areas for the market. So, you know, kind of waiting patiently for this one. I had the short earlier, took the win on it, and then added on it. So, you know, lost on this piece here, but that's okay. You know, had this win here, so it more than pays for it. Want to thank you, Super Chat, and I'm going to butcher this name here. Do you know how to pronounce this name, maybe?
Which one?
The Super Chat here.
Thank you for the Super Chat. There's no message in there. I'm not going to butcher your name, obviously, but thank you for the Super Chat. That's a hard name to pronounce. I thought I had a hard name to pronounce. I'm not gonna try. Yeah. But thank you for the Super Chat. If there was a message that you wanted to tag in there and you might have missed it out, just put it in the chat. Bears versus Bull and myself will look at it. Oh, I see it. You're talking about CRKN. CRKN, check please. Let's go over to CRKN. I'm guessing it's on NASDAQ. It's a penny stock. Okay, let's see if it's doing any volume. CRKN is doing, oh, the logo looks like an AMD logo almost. Crown Electrokinetics. Okay, Crown Electrokinetics Corporation with a float of 10 million, not really shorted. Today's volume is 15 million on this stock. That means the relative volume is 47 times. So clearly it is doing volume. It's up 26%. I don't know what the catalyst is, and honestly, we don't really trade penny stocks on the floor as much as you think we do. So I don't know what the idea is behind this trade. I can quickly give you a technical analysis for it. There was somewhat of a support at 2. The catalyst that came in helped the stock move up to the north side a little bit. Not a little bit, clearly a lot. It consolidated in pre-market and then sadly gave up a little bit of that move in pre-market. Now rejecting VWAP and sadly now also rejecting the 100-period EMA for CRKN. Hopefully that helps you on that side, but no trade for me on here. I want to show you guys UVXY while I get my guest while I get my guest set up for something that I want to talk to him about. UVXY pulling back towards VWAP at the moment. So clearly if UVXY is pulling back down, that means your NASDAQ market and your S&P 500 market technically should be pulling back up to the north side. Here's NASDAQ above 11K. AMD is currently 11 cents out of the money, and Apple is 11 cents out of the money, but Microsoft actually in the money. That 230 level short is clean for us to the south side. It technically should be 50 cents in the money, but because I'm short 229.82, I'm only 20 cents in the money right now. Let's see if this market can pull back to the south side, giving us money on AMD, Apple, and Microsoft. But you were talking about Meta. So yeah, Meta relatively strong no matter, without a doubt. This stock was up 1% when the market was bleeding today. And then when the market is still red, somehow Meta stays positive. Not sure who is buying Meta or why they're buying Meta. But clearly someone's very bullish about this stock at these levels.
They're releasing their VR headset tomorrow. I think that's who cares, right? Who cares? But,
big deal.
You know, that's their first VR headset. I was going in thinking it was going to be like maybe a sell the news event kind of thing, right? It's you know, the headset's released, here we are, and then it's a flop kind of thing, right? Yeah. But, you know, we'll see. Obviously, there is a buyer here on Meta today. I really like that 132 area. It's just been kind of consolidating above that for a long time now. Someone's asking for BBBY, technical analysis. Obviously, we haven't looked at Bed Bath in a while. We haven't looked at Bed Bath in a while since they had that huge run up in August. You know, fading the move here. It ran all the way up to 29. Like, that's incredible. Like, just look at this daily chart. Like, if I look at this daily chart, we're right back at these prices down at like $4. Ran all the way up to 29 within the span of like a week, and then right back down, right? So obviously, if you look at this chart, what do you guys think? It's overall very, very weak, right? So, you really want to hold up above 430, 445, 450 area. If that starts to break down, I think you got to realize that, BBBY, it might be the end for it, and it's going to trickle down and eventually become a penny stock or something like that. But, it's got to hold up these areas if it's going to have any sort of bounce, and you're going to touch any sort of these prices up towards that 10 area. But to think that it's going to go back to 29, I think that's a little far-fetched.
Sorry? So does the spicy chicken sandwich? Yeah, sure, whatever it's called.
I'm getting the wings.
Not sure. Okay.
Oh, we're talking about
Our
ordering lunch?
lunches, yeah,
Oh, okay,
because it's
gotcha.
Thanksgiving days, so we don't have catering, so people are off. Anyways, I was talking to Randy a lot about auto. This is our auto specialist, also a jack of all trades and master of every single trade that he's involved in. Randy, we always love you having on. You were talking about Tesla outside earlier. I want you to reiterate those words for the chat if you can.
Don't look so much at the downgrades. Look at their suppliers. Look at their overall numbers coming out of Berlin and out of Shanghai. They're ramping up. They're creeping up. They've got a good control on their supply chain, unlike Ford, unlike GM. I know they've been ramping down. They've had some issues, but honestly, look at the overall production numbers month after month. Look at their EPA quarter after quarter. It's slowly but surely ramping up. It's tight. Don't get me wrong, there's not a lot of wiggle room, but the numbers are creeping. They're going to start setting records. COVID's not over, but it's slowing down. The production numbers keep ramping up and up. So that's the underlying statement there, is that their supply chain's under control. It's tight. There's some issues here and there, but out of everybody, they've got it planned out.
Right.
They got a plan.
And the Germany numbers, do you have like a timeline for when that might come out or anything?
End of third quarter, maybe fourth quarter. Berlin's not running at full capacity yet. So another quarter or two, we should see that ramp up to 100%. And then the numbers will just keep climbing.
Right on. So that's the overall conversation that we were having, and I just wanted Randy to say it because he says it better than I probably will put it. So thank you, Randy. As always, the auto specialist himself coming in, helping you guys out. Look, we got people all around over here to help us with information like that. I would not have known that little bits about auto if it wasn't for my man Randy. Apparently, he spent the whole night yesterday researching about this on Reddit and a bunch of other resources, just reading, and then putting his own research behind it and allowing us to learn off of him, leech off of his research off of there. So obviously, hit that like button if you like what Randy had to say. And even if you didn't like what Randy had to say, still smash that like button because, hey man, we're doing all of this for free. We're giving you information, trades, and trying to entertain you at the best of our ability. Talking about trades, here's Microsoft, 71 cents in the money. Slam dunk on Microsoft. Let's go. AMD, 11 cents in the money. Now, I told you that 58 short should be better. And Apple, 141 fill, looking way better. Now, pulling back to the south side. We're in the money on all three stocks, but I want to wait for a little bit more of a pullback as 11K on the NASDAQ finally does reject. But look at the trend that the market's creating. We have a higher high and a higher low all the way up to VWAP up to 11,020. Does the market bounce off of this trend line bottom and then go all the way to the 100-period EMA, which is near 11,031, or at least to this range's highs of 11,060? Anything is possible in this market. You got to be careful. So based on that topic right there, let's take my first lot of exit on the Microsoft shorts, and sadly Ford and GM still out of the money. Not too worried about it. I'm actually going to add to my Ford trade over here at the 50-period EMA, and GM trying to consolidate at the 50-period EMA right now, so I'm not going to add to this trade. We'll see if this trade can start pulling back to the south side.
It seems like there's some weakness in Meta now. We were talking about this one being so strong, and then look at this price action here. It just totally rejected VWAP, and now obviously I've taken out a good chunk of my position, but I still have some shares left. And I was thinking, like, do I add to this here? I mean, you guys literally saw me add to a position when it was like basically at my break even, and then I get further stopped out. That was on the Tesla trade earlier when I was trying to short that. But now, now here comes the big decision. Do I add here and essentially build back my full position for a similar move here? But if this was really strong, I want to see it really continue upwards and really reclaim VWAP and push above that and push towards 135 and really get like sort of like a trend going here. But now that trend is almost kind of broken, right? And now we're right back here at these prices. I think I just leave this and see if it trickles down, stops me out. It is what it is. I already took some profits on it, so that's okay. But I don't feel comfortable adding to this one quite yet. And I just want to touch a little bit on Tesla as well. Tesla, it's the biggest and the baddest. It's the first mover in EVs and whatnot. You got to go with these guys, and you got to imagine that these guys are going to know what's up moving forward, and they're going to be leading the industry, right? So, Tesla, obviously, Elon always has a plan, always working super hard. I have faith in Tesla. That being said, I'm still looking to short it. I'm still looking to short it up at 226 here. We're day traders, and we got to play intraday key levels and whatnot. We got to play the trend. Obviously, long-term, Tesla looks really, really great. And, if you're having your long-term portfolios, I'm sure you're loving life. But if you're standing from a day trade perspective, and obviously with us, we have to close our positions right at 4 o'clock. We can't have overnight positions. We're going to be looking to capture some of these moves, some of these smaller moves, from some intraday key levels and whatnot. So that's exactly what I'm trying to do here on Tesla. Maybe I should have had the long buy this off 222. It is what it is. We'll continue to trade this one as I kind of see it until it proves me wrong, right? So pot stocks flying soon again. Man, I don't know about that. They would have flew on, let's bring this up. Let's bring this up, actually. Yeah, they would have flew on.
They did fly on that catalyst.
I mean, they did.
They crashed.
They flew for an hour.
No, they flew after market when that catalyst came out. The next day they crashed because the market was crashing.
That's true. That's true. So, you guys saw the charts last week. Biden comes out and says we're gonna be like
the daily chart right
yeah,
there.
we're gonna be decriminalizing some petty weed crimes and whatnot. So obviously great news, right? I don't think these crimes should really be held like that, but regardless, it went up to $4. I'm looking at Tilray here. It climbed up overnight. It gapped up overnight, and we're like all sitting here thinking like, okay, maybe, just maybe, these weed stocks and Tilray gets a huge push up. And I think they also had earnings on Friday too. Tilray had earnings on Friday. So it was like, maybe the stars are aligning here for some sort of great, weed move. But man, these companies, and this kind of proves it all. Like, it gave back the whole move. It was SSR by like 10 o'clock. Like, it was down like...
The volume on the
sell
candle is bigger than the buy candle.
Exactly, guys. And yeah, so, there was obviously buying on the, what was it, Thursday, and then, a whole ton of selling. So, obviously some bag holders on Tilray, selling the pop move, selling these pops on Tilray and some of the pot stocks. I don't think they really have it in them anymore. And, we talked about it a bit. The industry is like super oversaturated. I thought, we thought, going into like legalization and whatnot, these stocks were really going to fly, and it just hasn't happened. I think it's time. I think it's almost time to give up that dream, I think.
Did you watch the Zuckerberg podcast on Joe Rogan?
No, I didn't.
So Joe Rogan podcast had Zuckerberg, or the Zuckmaster himself, a while ago, like maybe in September or the last month before that, and he was talking about the headset that you were saying. Okay. The headset's supposed to be wireless. It's not supposed to have any more wires like their older models and so on. I'll keep my eyes out for that, guys. Well, we'll see how it happens. Look, I'm pretty bullish on the metaverse aspect, but I don't know if Meta is going to be the king of the metaverse. Google's going to come out with their own metaverse headset or virtual reality headset. Apple's going to come out with one eventually. There's going to be a bunch of headsets already coming out from a bunch of companies. So it just depends on what brand you want to be tied up to and so. Meta, in my opinion, if you buy their headset, they're going to be stealing your thoughts as data and trying to sell that too. So I don't know if you can trust them, right? So that's my opinion. I'll just leave it at that. Meta now turning to the red side, sadly, as the market's pulling back. Let's see what our positions are. Our Apple shorts still 15 cents in the money, not ready to take profits on that one yet. AMD only 16 cents in the money, not ready to take profits on that one yet. And Microsoft 80 cents in the money. Guys, be sure to throw the stocks in the chat, the ones you're looking at. Wow, Twitter's at $50 again? What? Wasn't this at like 48 a couple days ago? Yeah, it was at 47 on Friday when the market was absolutely getting destroyed. But congratulations to Twitter, as I think the catalyst is that Did you mention the catalyst in the morning? Yeah,
so essentially like the deal is coming closer to being completed and whatnot. I saw someone earlier say that Elon is like 98% chance like buying Twitter. he still has that option to opt out and pay like $1 billion. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
$1 billion
Like,
in fees?
no, like I thought he had like a stipulation where he could opt out and pay $1 billion to get out of the deal.
I don't know. It's $1 billion.
I thought it was $1 billion, and that's what I heard before. I think that's a better deal than buying Twitter for $44 billion. You know, I think
But
obviously
he wants to do the whole WeChat thing, right?
yeah, he wants to obviously change up Twitter a lot, and I'm sure, you know, he's going to obviously have plans for it. You know, we talked about Elon earlier having plans for Tesla and whatnot. So I'm sure that, you know, if he does end up buying it, you know, he's going to have some plans for it. And it's going to change quite a bit. And, you know, I have WeChat as well, and I know it's...
You do?
Yeah, I have WeChat. Yeah, I have WeChat.
It works in Canada?
Yeah, it works in Canada. What
Oh,
do you mean?
word?
Yeah, come on, man.
I didn't
It's
know
just an
that.
app. Yeah, anyways, yeah, I kind of describe it as like a Facebook type of platform almost. It kind of gives me that vibe. But I feel like the communication and whatnot is a lot better on it, and plus you got really cute like stickers on there as well. So, you know, it's something you know, positives
Yeah,
there.
you guys heard that, right? All right, never mind.
No, they're not listening. They're not listening.
Never mind. We'll make fun of you after. Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with having cute stickers, right, Ian? As long as. But what is WeChat? Isn't that the platform like? Is
Yeah,
this
it's
a
just like
WhatsApp
that.
where
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
send money?
yeah. No. It's just like
You
It's
can
just like a
send
social-
money. You can talk a bunch of stuff, right?
You can do it. It's like whatever. It's like Instagram. It's like any social media platform. You can talk to all your friends and whatnot. It's
Well, when Elon does it, I'm signing up for it no matter what, right?
yeah. I
So
mean,
I'm
like that's
signing
what
up
he
for
wanted
it.
kind of model Twitter off of, right? But
Yeah.
we'll see. That deal, obviously, you know, I was talking about. I want more concrete information to come out, and
Right.
I've actually been more short biased on Twitter, and I'll tell you exactly why, guys. Okay, so just last week, I won't like say you know who was obviously involved in the trade, but a couple people had this trade, and they were long Twitter. You know, just trading it, whatever, down in the low 40s, right? The low 40s, and then all of a sudden the news comes out that this deal is coming closer to, you know, being completed. It halts, whatever, does its thing, opens at $50. So, you know, quickly made $10 a share. That's obviously a huge trade. So that's why I'm being more short biased. And I'll explain why. Is because if this deal falls through, you know,
$20.
we're up at $50, $51. Where do you think Twitter's going to open up at? Twitter's going to open up at like $30. Brad said $20.
I'm exaggerating.
It's gonna open up down from here. That's for sure, right? But let's say I'm caught short at $51 and then up halt or something like that. What's the worst that I can lose, right? Obviously the deal price, $54.20. So, you know, gonna be risking $3. Obviously that's big risk. That's big risk. But if you have the potential to make like $10 a share, you know, that's pretty good R&R, right? That's pretty good R&R. That being said, I traded Twitter a lot last week. I made some decent money on it. I've been sizing down on Twitter. I'm not trying to put on crazy positions on Twitter just because it has that headline risk. And, you know, it can just kind of halt at any single moment in time, right? But it looks like it is starting to have some trouble here. You know, closer to this 51 area. I was shorting off 51 a bunch last week. It doesn't seem like it's going to get quite there, right? Less volume on Twitter today. I don't know if I want to trade it. You know, potentially, I might try to trade it here, actually. So, yeah, let's maybe start a position on Twitter. Just there. I'll wait passively to get this fill. I want to, you know, manage the R&R accordingly. Decent size there on the bid that just got taken out. 100 lots there. That got taken out like nothing. Essentially, guys, going to risk off of this high wick here. Was that 50.86? But more so probably that 51 level on Twitter.
I love it, man. Yeah, the deal closes at what, $52.40, so shorting around
54.20. 54.20.
Wasn't it? Oh, 54.20. You're right,
yeah.
420. Yeah, 54.20. Oh, then we're quite a bit of a ways away on that still.
Oh, yeah.
Microsoft pushing the south side still. I took some profits on Microsoft, on Apple, and on AMD. Actually, I did take some profits on AMD too. Let's see if we can get a bigger move. I didn't take a lot of size out, so I'm still holding 90% of my size on AMD and Microsoft and Apple too. So let's see if we can get that move that we're looking for. I was going to talk about Walgreens, but energy update by Brendo, we had to send you over to there. So here's Walgreens today, up 5% on the day with a relative volume of 1.75. Anyone wondering what relative volume is or how to even find relative volume? Well, ladies and gentlemen, go sign up for Trade Ideas. You're going to get 30% off for signing up for Trade Ideas until midnight today, and the code is TraderTV30. All caps, TRADERTY30. The number is 30. You get 30% off on this beautiful software. If anyone's looking for how can I get Prad's scanner? Well, it's not that hard, ladies and gentlemen. Just head over to Michael Noss's Twitter. Head over to Michael Noss's Twitter, and somewhere over here you'll see he tagged me to a post with my link on it, and you will be able to just directly copy that link and use it for yourself. I can't see where the tweet is, but if that's what you're looking for, you can find it on his Twitter. But yeah, go sign up for it. Here's the relative volume. See how Pinduoduo is less than 1? That means the stock's not really in play today. But Walgreens, where's Walgreens? There you go. Walgreens has won 2 races from the starting of the day from 9 o'clock. So that means it's very relatively strong, especially in a market that's getting absolutely beat up to the downside. And you can see that after pulling up the chart. Look at Walgreens. This is a 5-minute chart. This is a daily chart. We are about to most likely take out the Friday's high on Walgreens near $32 and inch up all the way into the last week's range up to 33 bucks and so. So I'm just going to throw a quick little line over here. On my trade idea software. Once again, thank you, Michael Noss, for setting me up with the scanner. I'm just gonna try and map some levels up over here. We got these ranges. I think there's a good chance that this pushes up. Not sure what this orange line is. I'm guessing that's VWAP. Yeah, that's VWAP right there. No, it says EMA. Yeah, that's the 8-period EMA. So 8-period EMA on the daily chart looks like a little bit of a rejection, but I'm not gonna really look at it like that. We see yesterday's high coming into play for Walgreens, so maybe a little bit of a rejection around these areas. But how much of a pullback are you really gonna get off of this rejection? Maybe to VWAP. The risk to reward is there, but I'm not really liking the trade to short a stock which is up so much on the day, and the market's not really helping it to the downside.
I was trying to find some relative strength in the market. Real quick first though. I think you guys were listening to me on Twitter. Look at this, man. As soon as I was talking about it, big sell candle comes in. I guess I'm right on that one. I'll wait patiently again. I don't want to chase this one. I want that R&R. Yeah, but I was looking at something that was potentially relatively stronger in the market, and I came across Apple here. It's reclaiming this 140 area. That's where it consolidated around in the pre-market area, and it held as a high. And then now holding as a support. So I am long Apple now at, what's my price? 140.14. So, 14, 15 cents in the money. That seems to be working for me. The reason why I was looking for relative strength, guys, is because the market is obviously weak today. It looks like it rejected the 50 EMA and VWAP here. But, still kind of holding up at these lows, right? So if the market does hold up lows and we get any sort of inclination that we are going to get a little bit more of like a grind up day, maybe an inside day, and we trade the range more, Apple is going to be relatively stronger on the overall day here, and potentially a bigger bounce here for Apple. So I am long Apple now, in the money about 20 cents. So that one continues to work. Let me layer some offers out here to make sure I get some out. I'm sitting there at 38. There you go. Get the fill there. So a quick 20-cent winner on Apple. I'll get more if it dips back to 140 again. Kind of playing off of that. Risking essentially, if the sellers really step up below 140 and drive the price down, then I'm going to stop out of this one and, going to continue on for that. TLT collapse, APDN. We looked at APDN earlier today. AMC going to $3. Yeah, that's something I can agree with. Tesla.
Take it easy.
I'm joking.
You're trying to fight the viewers or what?
Tesla dancing around VWAP. And, this was another example of finding relative strength in the market. And that was exactly Tesla today. Really, really strong this morning. Look at this bounce move. I remember talking to Luca about it, how it was looking pretty dire there as it broke down 222. And I think he tried taking a 220 break to the downside. And it was looking decent there for a second until it really wasn't. And then all this buying poured in. It went from 220 all the way up to 227. And this is a 3-minute chart, so that's in like 12 minutes, right? So 10 minutes or so, runs up almost $10. That's a crazy move, right? So, obviously some relative strength here in Tesla. Now that it has held above this 222 area, but it's just kind of, floating around VWAP, right? It's not really, trading the range per se, because if it was trading the range, then it would come up here, 226, 227, reject, come back down here, 222, bounce, right? So then you can kind of get some trades on it. But as long as it stays in here, if I'm not already involved, I'm not going to get involved in this name. I don't want to chase it, something like that. I'm just going to kind of sit on the sidelines and see where it plays out, see where it lands. If it comes back down here, maybe try the long off of that strength, off of the bottoms, and then the short obviously up there. But I cancel all my offers and bids now for Tesla, just kind of waiting for it to decide what it wants to do. Twitter, you ran away from me. Now you're 20 cents in the money from where I offered out. It is what it is. I missed that trade. But yeah, guys, again, short bias on Twitter, I think, all the way until that deal actually gets closed.
Talking about deals being closed, Mark in the chat wants me to look at SAVE. I forget what the airline name is for SAVE, but I do know that they're getting bought out by JetBlue. Before that, they were getting bought out by, or wanted to get bought out by Frontier, and they kept rejecting JetBlue offers because they thought there was a, what's the word I'm looking for? Antitrust laws. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. They thought that merging with JetBlue would give them antitrust laws. What's that? Spirit, thank you. It's a Spirit Airways. So they thought that there would be antitrust laws that was filed in my ear, telling me what the company name is. So Spirit thinking about getting bought out by Frontier. Eventually, JetBlue said, hey, there's not going to be any antitrust laws. Just let's get bought out. Let me buy you out and so on. But why are they so far away from their buyout price, which is $32? Is because we've seen these articles come again and again for Spirit. They one day say yes, the next day they say no. So that uncertainty is causing the issues. That's why the stock is so far away from $32. It's currently trading at $18.17. I see this random size. Notice the gateway, EXB. That's an inverse gateway, right?
No, EXB is EdgeX.
EdgeX?
That's EAB is inverse. But okay, so the size is on EdgeX. Yeah, that's not inverse.
That's on inverse.
That's passive.
That's
EXB?
passive? Okay.
Yeah, EAB is EdgeA, and that's inverse.
That makes sense why that's one's blacked out and it's not,
Yeah,
and I'm still
exactly.
questioning myself.
Like you set this up already.
Listen, I did this like, 2 years ago? Like, sometimes I'll lose track, okay? Anyways, there is some size over here on EdgeX Gateway, 200 lots, almost 250 lots. Basically, you add 2 more zeros next to it. That's how many shares there are. So 24,600 shares on $18.16, acting as a support, not really allowing the stock to go much further to the downside from there. For anyone thinking about doing a quick little front run size trade, this is what you would do. You would get long over here on 18.18, and your stop would be on the break of 18.16. I'm going to quickly check what the relative volume is on SAVE. It's 0.70. It's only done 377,000 shares today. I'm not interested in this stock going long at the moment, but if the stock was doing a ton of volume and I see size like that pop up, there's a good chance that I front run the size. For anyone wondering what front running is, once again, I'll explain it. You see a big size on the bid, you go in front of it, and that big size is your support. You see a big size on the ask, you go short in front of it, and then that ask is your support. Front running size. That's a free setup for you guys to use whenever you feel like using it. Apple at the moment, 50 cents in the money. Let's go, Apple. Push to the south side. Let's take some profits on that bad boy. AMD, 40 cents in the money. Let's take some money on that on that stuff too. Almost cursed there. Wow, Brad, you need to take it easy. Microsoft coming to the south side, 228. Can we get a 228 break? And let me take some profits over here. Now I can hold my 70% of my size to see if we can push much lower on Microsoft. AMD did burn me, but I'm not even crying anymore because Apple and Microsoft are now paying me whatever money I lost on AMD, and I'm going to make that money that I lost on AMD back itself too. So more money stacking that paper like it's Pringles, Frito-Lays, you call it, baby, whatever it is.
I'm trying to better my average on the Apple dip there. It seems like it might bounce off VWAP, but someone said
don't say that.
Someone said Rivian triple top close
Market lower
enough
day
on 1 minute. Yeah, that's what I was trying to play off too. If that lower day is going to bounce. I quickly brought up the Rivian 1 minute chart here. I don't really see a triple top here. Do you see any sort of indication of a triple top here? I guess
you can make that a triple top.
30-80, but regardless, what I wanted to more so talk about is that this is the 1 minute chart, right? This is the 1 minute chart.
I don't know about that
Patterns that you kind of get on a 1 minute chart or see on a 1 minute chart, you gotta hold less significance against those ones as compared to a pattern you might see on like a 30-minute, hourly, especially like a daily chart. Like those, bigger the time frame, the more significance you can place on those key levels, right? And create trade ideas around those key levels. Neil always says, when in doubt, zoom out. So that directly applies here. I like to look at I always have the 3-minute chart up just because I feel like it looks a little bit more consolidated for you guys and a little bit more neater on when we're presenting here. But I like to have like the 5-minute chart up as well. Obviously 1 minute so you can see details, but regardless, we don't necessarily execute off of the charts when we're trading the equities. We like to execute off of level 2 and time of sales and seeing that price action. Like, Brad was saying before with the size on the bid there with Save, it was, you see that size on the bid or on the offer and whatnot, and you kind of play off that and create trade ideas around that. Use the chart to find levels, right? So if you do like this 30-80 level, when it comes up there, is there size on the offer? Is there selling? Is there people crossing and trying? Obviously on Rivian today it's SSR, but is there people trying to slam the bid and get short at these prices, right? If there is, then you kind of hop on the ride, hop on that bus, and ride that wave down towards the bottoms here, right? So that's what you kind of use charts for. But regardless, like I said, try to find patterns or key levels on higher time frames.
I'm looking at Microsoft pushing the south side, but more importantly, I'm actually answering Trader Gorno in the chat. Gorno, you don't got to be rude to the other viewers like that, mate. Everyone's trying to learn in their own way. Everyone's trying. Everyone is throwing out their theories. Some people think it bounces. Some people think it won't bounce. It doesn't matter. That's the beauty of the market. Those theories, those ideas clashing with each other makes the market what it is. We don't have to be rude to each other in the chat. Be nice. Just spread positivity in the chat. Spread positivity, and in return, maybe people learn off of your positivity off of that. Or if they don't, then that's fine. That's up to them how they want to learn. Either they learn from their mistakes or from their wins. But let's just keep a positive energy in the chat. I would like that, please. So Gorno, just cut that noise out a little bit. Microsoft, though, pushing $1.88 to the south side. Money, money, money. Let's ring that cash register, baby. Apple also. Money. That's right. Pushing the south side, Apple 85 cents, and AMD coming in the money for 50 cents. Let's go, AMD. I had like a big loser on this, but now I cut my loser by half on this stock. And Apple and Microsoft are paying me so much more money compared to my AMD loss. We're already back in the money compared to how much we gave away, and now we're rolling the profits over as the market looking to make that lower day. It did break the lower day. S&P 500 broke the lower day, but NASDAQ kind of flirting with that bottom. Let's see if NASDAQ will bounce back through the lower day, allowing S&P 500 to bounce too, or will it completely go to the south side? All we're doing is throwing out theories. We're trying to participate on the stimulus that the market gives us. We're going to respond to the stimulus the market throws at us, and if the market tells me, hey, I'm bouncing, you know what I'm doing? I'm jumping out of AMD.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of trade this one like a donkey. I gotta say,
you're good, bro.
I didn't trade this one that well at all. Someone said AMD making higher lows here, and it is, right? It is making higher lows above this VWAP area, but it seems like it has rejected this 58 area, right? So, man, I don't think I want to try this one. I don't want to, display over trading and revenge trading on the show and whatnot. So I think, I took some losses. I took some losses on AMD here. I think I got to stay hands off now. I don't want to, give away a lot of my, earnings from last week just on one name here on AMD, just because I got a little upset at it. It is what it is. Sometimes you have the wrong read, and you take some losses. It does look like the market is pushing lower here. I'm still in this Apple trade, and it's still holding above VWAP here, but it is struggling quite a bit. I think I'm probably going to get stopped out of this one and going to have to find some different opportunities. I was looking at Tesla once again because it is creeping back towards this 222 area. I talked about how it was, really trying to, that was an inflection point there for Tesla earlier around when I came on to the show at 11 or when the midday show started. So, it bounced from there. So it's starting to catch some bids around here as well. So
Market dead, bro.
Yeah, the market is kind of fading here, but Tesla isn't really going anywhere. Like, look at Tesla. It's staying strong on the bid there. It is actually buying here for Tesla as the market pushes down, right? As Apple pushes down. Looks like I am going to get stopped out of that one. I guess I didn't there, but I probably will. So, I think there is relative strength here in Tesla. Maybe a bounce off this 222. So let me start bidding on this name.
Right on. Go ahead, manage your trade. Currently, I'm looking at Apple near VWAP, and I'm taking more profits. I think I got out of about 40% of my size on Apple. I'm holding 60% on AMD still, as we're 71 cents in the money. And I'm also holding 60% of my Microsoft short from 230. That 230 level has come into play quite a bit in the last week as a bottom, but now 230 coming in as a top high. Well, not a top high, but as a resistance area. Look at how many times we try to take out 230 after 11 o'clock, and we just failed too, because the lack of volume to the north side, not there. The market breaking the lows, and we're actually pushing to 3,600 on the S&P 500. This was the level. I'm sorry, I'm salivating. Fahad, this is your fault, bro. He gave me McDonald's fries, and I'm eating here every time Ian talks, and my mouth is just salivating. So it's Fahad's fault, even though I'm the one making the decision to eat it. But Microsoft over here pushing the south side, and we're just having fun with these profits. 3,600 was the level that our boy Arun gave out on Friday for us to look out for. Thankfully, 3,600 did not come into play yesterday, but it is very surely coming into play right now as we're only 13 points away from it.
Someone said Google. Take a look. I know Google has been kind of fluctuating around, in and around this $100 level. Man, I hate how the chart does that all the time. But yeah, it pushed up above 100 and it looked really strong last week. And then here we are right again. Obviously, it got hurt on Friday. Overall market weakness. That was a big down day. And now Google back below this 100 level. But guys, this level has been just like abused time and time again now for the past, I want to say like 3 weeks now. So, it was good, but to continue making plays off of it and, trade thesis, how's the plural of thesis?
Thesi?
Thesi, yeah, trade thesi, I guess, if you will. Off of this $100 level, I think you got to look at a different level.
Is it wrong?
It's been reused.
Is it wrong, Brendo? No, it's
Thesis?
Thesi. I'm serious. I learned that in...
I don't think it's thesi.
Bro, I learned this in class when I was in
sound right.
India, okay? Let me Google it. Thesis, I can't even spell plural, though. How do you spell
Thesis?
P-R-U-L-A-R-O? It is Thesi, man. Come on. Theses. Ah,
Theses. Okay, so my bad, guys. Mispronunciation on that one. Theses is the plural. Now you learn something new every day. We had a little bit of a language thing going on before, where we would like say new words every day and whatnot.
Nah,
that kind of dropped off.
I never make up words. Trust me. I use the right words. Like what's the one that I said, and Sean and Neil were like, oh no, that's not a real word, and they Googled it.
Squoze?
Squoze, yeah, squoze.
I think that got added to the dictionary after everything had happened. Too many people were saying it.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, market might squoze over here to the upside. We'll see if this market bounces from the lows. 3,600 did not come into play just yet. We got up to what, 36.13, 36.12 on the S&P 500 futures. NASDAQ not really at the 52-week low yet, but I want to mention QQQs did manage to break their 52-week low today, and the ETFs are clearly pointing to the south side. NASDAQ futures are looking a little scary off of that note. But as Arun mentioned to me a while back, that futures lead the market, not the ETF. So maybe we should be just sticking to watching the futures. AMD now 60 cents in the money and looking to bounce off of VWAP as the market returns back to the south, to the north side maybe. So I'm gonna protect my money over here. Take more size out. Now I'm gonna only have 40% of AMD instead of 60%. I'm gonna do the same with Microsoft too. Keep 40% on that. And Apple, we're gonna try and get rid of more. We're gonna now only have 50% of Apple left from where we started. And let's see how big of a move can Apple go. Apple 93 cents in the money. AMD 68 cents in the money, Microsoft $1.62 in the money, Ford getting ready to push to the south side for me, also breaking VWAP. Let's go Ford, and we're waiting for GM to do something. Wake up, do something, GM. Push to the south side, or at least burn me and tell me that I'm wrong on my trade. Don't just, bore me to death.
A couple things happening here for me. So I'm trying to manage this Tesla trade, and I'm thinking if I want to add to it and try to build a better position here. It seems like it is trying to bounce with the market. When the market has these green candles, Tesla, there's a lot of buying in Tesla too, right? So, I'm thinking some relative strength here in Tesla. Apple, I almost got stopped out here, and it kind of saved me. Of course, the dark pool wicks there kind of messed up the chart there, but it is kind of bouncing off of VWAP. I'll fix this chart for next time I bring it up. But yeah, Apple kind of bouncing off of VWAP here. The market, continues to push lower. I think maybe the bounce off 3,600 might be a little bit epic. But we'll see for that one. That one looks like it's going to come through. So kind of biding time now, essentially. until that for some of these bounce plays to really work. Man, we put bounce plays on the suicide watch list. I don't know why I'm always trying to try to trade these bounce plays, but if you didn't have the short up here, it's kind of hard to get short and find shorts, right? Like a perfect example is Rivian today. Rivian obviously had a little bit of a negative catalyst today and down quite a bit. Rejected this 32 area. But if you're not short from up here, where are you getting short? Like, are you going to get short 30, 80? You can. But then, it ends up being, what is this, like a 40-cent win when this was basically $1.50 win, right? So it's about managing your R&R and, managing trades and trying to take good trades, right? So I'm not just going to hammer in short in the weakest name just because I want to, kind of force the same move. I could totally see Rivian kind of just finishing around, the 30 area, maybe, trickles down to 30 and holds there or something like that. But now that's, continued SSR and whatnot, it's going to be way harder for this one to kind of get slammed down. I remember one comment I wanted to address actually was someone said, why is AMD so strong today? I don't think it's strong. Like, it's still down 2% today. Biden enhancing some restrictions now, again, for these chip makers and whatnot. So there is a negative catalyst sort of like looming over the chip sector here. And AMD was SSR on Friday, right? So I don't think it's necessarily strong. I think people can't just really slam it down like they were on Friday, just relentlessly there.
I also want to mention on Friday, going into the close, AMD had like 2 million or like something big.
Yeah, it was
size.
It was a buy imbalance, right? So yeah, exactly. I remember now.
If you think about it, like, if these prices of AMD, hedge funds would be stupid not to load up.
There's going to be buyers, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be buyers at these prices. But that being said, like, it's still down on the day. I don't think it's relatively strong at all. Like, it's SSR, right? It's SSR, so there is going to be some buying pressure. If there is any sort of buying pressure here, shorts aren't going to be able to kind of hammer it down and contain that, right? So, that's why you had some of these big momentum upside moves here, and you see me kind of getting stopped out here and here on AMD on these up moves, right? So it seems like, actually, I drew that trend line. It kind of disappeared, but look at this trend line. Someone said, AMD's making higher lows here on the chart, and it's kind of breaking down below that low. So maybe a trend change here on AMD. Maybe it kind of just trickles down lower now.
Yeah, someone in chat also told us to look at IMUX. Actually, a buddy on the floor was trading IMUX today. Would love to see how he traded it. But a quick little glance at it, looks like we took out this high on IMUX, but we're kind of stuck in this range again. We broke out of this range high, which is around $5.36. Sorry, we broke out of that, but we are now kind of just stuck in that range for IMUX. The relative volume for this position is 502 with 32 million shares traded on the day today. Immune Inc. Might have to find what the catalyst is. I try to stay away from the short float stocks. This is a 24 million float with a 3% short float on it. Sorry, I said short float stock. I meant low float stocks. I stay away from low float stocks because there's been 3 or 4 times where I traded them. I try to take size because it's a low price stock, and then I get completely rug pulled, and the stock just craters to the downside where I get hurt on these. So because I don't have a proper setup on these trades, I stay away from it. Sharif might have been probably trading these if he was here. I have my go-to basket of stocks, which are your blue chip stocks. Is that what they call the AMDs and so on? Yeah, so I have my go-to blue chips. I know that for me to get rugged on AMD, it means that I'm actually wrong on that trade. It doesn't just happen randomly when a big stack bully who's accumulated the position all throughout the day is just dumping on other people. So I don't want to get trapped into those type of movements. I stay away from them. That's just me though, nothing wrong with it. But there is my quick little technical analysis that I gave you. We broke that range high, but notice how we're now pulling back into that range. At least the stock is holding VWAP throughout the day, and it's up 41% with a relative volume of 500. For anyone wondering what relative volume is, relative volume basically indicates how much volume the stock is doing this very moment compared to the past, and it kind of compares it to that, right? So you see a ratio coming in, and that ratio is telling you that it's 500 times more active today than it previously was.
And I just wanted to add a little bit onto that as well. And that's what makes tape reading and whatnot and level 2 reading so important, that if you see those big orders start to come on the short side, and I'm assuming there probably was here on this flush move here, that's what, starts the kind of selling, right? So you see a few big orders come through and a few big players dump their position, it encourages more selling, and then everyone just kind of panic sells and then piles into the sell, right? So that's why you get these big flush moves on some of these low float small cap names. So just watch for that as well when you're trading these ones. But like Pratt was saying, like if you're trading something like AMD, Tesla, Apple, those things, there's so many different players involved that have ownership in these names that there's not going to be those quick, necessarily huge flush moves where you can get caught off guard super quick. Peggy, that's another one. So Peggy was another small cap name that we were trading last week. I think I traded a little bit of one day and didn't really find too much success. And I think it's easier to trade these names on day one, right? So on day one, when maybe if there's a fresh catalyst or it gaps up really strong and then has that momentum to the upside, I feel like it's easier to trade it that day when there's less price discovery, right? Because now we've been up to these prices before, like we've been kind of recycling these prices. So to kind of play off, create trades off of these prices, it might be a little bit more difficult, and you kind of have to just catch the momentum, right? So if you're here and you didn't catch this move here, are you really gonna buy this dip? Like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. So you have to be like kind of positioned, then you gotta get lucky with this big momentum candle to the upside here. But that's why I kind of stay away from these names as they've already made their moves and whatnot. Obviously, if another catalyst comes out or something like that, gaps up huge again one day, then to new prices, then I might be interested in getting it. It seems like 5 is the level now for Peggy. If it gets back up there and breaks out there, then this could be super interesting to trade again. But for now, probably going to stay away. Twitter, any news? Did Twitter change since we last looked at it? No, it's right back up at these prices, right? So, this 50-80 area continues to hold. I thought I had it up here, but let me make sure that I have an offer out here near this 50-80 area to get short. Let's send it to Brendan at the Big Desk for social. Was it social sentiment? Social sentiment.
Oh, back to us. So, all right, coming back to, it's going to be super chats real quick while we wait for Brendo to get back up there. Guys, what are you thinking about NanoX? It's a good stock to buy. It says $5 super chat from Alexander. I had to actually Google the ticker. NNOX is a ticker. Never traded it, never heard about it. So I don't know how good of a company it can be. I might have to do more research on it. It's an Israeli company. It's a nano imaging company of some sorts. Relative volume of 1, and it's only traded 260,000 shares today. So a little light on the volume, man, and it's doing relative volume exactly equal to its past. So nothing really going on, and it's having a little bit of an insider day over here as Ian talks about it too. I don't really see any setups on here, mate. So and I would have to do more research about it being a good company or not a good company. So on that note, I'm gonna come back to it later. In the meantime, let's send it to Brendo at the big screen.
If anyone knows a good battery supplier, we are definitely in need of one. We have a new battery, so that's great. I just noticed this, guys, before we get into this board. There's DraftKings. That's ugly. There was a note on California, apparently considering a bill that would make sports betting legal. But wow, 12% for DraftKings downside. There's a very red social sentiment board right now. The entire thing downside, including Tesla on here among the leaders, in fact, as far as mentions go this afternoon. AMC, AMD, Mullen, Ape, they're all here once again today. Even Tilray, big move down obviously on Friday after what we saw on Thursday, following those comments from President Biden. But again, some of the cannabis names to the downside today. MMAT and XELA, both penny stocks, both making big moves today higher. NURO, another one on its own headline, but still very negative, guys, as expected on social sentiment.
All right, so social sentiment, we're seeing a lot of social activity on stocks these days, so always good to have those scanners that actually track those websites like your Twitters, your Reddits, and so on. Obviously, the terminal that our boy Brendo uses is really expensive. For those of you who can't afford it, I would suggest you to go for that. But for those of you who can't and want to use free websites, you can use swaggystocks.com. That's what I use. I'm a little cheap when it comes to paying for those things. And this is what I use. Social sentiment, news trends. You'll see exactly what stocks people are talking about on those social spaces. So Twitter, Tesla, USO. Is that United States Oil? Yeah, USO, that's what I thought. So, United States Oil Fund, even the people are talking about ARCA funds these days on social media. Yo, these Wall Street bets our kids are getting advanced, man. Okay. So clearly, people are talking about oil. I want to bring that up. Where is the crude futures today? X22.nm should be the ticker. Yeah, we're heading back to $100 over here for crude futures. I don't know if you guys saw that Crimea Bridge thing that happened where the oil tankers got on fire. I guessed, or at least I came up with a theory that should send your energy stocks to the upside. So let's go quickly take a look at XLE. Is XLE green today? It's red today. That's surprising to me. I thought XLE and oil stocks would be heading to the north side as that oil tanker got hurt, and the bridge did go down for a little bit. But I also heard that the bridge is back into use now. So based off of that catalyst, I wanted to go take a look at defense stocks, your RTX and your LMTs and your all other defense stocks. Sadly, even that's not really working out. I talked about this a lot with you guys over the weekend. I'm like, guys, we really need to watch out for these defense stocks to move. Today, not really happening anything on these.
I thought there was going to be more movement on it as well, but it is what it is. It didn't really happen. And even with that happening over the weekend, I thought there was going to be a larger gap down or more negative sentiment surrounding the market, but nothing really has changed in the market. It's just kind of continuing the move that it had on Friday. I got impatient waiting for Twitter on the offer, so I just crossed and got short 50.74, right? So that's about 8 cents in the money now. This is going to be essentially just trading the range on this one. So if it comes into 60, I'm going to take profit out and, into the 50s. If it comes back up to the 50s, 70s, towards this 80 area, I'm going to add to the short and kind of manage that trade. So now I'm involved in that short. A couple other things coming to me as well. This Tesla trade seems to be working a lot better now. So really testing this VWAP area. I got one piece out. I actually added to the position in front of 222.50. I got one piece out right at VWAP, so I'm offering out again. If it gets up above VWAP again and can take advantage of that move. The Apple trade now, that's back basically on par with my price now, right? So you don't always want to just anchor your trades to your price, because to the market doesn't really care about your price on the stock, obviously. So you want to trade it accordingly. But it seems like Apple is bouncing off VWAP as the market is really testing these lows, right? So I still believe that Apple is relatively strong in comparison to the rest of the market. I know Prad's looking at me thinking he's in the short position.
Not thinking anything.
No, you're in the short position on Apple, right? So we're kind of butting heads against here. But this is just exactly what I see. I see Apple holding up above VWAP here until that breaks down and the market really starts to push lower. Then I don't think I'm necessarily wrong on this long one. Long trade here, I'm like 10 cents out of the money. That's not a big deal. What did I just? Oh, I got more of the Tesla trade out. I was like looking at my blotter and it changed there. So I got ticked out on this Tesla trade. So that continues to work for me. I'm still holding a decent size piece on this one. So if this one can get back up to 225 on Tesla here and test the upper end of this range for today, that would be really good. Again here, more relative strength here, trying to reclaim VWAP here as the market is at the lows. So if the market has any sort of bounce here, I would expect Tesla to have that same bounce and more to the upside.
I want to ask Sean what he thinks about this recent case study that a bunch of the boys did on the floor. We went to a bar called Barvolo, pretty close to the office, and we saw that they were using the Square terminals. So I started asking them, how much you pay for the Square terminal? He didn't tell me the answer, but he said it's a lot cheaper than the terminal they were using before. And a lot of other bars and breweries around the area are moving over to Square. So the boys and I were thinking, Square leaps. What do you think about that? No comment. Oh, come on, man. I thought you'd be, okay, good research, Brad. Good job on doing research. Maybe.
Good channel checks.
Good channel checks. Okay, yeah. So we were just checking up on the companies around the business over here, the bars and restaurants.
You should buy Square leaps regardless of that.
Okay.
The market's down so huge.
Right.
You think something's going to I got Square at 35.
Yeah.
In 2022.
Okay.
So there's a chance.
You can go back there. Yeah, so Sean was just saying, leaps for markets, where markets are absolutely getting beat down right now, and it could work out. We could work out, but we just have to be a little patient. I think I said to the boys too, I want to wait for the Thursday number. If that Thursday number comes out bad, we're going to be able to buy the dips at a way better price. So I want to be a little patient on that side. That's going to be another long-term idea for myself over here. Jack Dorsey, Square. We'll see how this one ends up panning out.
Yeah, that Thursday number is going to be huge. I think we're all just kind of looking forward to that one. As I said before, I was reading up on it on the weekend. It seems like a lot of analysts and forecasters are forecasting that it's going to come in hot. So, obviously you got to wait till the number to drop. I think expected. I have to check in my notes, but you guys can check it on. Actually, I'll bring this up now. But the U.S. I think I have it up over here actually. The U.S. economic calendar, and I usually refer to Market Watch, but you can just kind of see what's upcoming and stay in tuned, stay in line with the market. So you see here, this is this week's events. So we got on Wednesday FOMC minutes here at 2 p.m. And then Thursday, these are the big boys here. CPI numbers are dropping. So yeah, here you go. So year over year, expected is 8.3%. So the core CPI is 6.3% expected, right? So so the median forecast is the middle one. So 8.1 and 6.6. Okay, and this was last month's. So if it comes in above 8.1, I'd expect a similar down move in the market that we got last time when it came in hot. But obviously, time will tell. Don't position yourself before the trade. I believe see it, let the number come out, and then the market will really tell you what to do when that number drops. So eyes on that one for Thursday morning, and they'll probably start the show early. Maybe they usually do that. You are, yeah.
Okay.
So we are going to start the show early on Thursday, 8:25. So tune in for that one.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I am actually going to try and come in. It's pretty hard for me to come in as I travel for 2 hours early in the morning for that. But I am actually going to try and make it in for that 8:30 number for once. I have never had the opportunity to trade that number. Previously in the past, those numbers were a no-go event. Nothing would happen.
But that's that's the theme of this year, though.
But now these numbers are big rebalancing events for these hedge funds, right? They're rebalancing their portfolios. They're taking their profits. They're taking their losses. Whatever they need to do, these numbers are really moving the markets these days. And that's the conversation that Greg and a bunch of trainees and myself were having on Friday. Was pretty interesting. Listen to what Greg had to say over there. Maybe one day we'll have him sometime this week to explain his thought process behind it. Maybe tomorrow. I'll try to set that up for you guys tomorrow. Have Greg on for a little bit. Explain the thought process for how the CPI numbers have been more in play these days than they have been in play before, and so on. But man, right now Apple $1 in the money, Microsoft $2 in the money, AMD 50 cents in the money. The market's trying to break the lower days again, but Apple's holding at VWAP, and AMD actually had a nice bounce off of VWAP all the way above the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. So AMD is it's moving a little scary for the short side, at least for me, because I have bad average prices at the moment. Right now, not bad because this is where my fill is. But previously, I took a little bit of a hit on AMD. So glad that I turned that stock to half the damage that I took on it. Let's see if the market can actually keep on pushing south over here and go touch that 52-week low I was talking about. Here's the NASDAQ market, the NASDAQ futures. The 52-week low is once again 10,890, and we're not too far away from that number.
Yeah, the market looks like it is wanting to test lower here. It's really struggling at 3610, but obviously 3600 below. That's got to be a level, right? So someone said Tesla took profits on Tesla. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. It was really struggling with VWAP here. A lot of selling came in as the market broke below here. So I wanted to get it further that and take more profits on this one. Again, long basically against 222.50, but more so 222 below. I think that level is pretty key, being the closing price for Tesla on Friday there. So still in that trade. I'm still in the Twitter short as well. That's working. That's working actually quite nicely. It pushed up to 50.70. For a second there, it looked like everything was frozen in time. But it pushed up to 50.70 and just rejected right away pretty much. And, I was like watching my blotter and I was like back to break even, and all of a sudden back in the money like 10 cents, like nothing ever happened, right? So this trade continues to work. I'm, bidding out slowly on this one. I'm trying to add closer to my price. I don't want to ruin my price. I think my price is pretty good, 50.74 on Twitter here. So, essentially just risking off of this. This is more so like a triple top now, or a double top maybe, off of this 50-80, but more so off of the 51 level above. I think that's a pretty key level. That was working really nicely to the short side last week for me. What else are you guys trading? Throw it in the chat so we can take a look. Before that, though, let's take a quick like count here. So we're only at 2.7K likes. I talked to you guys earlier how we need to get this number a little bit higher. I think earlier when I checked, it was like 2.5 or something like that. So only a few people, a few more people smash that like button. So continue to smash that like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't. I've seen a couple of new members today as well. You can check out the channel. There's so many different things. We post a lot over the weekend as well. We posted some videos, some tutorial videos about trade ideas. We had Michael Noss here on Friday, so that was really cool. So posted some of those videos over the weekend. There's also a store you can check out. We wear some of the merch sometimes as well on the show so you can see it. I have this sweater here, the I'd Rather Be Trading sweater. It's super comfy. You guys should check it out. There you go. Yeah, as always, guys, thank you for continued support. If you haven't already, smash the like button so we can keep it going.
Apparently, viewers in the chat are having issues pulling up the futures on Webull. Do you know how to do that because you use Webull in the backside?
I don't usually look at the futures on Webull. I usually just use the SPY.
The SPY?
I don't think you could pull up the futures.
Okay.
At least from my... I've tried it a handful of times and I just got fed up.
You don't know how to do it.
Forget it. I'm just gonna use TradingView or our markets or whatever, our charts.
The answer I can give you, if you're ever having a question with your brokerage, just call up your brokerage. They work for you. They're directly working for you. They're a phone call away. If there's any questions about hey, how is my fee structure? How do I pull up this stock? How do I pull up that? You might be able to Google those answers, but don't be afraid to ever call up your brokers. They're there to help you out every single day. So I'm sorry that we can't help you on that side. We don't use Webull. We're with Day Trade the World for anyone wondering what this floor behind is and what these guys are doing. They're not just, it's not a green screen. These are real people walking behind us and real traders trading in the real market. And they're using the P Pro 8 software from Day Trade the World. So yeah, this is a green screen Sean over here walking by. There you see. That was a good one, Sean. Good joke over there. Coming back to super chats though. Let's see where we are. Lots of thumbs up already. Looks like we've covered most of it. But here we have a $5 super chat. Sean got short those tops on Netflix, man. But hats off to you. 6 positions in the market. Great show, guys. Hey, you know what to do. We put on shows like this every single day, Monday to Friday. As long as the markets are open, Monday to Friday. 8:30 to 4 p.m. every single day, baby. Scarlett with the €2 super chat. Could you guys please check HGS short on the weekly? Might have already played out, Scarlett. It's a 10:55 super chat, so if you're still in there, I know we missed out on that, but thank you for the €2 super chat. We appreciate that. Then obviously we got Playmaker bullying me about Max over here, and I think we're all caught up. I'm going to head over to the 20-year Treasury stock right now, TLT on the NASDAQ, because Dan wants us to take a look at the bond market. The bond markets keep on going to the south side, recently breaking the $100 area and taking the futures market along with it. Dan, you're not wrong. You have to keep an eye out on the treasuries over here to track your... to track the futures. Just looking at the futures might not be the whole picture. Looking at other variables such as your treasuries, your volatility, and the amount of volume the market's doing, looking for levels in the markets, all of those combined will give you a proper theory or at least a thesis. Yeah, theory of where the market could go to, and then you can play off of that idea. So here we are down 2% on the 20-year treasuries. I don't think we have the access to pull up the 10-year one on our platform, but here's a 20-year one for you.
Twitter really working well now.
Nice.
I'm about 30 cents in the money on this one. Just waiting patiently. There was some size at, I think it was 50-50 on the bid there, and that just kind of got taken, and now you get this flush move down into the 40s, right? So make sure I'm taking some profits out there. I'm holding one last piece left, essentially probably just waiting for VWAP now. I was going to say that I put less size on this position here because this trade has already basically happened twice before, right? Obviously it happened here in the morning around 9:45, essentially off open, rejecting this area. Obviously tough to catch that one because you don't know where to risk off of, essentially, right? It obviously rejects 50-80, but it's easy to see that after the fact. Comes here a second time, test 50-80, and the trade works once again. So that's twice now, and now it's working a third time, right? So, third time's a charm. You don't want to keep milking something. The more times it tests this area, the more likely it is to not work again. There you go, another 100 lots there on Twitter at the bid at 50.40. I think if that gets taken out, I think now I'm just going to start trailing my stop here, maybe trail it up to 50.60, and let this trade really work for me. The size went away, so I don't know if he got taken. Or if that person just removed their bid there, but for whatever reason that bid is no longer there. So less resistance now for Twitter. Obviously could run into trouble at VWAP, but Twitter overall showing some weakness now off of these tops at 50.80. So that trade continues to work. My Apple trade is the one trade that's really bringing my blotter down now, because now it's just really testing these lows now. I think I'm probably going to get stopped out, and Prad's going to win this little mini bear versus bull battle that me and him are having on Apple here. You want my shares? You can take my shares.
Yeah,
here,
throw your order, I'll throw it. Ready? 3, 2, 1, enter.
but yeah, it seems like this trade's not going to work for me. The Tesla trade, that one actually is, it's holding up okay. It's holding up okay. I'm like 50 cents in the money on this one. Hasn't really threatened me that much. I made sure to take my profits when they have been offered to me. But man, this market is really just trickling down towards that 3,600 now. It has broken down below this 3610 area. Seems like that 3600 test is quite imminent, but I'm thinking that if it bounces off of there, you could get some bounce with some decent momentum to the upside. Okay, there, I just got stopped out of Apple. That's fine, but that's really going to help this Tesla long off of this 222. So kind of just biding time and being patient, waiting for this 3600 area to really come into play. And if the market bounces from there, I'm assuming this Tesla position is going to look pretty nice.
DEN, Denbury moving again, says Brendo in our work chat, and it is indeed. I mean, it was up big time off of a possible buyout rumor. Apparently, it's in talks with a strategic buyer. We'll see how this deal ends up going through. We're going to have to wait for the news articles to come out with more information on that. We have a question from Steven Galagos in the chat. Why do all of you use VWAP? I see Sean having it, Neil having it, and both of you guys have it too. What's so important about VWAP? Well, first, I want to point you towards our channel, which has all the educational content recorded directly by Sean, Neil, Brendo. So if you go to the homepage of Trader TV Live and hit that little search box right here and just type in VWAP. You type in VWAP over there, you'll see pros, traders, secrets to using VWAP and how they trade off of VWAP. You might even find a trade of the day specifically layered off of VWAP and so on. But I'll explain to you how I believe why we use it. A lot of hedge funds, they grade their interns on how far away from the VWAP or do they take their fills to the longs or to the short sides, and they either keep or lose their job off of their entries and how far away from VWAP they take it. Hedge funds, obviously being the big money, the big stack bullies of the market, you want to follow where the big money is trading around, and that's the reason why people use these EMAs and these VWAPs that hedge funds use. For the most part, that's why trend lines sometimes work and sometimes don't work. If you draw a trend line on a chart, let's say it's pointing up this way. Every time the stock bounces off of it, it's not bouncing off of it because you drew that line. It's bouncing off of it because probably 1 million people around the world drew that line and everyone's trading off that line. But more importantly, someone with big money, probably a hedge fund or some trader with the hedge fund type of money, is using that same trend line and is buying every time it dips around there. That's it's allowing that trend line to work. So that's why VWAPs and moving averages like the 50 and the 100 are always used on charts for day trade scalpers and so on. It's just that idea to follow what big money is doing. We are as they call it, dumb money and retail money. We're trying to follow the smart money. So you try to have the smart money indicators on you.
That's essentially what it is, right? Like, there's always going to be a bigger fish, and I think if you're the biggest fish in the pool, I don't think you want to necessarily be in that pool, right, when you're trading. So if there's going to be bigger fish than you, big traders or big money using these indicators like VWAP that, Prad's mentioning, you got to kind of have to play with them. And when they make moves, you kind of get on that boat and ride the wave with them. I'm watching Tesla now as it's below 222.50. I did take another fill here to the long side. I think I'm gonna, manage this one accordingly here. So let me just continue to manage this trade. I was originally risking off of a break off 222, but I don't want to get wicked out in this trade. I want to see it, if it does break below 222 and bounce, and then if it's happening at the same time, the market's bouncing off 3,600 potentially. The bounce on Tesla could be epic off this 222. So that's what I'm watching right now. My other trade is Twitter, and that one's basically on cruise control for me, sitting like 30 cents in the money. I only have one piece left of that one, so not really managing that one too hard. But now Tesla, continues to push lower and really, looking to test this 222 level. So I'm watching that one. Apple, good stop out on Apple, I think. I think this one, the relative strength was there for a bit, and now it's just fading below and holding below VWAP.
Before we send it to Brendo for energy update, I just want to ask Brendo. Brendo, what do you think about Leclerc moving to Mercedes? You think that's a possibility? It's something that I'm coming up with theory, because his Ferrari is not working out for him. He's going to move over to Mercedes.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Interesting. I think he's a lifer.
Okay.
He's a lifer.
Well, energy update with Brendo.
Yeah, let's talk some oil. Here we go. Big move down
Ferrari,
right now, guys, off
like
of this
Ferraris.
92.75 for crude. There we go. 92.75 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times banged its head off that. So down now about 0.4, but a big red candle just coming in there. So heads up on oil, guys. Look at this daily chart. Straight higher from 77 all the way up to 95. We're running into some significant resistance on the daily chart for oil, but quite an impressive move up. A ton of geopolitical related headlines today affecting oil, but overall, bit of a choppy session. You can see now down for Brent crude, down 0.4. NYMEX just going red. Gold even down 1.5, but pretty choppy session here after an early move higher, guys, for oil.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, oil market, always got to keep a track on it. This market's now pushing to 3,600. I want to talk about Penn because ABDI sent us a $2 super chat. Yeah, Penn basically most likely following DKNG's move to the downside today. DKNG, when Brendo pulled it up, was down 12%, now down 13%, and just drilling a hole in my long-term account. I don't even want to look at it anymore. That's depressing. Penn over here just following suit with it, down 5%. You can also expect Las Vegas Sands and WYNN also doing the same thing. There you go, Las Vegas Sands down 9%. WYNN probably down another 9% over here. Casino stocks getting beat up, boy, absolutely getting destroyed. We're going to go back to real quick to Microsoft because the market's going to 3,600. Obviously, I got to take some profits over here. Got to cover more. Now I only have 20% left on Microsoft as we're near 227. AMD at VWAP as the market's near 3,600. Clearly, AMD is too strong on this day today. Even though it's down 2%, AMD does not want to pull back to the low a day when the market's at 3,600. That's pretty insane. And also, I'm going to go long QQQ over here. I'm going to go long QQQ. Give me more size. As expecting as a 3,600 bounce coming into play on QQQ. We're going to try a quick little attempt on that. And I'm going to take more profits on Apple because clearly I'm expecting a 3,600 bounce to come into play. I don't want to get stuck with size on here. Now I only have 20% on Apple, 20% on AMD, 20% on Microsoft, new position on QQQ, and time to take more profits on Ford. Look at that move on Ford, baby, right to the lower day, taking some profits on that side. GM didn't really do anything for me. GM has been stuck near the 50-period EMA. At least it's been rejecting that, so I'm going to hold on to this trade a little bit longer. But if this market bounces off 3,600, does GM bounce also with it? And if GM bounces with it, that means I want to not trade the stock anymore.
I'm also long, well, I added to Tesla there at 222, but I'm also long the SPY now as well. So I'll bring that up. Essentially, playing this bounce potentially off of this 3,600. It seems like it is catching some bidders down here. So that's what we're kind of doing now. We are piling in a little bit on the long side here in front of the 3,600, figuring that if it's going to bounce at any point of the day, why not, what better place than 3,600? So that's what we're playing off of now. So long SPY, still long Tesla. Twitter, I'm short again, and that looks like it's bouncing on VWAP. So instead of trying to take this out, I was thinking about taking it in the 30s and just manually punching out. It would be my last piece, so that would take me out of the trade completely. Solid win obviously on Twitter here off of this 50.80. top. But that being said, and something that I always tell Prad is like, I'm trying to trail my stop on this one. I have a good trade on, obviously, now with Twitter. So let me just trail my stop. I'll put my stop at 50-50. If that breaks there, then I'll get wicked out of this one, and that'll take me out of the trade. But I feel like I want to try taking myself out of trades manually less, right? I want to let the trades manage themselves for me, and let my orders do the work for me, as opposed to making these decisions. And then, if I scalp out in the 30s or the 40s or whatever, and then it grinds down to $50 flat, I'll be looking at myself like, oh man, I could have had 40 cents more, right? So that's why I'm trying to chill my stop on this one. It seems like the market is really trying to, there's an inflection point obviously for the market now at 3,600. So, time will tell. Let's see if these longs work out, or if this market's just going to continue to fade out the rest of the day below 3,600. Time will tell, but we are kind of loaded to the long side. Tesla really kind of Tesla's NQ really trying to figure out what it wants to do now with this 222 area. You had the buyers here below before, so there is some buying now here below 222. But the market isn't really helping it now. But if it's going to bounce, I'm liking this bounce play on Tesla, so I added to it.
Yeah, I actually punched out of all my shorts because I didn't want to get trapped into a possible bounce on the market. Once again, making a mistake. I'll be honest, I'm making a mistake because I am anticipating the move instead of participating in it. And that could cost me more money. That could cost me a loss on QQQs, and that could have cost me more profits on AMD, Microsoft, and Apple. So, you know what? The mistakes were already made. Now we just have to manage these mistakes. We already closed those shorts. We can't do anything about it. We already went long on QQQ. We got to manage this trade. I'm watching futures very closely. Someone in the chat said, why are the futures levels more important than SPX? That's actually a question for Arun, because those are the questions that I ask Arun. And Arun says, futures are labeled futures for a reason. You're predicting the futures move on the overall market by betting on the futures market. That's what I remember asking you a question. Why futures are the dictator of the market instead of the SPY and QQQ? No, but I said, why aren't the ETFs the movers and the futures are the ones that move? And I think I remember you telling me the futures come first. Yeah, the futures always come first. So the question is, why do they come first from the chat? Because they're the only tradable part of the index? To the ETFs? Yeah, no other are built directly on the index. So the futures are built on the index directly, so they dictate the moves and so on. Derived. But aren't futures the derivative market? It is. So shouldn't futures... See, this is what confuses me all the time. Futures are labeled the derivative market, but they are the dictators of the overall move. My head gets jumbled up. I just follow the people who mentor me. Arun's taught me that, hey, Prad, futures are the leader. You look at futures, so I look at futures. And honestly, one of the main reasons why I don't look at QQQ and SPY as much as I look at futures is because our charts have this thing called dark pools. They show every single dark pool candle, and futures don't really have dark pool. There's only one gateway on futures, so the charts don't really get wonky sometimes, so it's easier for me to just look at futures. That's part of my reason why.
Yeah, I think the levels and you could see on futures is a lot cleaner as well. If you look at equities or whatever, like an Apple chart, you get all these wicks all over the place, and futures, it just seems like it's super clean. So that's why we also, at least I like watching the futures. Someone said, still not in a recession, question mark. I don't think anyone has ever said that we aren't in a recession. I feel like, this is it. This is we've been in it now. It probably will last until the Fed starts lightening up on rates, rate cuts, right? And I don't think they said that on Friday, and a lot of Fed officials spoke last week. They're not going to start cutting rates for a while, right? So it's going to be like this for a while. We're going to keep tabs on what's happening.
Here we go.
Obviously, okay, here we go. A little bit of a bounce.
Here we go.
I was watching. Okay, here we go. I was watching the SPY trade, and I'll bring that up as well. I was watching that SPY trade at a man, and I entered another piece there because I was bidding. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
This is what I'm talking about. No mistakes were made. No
Yeah, so
mistakes
now
were
the
made.
bounce is starting to really come in, and it seems like some stops got triggered out there off of this 3,600, but it was looking a little bit dire, and then this big bounce play comes into fruition here. So let's take out some more off of this bounce. Like, this is the trade, this is the move that we were looking for by loading up on this SPY trade right in front of this 3,600 for the futures here. So when the trade comes like this, when the move comes, you got to take these profits. So on the SPY now, 50 cents in the money. Tesla seems to be working a lot better now as well. So let's make sure we manage that position and try to better my average on that one. But yeah, now some trades really starting to work, and the bounce may be in. Bounce plays off the watch list or what?
I mean, look, man, we played a level. We played a level. I don't like the whole suicide watch list thing. Okay, like the level works, the level works. The level doesn't work, the level doesn't work. That's all it is. Our job is to try these attempts, and we tried it. Look, I was a little sad that I anticipated the move. I could have had the fill way better under 264, but I had to fight that as the market now gets ready to go above 3,600. We're now at 3,610. That 3,600 bounce is a beautiful bounce to go long off of. 78 cents in the money on QQQ. Already taking my profits out here, and I now only have about 70% of my size left or so, as we're going into $1 in the profits on the QQQs over here. GM, what did I say? If GM bounces while the market bounces, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. So we're gonna take that loss on GM. We're gonna walk away from that stock. And Ford, we're still 11 cents in the money. With this market moving up, I think I'm gonna take my profits over here and get back on Ford later on.
Guys, all it takes is one good trade, and
good trade, baby.
I'll be like whatever transparent here. My blotto was not looking too hot before this SPY trade. You guys saw me take those L's on AMD and whatnot, and it was looking kind of a bad like a bad day. But then this trade on the SPY starts to work for me, and now my U plus net, unrealized plus net, is flat. Right, so just like that, I'm flat off of one trade, and now the Tesla trade continues to work for me now. So this trade, I've taken out most of my position now on this move up. Essentially now just gonna put my stop at break even. I'm not gonna let this turn to a loser for me. I'm gonna let this trade continue to work. And we'll kind of go from here. It seems like this bounce was decent enough, at least for some bidders, to really step up in front of 3,600 and get a little bit of an acceleration to the upside here. On the futures and on the SPY, and the likes of Tesla as well. I was talking about this 220 level or 222 level on Tesla being why can't I type, man? Why can't I type? There we go. Being an inflection point, being supports and from Friday and whatnot, and that's exactly where we're kind of bouncing now. So adding confluence to this trade. I was trying to better my average. I'm still like 20 cents in the money on that one. I took a piece out. I was adding to this trade, so it is a relatively large position for me. I just realized that. I wasn't paying attention to this one because the SPY trade was working too well. So let me take some more size out there to try and better my average and manage that trade accordingly. Just 3,600, not sure what you're referring to there. Nice SPY call on the bounce. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm trying to go long on instruments that, could bounce with the futures there. UVXY looking toppy. So yeah, we always watch the UVXY, and I'll bring the chart here and I'll zoom out. I always have this up on my side screen, right? So UVXY, obviously it's tracking the VIX and volatility, right? So it seems like it has almost made a top here at 1360 on the UVXY, and that's pulling back now, maybe reversion back to VWAP. It seems like UVXY likes to hold the trend here, and that's exactly what it did on for today. But now potentially a top put in on UVXY, but great call out in the chat there. Great instrument to always be using, or at least have up on the side screen. Obviously with the ES or futures, or if you like to follow the NASDAQ as well. Man, SPY trade is now $1 in the money for me. So this trade really working well. Let me take some more. Let me offer actually, and be a little bit more patient with that. Let me offer there, and that's probably going to get hit. So this trade now over $1 in the money on that one, and I'm just watching my U plus net now become flat for me. Tesla continues to work. Let me take some more out on this one. See, just like that, guys. Like because of a couple trades and being patient, waiting for this level to come through. There I got ticked out. Some more there, but just being patient there. Now, just like that, my whole day is turned around.
Oh yeah, bud. Let's go. Market going to the north side. And that's a Molly McCannon accent right there. That's the Irish Molly McCannon. for anyone who knows the UFC fighter over there. But look at the UVXY pulling back to the south side. The market clearly going to the upside. We're 80 cents in the money on the QQQ long here. I should have just gone long on the futures. I don't know why I didn't, but whatever. QQQ works. I think futures positions don't show up on our blotter anyway, so this kind of helps you guys out that know the idea behind it. But a little bit of a rejection candle showing up on the 3610 area for the market, for the S&P 500 market. Let's see if we can burst through that and go to 3620 or 3630, whatever numbers we go to. I just want to see a little bit of a better push up north. I'm only like $1 in the money. I want more in the money. I'm being a little greedy over here, right? So greed kicking in, sadly. But look, whatever loss I had on AMD doesn't even matter anymore because those shorts on Apple, Microsoft came in clutch, and QQQ longs over here, monster wins.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like those losses, like that's why you gotta be a good loser. You gotta turn around quick, right? You can't hold those losses, have like any emotional ties to them, right? Like, it happens. It's part of the game, right? So you just take the next trade, look for the next trade. And keep taking them, right? Obviously, you don't want to build a huge hole or something like that, but if you let losses kind of get to you, you should probably just walk away, that day, or take a quick walk and come back a little bit later, and so you can keep trading, keep a level head. But that's what it's all about. And now these trades are starting to work for Pride and myself.
You do anything for Thanksgiving?
Yeah. So obviously saw the family on Saturday, so that was nice. And then yesterday we had like a Friendsgiving kind of like
Friendsgiving, nice.
Yeah. So get together with like a group of friends. We all each like bring a dish or whatever, and eat and have fun. Yeah, what'd you do?
Just pretty much did a couple family things. Ate a lot of fatty food. Honestly, I feel very bad right now.
I always feel so bloated.
I can't wait to go to the gym today and feel a little bit healthier about myself. That's gonna be a good thing for today. Besides that, no, I watched the football. No UFC, so that was a little boring. It sucks when there's no UFC nights on Saturday nights. And then next week card sucks anyways. And the October 22nd card, we're going to go watch Mark Ribier. Yeah. That's going to be fun over there to see how the Loop Daddy plays some music. I always loved watching Mark Ribier on YouTube. Market's pulling back right now a little bit off that 3610 area. We're at 3606. So obviously my QQQ longs are only 60 cents in the money compared to being 90 cents in the money. Still going to manage this trade to the best of my ability though. My only long left now is this last long. Oh, there we go. Let me zoom in a bit. The last long that I got around, what is this, 263.77? Yeah, 263.77 is my fill. That's the only size I have left. I'm going to try and see if we can make this a bigger winner. But we need a breakout of 265 to the north side on the QQQs. And on the futures, I'm expecting that to be around 36.10. But QQQ is NASDAQ and S&P 500 is ES. So maybe I'm looking at a little different number on the NASDAQ market.
Yeah, essentially, now I'm just trying to place my stops, and essentially, I'm just going to place my stops at the lower days here for the SPY, for Tesla. Well, not the lower day for Tesla, but essentially for Tesla now. Now that I've gotten the move that I wanted here and, essentially risking off of this 3600 area and hoping for that bounce to continue on. Gonna risk off of this like 221.70 area. If it trickles back down there, I'm gonna be done with the trade. I'm not gonna add to it any longer. It is gonna be, it is what it is, right? So let me take some more out here. I'll just cross and get out there to get some more out on that pop. I didn't have any offers waiting there, so that's when you gotta cross and you gotta take liquidity out and just take the profits when they're offered to you. So now Tesla, creeping to the top of my P&L list here, and it's the second best name on the day for me. But that SPY trade is what really put me over the top, and now that continues to work. That's still almost both names now, $1 in the money. So let's go, man. I gotta hit one of these ones here. Let's hit this one. So I forgot about this Stream Deck here, but we got that the last time. So now we might have to start pressing these buttons. What's this one here? I want to see that one. What's
the Canada flag?
Canada flagpole. Okay,
for the Canadian Thanksgiving.
For the Canadian Thanksgiving. So there we go. So yeah, there we go. So we're gonna have fun with these emotes, these trade deck ideas. But
let's go market. Now we're pushing the north side. Now $1.16 in the money on our QQQ longs as the market tries to continue to the north side. 3600 holding. Mwah. I wonder if Arun had a long off of 3600. Did you? What? Why? Explain. I want to learn more about this. Arun said we're playing with fire with this long. Okay, that means now I have something to learn about. I want to know why this is fire. How could I improve on this trade? How bad of a trade could this have been if this went south for us? So now I'm a little scared now. Do I punch out? Fair, yeah. I mean, no risk, no Rari, Arun. I'm trying to be driving a Lambo in 10 years from now, okay? No risk on the table. Almost a slipper comment, says Sean. Your turn.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a gamble, and I could totally see where Arun's coming from, because we were just trying to pick a bottom, right? We were trying to pick a bottom, and I just picked 3,600 because what better area to pick than that? It worked. Sometimes they don't work, but that's a part of trading, right? So. This one's going to work from now. The trend is down. I think, yes, the overall trend is down. I don't think any sort of down trends have been broken here. We're still down 1% on the day. That's why I'm being careful with these longs now. They are in the money. They are working for me. But I don't want to be reckless now and, get crazy with it. I'm going to let them kind of work now. And if the SPY comes back down here, I'm going to stop out for break even. I'm going to take what I made on it, and I'm not going to let it turn into a loser. You went long in the new lows of the year, Trader Pratt. Was that actually? Yeah, it was, right? So I guess, that's why the bounce was even more.
No, it wasn't.
Was it?
New lows of the year are like 35.71. No, 35.71 that was made on October 3rd is the low of the market.
Exactly. I didn't think 3,600 was the low either, but clearly the bounce worked for now. NQ cracked right through 11,000. I know you like to watch NQ a lot. I have it up on my trading desk back at my main desk there. I don't really have it up on the show desk here, but I use NQ as well. But yeah, if they both bounce, then you're just adding confluence to your trade, and the trades are working now.
Yeah, NASDAQ did make a new low for the year. That's for sure accurate. I should have most likely gone long SPY like your boy Ian did instead of QQQs, because NASDAQ could have easily went much lower than where I went long and burnt me, and I could have probably got stopped out. I could have got scared. I could have done a lot of things wrong on that trade on QQQ. But the SPY ES 3600, I think that was the right trade. So Ian made the right decision on the ticker choice. But at the end of the day, man, the trade worked. That's all I can say. Gambling, yes, I agree with that point. We did try to catch a falling knife on the market over here, and it paid. I'll try not to gamble like that again. But we're just happy that the profits are rolling in right now. $1.20 in the money for QQQ longs. But let's see what the chat is trading today. Throw in the stocks that you guys have been looking at. Currently, people saying AMC. Anyone long AMC says nay. AMC was red, turned green, and now turned red once again. Looks like it bounced off the lower days kind of for AMC, around $6.30. Now pushing back towards the 100-period EMA, 50-period EMA, and VWAP. Let's see if that's a possibility for AMC. And every time we talk about AMC, we also go take a look at GME. GME pretty much having the exact same chart pattern today. Was red maybe, then, oh no, it was red throughout the day. Maybe it did turn green a little bit, not sure. But red at the moment, and trying to see if we can get above 25 for Jimmy.
I was just trying to move it up my stops here on Tesla and my SPY trade. Now I'm going to stop out. I'm trailing my stops, exactly what I was trying to do on Twitter before. I did get stopped out eventually on Twitter. I know I haven't talked about that one, but man, look at this wick. Look at this spread. Look at this spread. It wicks me out and then continues lower. We've seen this one time and time again, but it's part of trading, right? It's part of trading. I'm not going to say I got stop punted or anything like that, but I put my stop at a pretty obvious place there in the money nonetheless. So, still a winner for me on the day here on Twitter, but that's exactly my plan, right? If you follow your plan, if it executes for you, then it is what it is. You don't go against your plan. And then, that can lead down a dark path and, can get you taking a lot of L's throughout the day.
That's when you get slippers thrown at you.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you get slippers thrown at you and whatnot. But if you follow your plan, you get wicked out and the move goes without you, that was your plan, right? You can't be too mad at that. The market's still another 20% to go. I'm assuming you mean to the downside. Yeah, I could totally see that. AMD long, I haven't looked at AMD since I took those L's on it, right? So for me at least, after I start taking some L's, and I'll fix this chart right here with you guys. Oh, that's a lot of wicks actually, so I might have to take some time to fix that one. But after I take a bunch of L's, what really works for me is I just stop looking at it. I just stop bringing it up, because if you start bringing it up and then watching the tape, looking at the level 2, we're like, oh, is this an idea here? Is this an idea here? Where can I, make my money back on this name? A lot of the time too, I actually cover up my blotter so I can't see my P&L as well. That helps me prevent, maybe not here, but on my actual main desk back at my computer back there, I do cover my blotter. But those are kind of practices that help me not overtrade and not revenge trade things. But yeah, I don't know, AMD, it's kind of just trading in the middle now, not really doing too much hanging around VWAP. So probably just gonna leave that one alone for now.
I was just going to get ready to throw a tweet and gloat about my Microsoft and Apple shorts over here, because look at that, picture perfect. Get filled at the top, get out at the bottom, but maybe should have flipped long on the 3600 idea, right? Should have, would have, could have, so many opportunities over there. But look at AMD, that was the right idea, jumping out exactly at the VWAP kinda when the market touches 3600, and now the market's pushing up a little bit more north. Let's see if the market can move up to VWAP. If the market for NASDAQ moves up to VWAP, that will be exactly at 11K, where I expect rejection to come into play one more time. And for S&P 500, VWAP is around 36.35, 36.32 or so. We'll see if that level comes into play also. Let's go see what the chat's looking at. Check out ADPN. ADPN on NASDAQ. Nope, on New York. On Amex? What? Oh, is it APDN?
Yeah, it's AP.
Yeah, it's APDN. So APDN on NASDAQ. There we go. Let's go see what the relative volume is on this stock. APDN relative volume of 25. That's pretty good for 132 it's already 132? Or 127? Wow.
Time has kind of flown by here on the midday. There's been things moving. Like, there's actually been some things, some plays to be had here, which is exciting. I was quickly bringing up Meta just to see how
Let me cover APDN for the viewer that asked.
Go for it. Go for it.
No, you're good, you're good. I was just surprised we were already at 130 because I didn't ask for likes once today. So we're going to do that after in a bit, after Ian looks at Meta. But APDN for the viewer asking us to take a look at it, 50% on the day. For 132 or 130 in the middle of the day, for relative volume to be 25, that's pretty good for a stock. So we'll see if volume can keep on coming back into this position, allowing it to maybe form a base somewhere around this 50 period or the 100 period EMA around $1.70, and then maybe push back to the north side above $2 and then play with the VWAP levels over here. If you look at the stock's daily chart though, look how crazy it looks. The stock has gone from under a penny to $7 in about a day or so, and then pulling right back to $1 level and trying to form a base up above $1 now. This stock could easily go back to being a penny stock, so be very careful if you are trading this. Make sure you're managing your risk, obviously. That applies with any stock you're trading across the board.
I was just placing some offers out there to make sure that I take some profits if the prices go up there where I want it. But yeah, what I wanted to say on Meta was that I was playing the long off of these lows here, 133.50. Basically these open lows, right? So the open for Meta was super strong and it bounced very nicely off of these same prices. So that's what I was going off of here. Eventually it stopped working, and this is why you got to follow your rules and follow your plan. Like, don't remove your stops, don't cancel stops, because this is exactly what would happen if I didn't stop out there. It keeps grinding lower, and then testing this 132. Miraculously enough, or interestingly enough, this 132 that I was talking about is exactly where Meta bounced. So maybe I should have been a little more patient, waiting for this bounce. I wonder if that lined up. It looks like it did line up, I guess, with the 3600 bounce as well. So there could have been a few plays to be had there, with this bounce move coming in the market. It seems like a move on Meta was there as well. Someone said Twitter is just bouncing around VWAP now, and yeah, at this point, I almost feel like I don't want to be involved any longer, just because if it was going to keep grinding down lower, that was the move that I wanted to. But if it's just going to kind of fumble around VWAP and not really know what to do, and now it's trending back towards the upper end of this range, I'm probably not going to hop in short. I talked about how earlier the more times you abuse something, it probably is not going to work. The chance of it working become less and less. So if it comes back up to these prices here, I'm probably not going to jump short again on Twitter. I'll take the win on Twitter and leave it at that. But it seems like it does want to bounce a little bit at the very least off of VWAP here.
All right, there we go. We're at 351,000 subscribers now, so we're still climbing up, but we're nowhere close where we want to be. So share this channel with your friends and family. For that 32% of you who have not hit that subscribe button yet, hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell, and hit that like. Please hit that like. We got 4,000 of you watching. We're at 2.9K likes today. I think we can get up to 3K really easily, right? So please hit that like button. For those of you who are wondering in the chat, what are these green names and how can you get yourself a green name? Look at this little join button right to the to the left side of the subscribe button. If you click on that, a little pop-up window will show up with Brendo explaining exactly what it entails to being a member. So you can do that. It's an optional if you want to do that. Also, there's the super chats that people send, it also optional, and we appreciate every single super chat, every single member, and also all the viewers who come back in every single day to come watch all of us throughout the day. So thank you for all of that, guys. Hit that like. Let's get to 3K today. Coming back to the market while we wait for the like counter to hit 3K, Apple is right now turning green on the day. We're at the 100 period EMA and trying to get above the 100 period EMA. Let's see how far this market can launch itself to the north side. And then later on, once we're at 11K on the NASDAQ, then I'll be looking to short Apple, maybe closer to 141, 142 or so. We'll just have to wait for that opportunity. QQQ, man, $1.50 in the money now. I took some size out because I got scared, but that was a wrong call. But here, let me take some more profits at $1.60 in the money on QQQ as we just can't stop pushing to the north side. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, let's go. Tesla really working nicely for me now. So just offering out, managing this position, taking these profits. So there we go. Get filled on that 224 break. So now Tesla $2 in the money. Like this is a pretty decent win now for Tesla. It's completely turned my day around. That SPY trade continues to work as well for me. So I think I'm just hands off now, just kind of in cruise control. Probably just move these stops up probably against 223, 222.80 now. Let me adjust that one. So, trail my stops. This is exactly what I said I was going to do. So I want to make sure that I follow my plan on these trades and, just continue to ride them up to the upside. I still have a little bit of this position left, but I have taken most of it out now. $2 in the money on the midday. That's really good, I think. And then now the SPY continues to work for me as well. So let me take some out of there. I'll show you that trade or that chart. Up here. So yeah, now that reclaiming the 50 EMA as well. This market is having a big bounce move up to 36.25. So probably gonna end up somewhere around this area, 36.30, 36.25. There's a lot of action around there earlier in the day. But now this SPY trade, man, what a couple trades here that have completely just changed the look of my day here. It was looking kind of bad there, but all it took was, I guess in this case, 2 good trades to really help me, and here we are.
Wow, the food's not here yet, bro? No, bro. Wow. Swiss Chalet, man, Swiss Chalet. We're short Swiss Chalet. Who owns Swiss Chalet? Kara, they're not even public, are they? Man, I was gonna say
we're gonna slam those shorts.
Slam the shorts on Swiss Chalet
we're gonna cross
right
that
now.
bid.
Take out all the liquidity for a whole $1 under us and smash them, man. No, we're talking with Swiss Chalet because we got our lunch orders from Swiss Chalet today, and they're not here yet. Sean and them are gonna be on in 30 minutes. They have basically 30 minutes to eat. Yo, bring our food, bro. Where you at, Swiss Chalet? And now we're just giving them free publicity talking about them. So no more talking about them anymore. We're gonna stop that conversation right there. $2 in the money on QQQ. Well, I was now only $1.70. Market's trying to pull back a little bit after touching the 50 period EMA on the NASDAQ market, and I'm expecting the S&P 500 to have done the same. I just don't have the EMAs on my chart over here, so I can't see it. Let me switch over to this chart. I'll be able to tell you if it did so. No, S&P 500 did not really move all the way up to the 50 period EMA, but we're pretty close to it. The NASDAQ is the one that did it, and we're trading QQQ, so it makes sense why my QQQ is pulling back. I should start looking at the NASDAQ futures if I'm trading QQQ, and if you're trading SPYs, maybe you should look at the SPY futures.
A couple of people asking me in the chat, and my chart just disappeared. I was trying to how you like you block out the gaps between the days. Yeah. So I was trying to do that, but here let me bring it up here. But essentially, yeah, a couple of people were asking me why I was long Tesla here, and I'll rewind the tape here back to Friday, and it was just this 222 level, right? So this 222 level held so nicely at the end of the day. It essentially made like I don't know, like a triple bottom after this big down move that Tesla had in the morning, right? So I knew that going into today, this 222 area was going to be significant. Obviously, it broke down in the morning and it was looking really weak below it in the morning, right? But then it got reclaimed and then there was so much strength at this 222 area. I tried the short again at this 222 area. But if you guys notice, like I'm only getting involved at these prices, like at the prices that I want them at, which is this 222 area, right? So I was nursing this long essentially since 12:30, going long against this this area since I thought that maybe Tesla is relatively stronger now and reclaiming this level and it's going to hold as support again. So that's what I was going off of. You can't put your stop right at 221.99 because as you can see here, it wicked down below. It went as low as like 221.60. So you got to give it some breathing room. But yeah, this 222 level is the level that I really liked, and that's where I was exactly where I was getting involved. And it worked. It lined up perfectly, I guess, with the 3600 bounce, and it helped the trade that much more. But I was talking about that the entire time, being patient, waiting for that level, and that's why I was trying to add and build in front of that level when that bounce was happening. So it worked now. Can we get 3K likes? Yeah, I'm right with you, Peter Panda. That's a cool name, Peter Panda. But we're at 2.9K likes, guys. Let's get a few more in before we hand it off to the closing show here, and let's get that up to 3K. We're almost there, guys. You know, you guys have been great this today. It's been an exciting day. We put on some good trades for you today. It's not easy doing this every day, but yeah, here we are. Every day again, 8:30 to 4, streaming live for you guys, as long as you're here to watch us.
Let's go. I'm currently jumping out of my QQQ long. People might be wondering why. It's because UVXY is at VWAP, and I think we're going to bounce off of VWAP over here. Lots of anticipation today, and no real participation, but somehow they've been paying us, so I'm not going to complain. But UVXY at VWAP, I think that's a good enough of a long on QQQs. I got a $2 per share long on that, and QQQ looking to, or at least the NASDAQ futures looking to reject off the 50-period EMA currently, and the S&P 500 trying to reject off of 3620. We'll see if later on in the day if 3600 actually breaks and we crater a much more to the south side, into the abyss at that point, right? Straight into the abyss to the south side. We'll have to wait and see if the 20 or the COVID levels come into play, either the COVID highs or the COVID lows. We'll just have to wait and see. Prad alone is worth 3K likes a day. Let's go, baby. But it's a team effort, man. It's a team effort. Without Ian, I would be half dead today with the amount of talking I would have had to do. So it's a team effort. Ian coming in, throwing on some banger trades for you. I'm throwing banger trades for you. You got the People's Trader in the morning and coming back on later at 2 o'clock. That's Sean himself. You also got the Future Specialism stuff coming in today to help you guys because Neil's enjoying his long weekend on the Thanksgiving and so on. So make sure you're hitting that likes. Look, lots of different styles of trading, lots of information, lots of education, lots of entertainment also. All of that for absolutely zilch, $0.
I think we're looking at people commenting about the animations. Man, it's fire that we have the animations now on the midday show. We were talking about this for the longest time, and now we actually do have them. I was looking at you know, some overall market levels here, and it is like the low was 3572 area. So, you know, 3600 isn't the low. Like, we didn't break new lows today. So, you know, that's obviously the looming level below. But yeah, I could totally see, like Pratt was saying, like if 3600 breaks today, I could totally see it just kind of flushing down towards those lows and continuing downward. But for now, that level is held, and you know, we'll continue to rock these longs as long as until we're proven wrong, essentially. TBLT, Amazon News, TBLT, is that anything? I don't know.
Bro.
What?
Come on, man.
What?
Fahad. This guy putting the camera on exactly.
Oh, he was
putting. I'm pulling fries in my mouth.
Man, he got you there. Man, they're always trying to troll us. I know they always try to troll you. We got to get the ball run going. We got to get that ball run going, man.
Fahad's pretty good.
Is he?
Yeah,
no,
he's
that's what
pretty
he was
good.
saying. He used to play in high school and whatnot.
For once, he's not capping.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you say? You said you hit 90% from the free throw line?
Oh, okay, I don't know about that.
Is
Take
that
it
what he
easy.
said? That 92.5%. Okay, yeah. Take 100 free throws and let's see if you hit 93 free throws and
No,
beat that.
92 and a half. I don't know how you're gonna get a half in there, but 92 and a half.
Regardless,
shots
those are like superstar numbers. Like Steve Nash did that. I think KD did over 90%. Steph Curry, so apparently, Fahad is in the same echelon, same class as those guys. But I see a couple of people mentioning TBLT, so let me quickly talk about that. TBLT bag holders, I want to see where you guys might be. Oh, okay, I see it now. I guess up in this $8 area, something like this, on these pops, they always tend to get sold off. I guess if 3, you see how 3 is held here and even held back here, and obviously now it's holding. It held on October 6th, so that was that Wednesday or Thursday there. But that level is interesting to me. If that level breaks out now, there could be some people stopping out, covering their shorts and whatnot. So there could be a potential squeeze there. But for now, TBLT not really doing too much. Obviously, it's up 8% today, 1 mil volume on the day. But man, look at this time of sales; it's not even moving. So to me, that justifies that I simply cannot get involved in this game.
Today we didn't really talk about the Trader TV watch list a lot. So guys, we have a watch list that's sent out every morning before the show starts, before 8:30, and it's basically to synopsize what stocks the markets are or what stocks we are all looking at. This will tell you the catalyst behind the stock and the stock also, basically, right? So for example, why was PayPal getting smacked today? The whole 2,500 misinformation nonsense, which if you ask me, I think that they planned to do it, but because of the backlash, they just backtracked on those words and they said, okay, we're not going to do it anymore, and they backed up on it. Whatever, I'm still a PayPal fan. I don't really care. I'm not going to close my PayPal account, but cancel culture wants to go ahead and do it. You can. That doesn't matter. I'm still using my PayPal account. I recently used it yesterday to pay for something, right? I still believe in PayPal. Neuro, though, this is what I'm coming into. Neurometrics is coming out with 31% move to the north side in pre-market, but without any real catalyst. So things like these help you out. Go sign up to our watch list. Do !watch list in the chat, or do I think it's ! watch list in the chat, or click on the link that Bears vs. Bull just now posted to the north side. You click on that link, it will take you to our website, and you will be able to sign up on those sign up to our watch list that's sent out every morning. So let's go take a quick look at PayPal. PayPal, which was red on the day, I'm expecting it to be red still. It is. It's down 5% on the day, and currently at VWAP, I'm itching to take a trade short on PayPal right now. I don't know. PayPal at VWAP, UVXY at VWAP, and UVXY might be getting ready to go bounce off of VWAP over here, which means PayPal should be ready to push south side one more time.
I was just looking up, recently Lewis Hamilton dropped a new merch. And I actually got this shirt here. I won't show it because I want to wear it on the show and show it off. But
Takashi? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool shirt. So, waiting for that one.
How much was that, 150?
Yeah, it was 150 after conversion.
Yeah.
No, you were talking about PayPal, and that's what reminded me because I paid through PayPal for that shirt.
I'll use PayPal until I really have no reason to. They backtracked on whatever they said they were going to do, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I quickly brought up Ford here just because I wanted to see what it was doing, see if it was making a new range or anything like that. The trade on Ford is done. I was correct in saying that earlier. The trade on Ford is done. Obviously 75 mil volume on the day, so that's a little bit higher than usual. But now it's just having a straight inside day. I tried one trade on it. It didn't work. Like I said, it gapped down in the morning in the pre-market, and sometimes the moves that you're looking for just happen in the pre-market, and you can't force it. You just gotta let it go and look for something else. My trades on right now, they're smaller positions now because I've taken most of the profits out on them and really, turned my day around here. I've just trailed my stops now, so just letting these trades just manage themselves. I'm not gonna manually take myself out of these positions. Just kind of, if it's gonna keep grinding up higher, I'm just gonna keep trailing my stop, and we're just gonna keep going from there. But those trades are pretty much on cruise control for now. So I've just been, reading the chat and whatnot and seeing what you guys are talking about and seeing what you guys are trading. Fed notes coming Wednesday, CPI coming Thursday. Yeah, so these are the things that we're looking forward to this week. So Fed FOMC minutes from their last meeting are dropping at 2 p.m. That sometimes can bring a trade, sometimes not. Obviously, they've already discussed and we've already heard what they had to say last time out when they had their meeting. But these are the detailed minutes and detailed notes from those from that meeting. So something could come out for that trade. But the big one is definitely on CPI Thursday, so that's going to drop at 8:30 a.m. Pre-market. That's probably going to shake the market up and be a market mover for sure. I'm anticipating that's probably going to come in hot. But big thing about this trade, guys, is wait for that number to drop. Wait for them to say, Brennan's going to drop that news as soon as he gets that information right at 8:30. And then you're going to see the reaction to the market, and then you're going to make a play off of it, right? So that's definitely a trade that we're all going to be looking forward to. We're going to be in the office for. Okay, as I was talking, I look over at my SPY trade, and that just launches.
Yep.
What just happened?
Market just launched,
What just
bro.
happened? So I was like trying to say something there, and I look over, and I'm like hella green over here on the SPY. So, that's pushing up towards VWAP. The market's pushing up towards VWAP. It seems like this gamble has seemed to have paid off now. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is running up now quite a bit. I wish I had more
I'm getting
size.
ready to short Apple here.
I wish I had more size on this one, but yeah, great trades here, great wins on the SPY and Tesla. They're pushing up almost $2 in the money now on both of them. That's quite the trade. You said you're getting ready to short SPY.
Yeah,
short SPY,
no,
or short Apple now.
Apple. Yeah, I'm getting into Apple as the market's pulling towards the VWAP, the NASDAQ market that is pulling. SPY, Russian foreign minister spokesman. Russia is open for
Okay, so that's
no more nuclear war fears. Okay, let me punch out of my short.
Yeah, you might want to
Let me punch out of my short over here. No more nuclear fears, apparently. This market is turning around, baby. Get ready. Time for long season as we go into 2 o'clock with your main man, Sean, Arun, and Brendo. You got any trades you putting on?
I'm not putting any trades, but I'm probably just getting out of the SPY trade now. I think that's it. $2 in the money. I didn't have enough to kind of just hold on, but let's go. We got to spend the money for that one because this was a huge trade. I added double the size on. Don't look at this wick there. I added it was a fat finger trade essentially, but I just quickly got that out. But yeah, huge trade here on the SPY. Tesla working as well, so a lot of things bumping up on this, this news that has just dropped now. So I took some out of the Tesla trade there. I still have one little piece left, so I think I'm just going to hold this one now and see where this one goes. Probably going to test the 225.50 area, 226, but man, big trades here. The market overall is cruising to VWAP now. So, it seemed like for a second there we were talking about 3,600. If we were going to see 3,600 again, I don't know if we see it again now. Not now, probably.
Not now.
If we see it again now, that would be pretty bad. But
that means the Russian minister just retracted their statement
yeah,
or something.
he bamboozled all of us.
Yeah,
but,
that's a pretty good catalyst, man. The whole world was in fear of nuclear war. Even Elon saying nuclear war, getting a little scary. Look at my exit on QQQ now. This is what the problem is when you're anticipating the move and not participating in the move. I could have just had to stop at the low a day and just let the profits ride. But here's the move that your boy Ian is taking profits on, and I'm not able to because of my anticipation, right? NQ right now taking off past the 11K marker. We're above the 11K. We're above the 100-period EMA also and above VWAP. Let's see how far can we go. Does this day now turn green? Well, maybe not, but it's a possibility. It is possible that this catalyst, as more and more people start disseminating this information and start punching their lungs off of FOMO and everything, there's a good chance that this market turns around from here. We're only down 0.5% now.
The market is ripping. The market is absolutely ripping.
We should have held all our longs.
I should have held
all our longs.
But man, who would have known? Like sometimes we catch those trades sometimes, but with a news article dropping like this, but man, now Tesla 350 in the money. That trade is huge. I'm just going to stop looking at the SPY chart because that one's like $3 in the money, over $3 in the money for that one. But obviously I covered that full position. No, it's a bull trap. Honestly, probably this is a bull trap. Like we haven't broken out like any significant levels to the upside or anything like that. Like if you recall from last week Friday was a big down day, right? So don't start piling into longs. Like we're obviously in the longs now because we're day trading, right? We're day trading. We're trying to play off key levels and whatnot. But by no means am I just like kind of loading up my personal account just because there's one news headline that can change very, very quickly,
The bottom's
right?
in.
The bottom's in.
The bottom's in.
Yeah, okay, the
bottom's
is
in, bro. I should have bought Apple yesterday. Like, come on, I'm screwed
I
now.
guess
Now
so,
I'm not
right?
gonna
I
get
guess so.
Apple at 130. Like, I'm screwed.
I guess so. One comment, Kathy is almost openly calling, she's basically going against the Fed and saying they're making a mistake. I read that article as well earlier. Man, I mean, she could say whatever she wants. The Fed is doing what they have to do to tame inflation. Like, if everyone thinks like, oh, they're just doing this to like screw over everyone in the market and take everyone's money, like, it's just part of the cycle, right? This is what happens when inflation is this high. Inflation is going to continue to be high unless the Fed does something, and obviously some people are going to get hurt, and the stock market is going to get hurt. I'm just watching Tesla though continue to not be hurt, I guess, and now it's almost $4 in the money. Oh man, this is crazy. This move has been crazy. At least I'm participating in a little bit of it now, but yeah, I don't know what to say.
This is honestly, wow, lost for words. People in the chat are saying, what's the news? Guys, the news is Russia is open for diplomacy, so they're going to be maybe thinking about ramping down the war efforts and everything else. And maybe peace coming into the world a little bit. That'll be good. We don't want to see nuclear threats coming in. People were scared about nuclear war, and when catalysts like this comes out, it's good for the world, good for the markets, good for everything. Sadly, though, Thursday might have another turn of events to the south side. We'll just have to wait and see till Thursday. Let's enjoy the present. Let's enjoy now what's happening in this very second, and that's a beautiful long coming in the market off that 3,600 bottom. I wish I was holding some size off of that. But what can you do? But maybe we can look for a new trade entry on the breakout of the pre-market highs on the market. If this market is able to go to pre-market highs and break out of those pre-market highs and go higher than that, then it is possible that we could look for a possible long on that. Sean, if you want to eat, I can cover till like 5 more minutes in. No? Okay.
Sean's definitely shorting Swish like after today. But man, Tesla just ripping now. Tesla's ripping. $4 in the money now. It took out 226. I've just been trailing my stop, trying to manage this trade. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I can't take any more out because I'm at my final piece here. But man, what a move! The market is reclaiming VWAP now.
How do I add to this trade though?
I heard Luca going wow in the background. So hopefully he had a long or something like that, and he could participate in this move as well. I'll talk to him after, but forget Tesla. What are you talking about Tesla? Tesla was the banger trade off the bottoms, man, 222. I saw someone else had that trade as well, so good call on that one. Yeah, Javier, I was riding the Tesla long. Yeah, you and me both, man. You and me both. We got that Tesla long. Austin, been a member for 12 months. Let's go Mariners.
What's that?
Baseball team, Seattle Mariners.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously a Seattle fan there.
I don't know about baseball, man.
Yeah, I don't know too much about baseball either, but Netflix off of 100, 200 MA. I haven't looked at Netflix a lot. Let's bring up Netflix. I think Sean had a trade on Netflix in the morning.
Michael Noss in there Prad called the bounce in this market. Let's go.
There you go. Yeah, so off that 3,600, I guess it wasn't really rocket science, but as Arun said, it was a little bit of a gamble, but sometimes you have to put on the risk to make the money, right? No risk, no Rari. That's what Prad always says. Netflix bouncing off. I don't use the 200 or 100. I use the 200 EMA, but I don't have it set up on this chart. But it does look like it had a little bit of a bounce here off of 225. Netflix has been trading this range, like 220 to 250, essentially, this range. So you can definitely get long, like below 225, I think, for these bounce moves off of 220. Just manage your risk because Netflix is it's an expensive stock and the spread can open up quite a bit. You can be instantly caught out of the money $1 very, very quickly, right? So just manage that risk accordingly if you are trading Netflix.
Yeah, and I mean, you already talked about Netflix, so I'm looking at other positions probably going up with the help of this market. The short scanners were very active, guys. Here, I'll just pull up the scanner. I'll show you the difference. These scanners were very active to start the day. Notice how many stocks are showing up on the scanners. There's only 2 cars now, right? That's because the risk is now on the long side instead. So the cars are showing up on the long side instead, and we're looking at Plug Power moving, FSLR moving. Look at KMX. KMX trying to sit in a Red Bull over here. Max is probably driving this car, taking off to the north side. So let's go take a look at quickly on KMX. If you want the scanner or if you want trade ideas, you have a chance to still get 30% off up to the midnight today. So your code is tradertv30. Bears versus Bull. If you can put that in the chat for me. I know you know the command, or what is it? Exclamation mark trade ideas or something. Click on that link. There you go. Click on that link that Bears versus Bull just threw it in the chat for you, and use code tradertv30, all caps, to get the scanners like this set up for yourself. KMX is popping up at the moment as it's getting ready to go to the north side with the help of the market. Let's go check out what this chart. It's at $65, $64.95, $65. Let's see. Come on, charts. There we go. High a day, 4% up on the day, and trying to take out the 65 area. Looks like 66 was yesterday's high. I think with this move that the market's presenting us, if we can get another big volume candle coming in, look at that big volume candle on KMX actually. What is that, like 1 million shares? No, that's 100. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 150,000 shares or so traded on a 5-minute candle, allowing it to go from 64 to 65.
A couple of people in the chat asking to repeat the news. So essentially, a Russian foreign ministry spokesperson has said that Russia is open for diplomacy, right? So that's what has moved the market here. Obviously, we don't have any concrete news like this, but this is the word that's going around that's moved the market. So that's the news going on right now. Am I crazy for not believing? Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be crazy for that. That's for sure. We can move the markets just like Elon. That's kind of interesting. I mean, like, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, Dr. Evil Voice. Actually, Greg was doing the Dr. Evil Voice earlier. I don't know if you heard that. That was kind of funny. How you guys are just talking about this right now? The market is pulling back, and I saw a couple of people saying, "Oh, there was no real pullback to get involved in this move." And I'll just quickly bring up Tesla because I was obviously involved in this one. I mean, you could have went off of VWAP as well, but if I was risking off of 222, that's a lot of risk to kind of take on. Just for essentially like a dollar move. And obviously this was before we knew that there was news that came out, and that's why this move is so much greater than what you might be used to, right? So you're right, there wasn't really a pullback to get involved. You kind of just had to already be involved from down here. But it was similar to what I was saying earlier in the day. If you weren't involved in the short from the morning, it was hard to get short and kind of trade those trades for the the grind lower, right? So that's what's tougher when these days just kind of grind in a certain direction or just trend in a certain direction. You have to be involved early, right? And you have to wait for those levels and be patient for those levels. That's exactly what I did here on Tesla at 222, and the trade worked for me, helped with some market news overall, obviously, and pushed this higher. But sometimes it pays to get lucky, and that's exactly what happened here on Tesla and obviously on the SPY trade.
I'm participating because I anticipated. Let's go. I mean, that works. That works. I did the same thing a little bit, but just try not to do that. Nothing wrong with it, I guess, today because we got paid for it. But it's like reinforcing bad habits, right? You don't want to go to the end, to the ball court and practice the shots the wrong way. You want to practice it the right way. So when you're going into an actual game, playing with your friends or whatever, you do exactly what you practice upon. So don't try to enforce, just because a bad thing made you money doesn't mean you can continue to keep doing those bad things in the future, because that's not how it works, right? Sometimes it will turn around and smack you, and when it does smack you, it's going to be way more painful than these wins that are pouring in today. That's just a quick little suggestion. Obviously, you trade your own book. If your book involves to just anticipate every single move and trade off of that, go for it. I am not here to stop you on that, but I would urge you to maybe think about it a little bit differently. Markets are slightly pulling back off of the 1050 area on NASDAQ, and for the S&P 500, close to 3650. I'm expecting both of these markets to bounce off of VWAP once they do come down, because of this catalyst that the market has now to the positive side. Does the market turn green today is now the question that I might have to throw on poll for the closing show, if Sean wants that, obviously. We only have a minute over here. Actually, we have less than a minute, so I'm going to start wrapping off, guys. I hope you guys had a great time on the show today. I for sure did. Thank you for having Ian and myself. Lots of trades were put on. Thank you for smashing the like button. Make sure you're smashing the like button on the closing show too, because it's a brand new show. The counter starts fresh, and all the likes on the closing show will also be added to the YouTube algorithm algorithm that helps us push our channel to more and more people. We will be back tomorrow. Actually, Ian, are you on tomorrow?
I'll be on Wednesday and Friday.
Wednesday
this
and
week,
Friday.
So we'll see you guys next. Throughout the
Hopefully,
week.
Sharif is back tomorrow. If he's not, then most likely Ian's once again here.
We'll see.
So yeah, wish you guys the best on the closing show. Go have fun. Adios.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in a pretty exciting afternoon here. Does the market go green this afternoon? I can spoil the fun. The Dow just went green already. So the answer to the poll is yes. If you're looking at the Dow, anyways, back to, it was 0.01 there for a second, but back to basically flat at this point. Nice bounce though coming.